Don't forget to subscribe.
Chapter 36. All This Knowing. Days passed, and I invited Will and Sim across the river to celebrate our successful campaign against Ambrose. Given my taste for Soughton, I was not much of a drinker, but Will and Sim were kind enough to demonstrate the fine points of the art. We visited several different taverns, just for variety, but eventually we ended up back at the Aeolian. I preferred it because of the music, Simon because of the women, and Willem because it served scutton. I was moderately well buttered when I was called up onto the stage, but it takes more than a little drink to make me fumble-fingered. Just to prove I was not drunk, I made my way through Whither with he with the withy, a song that's difficult enough to articulate when sober as a stone. The audience loved it, and showed its appreciation in the appropriate way, and since I was not drinking Soughton that night, much of the evening is lost to living memory. The three of us walked the long road back from the Aeolian. There was a crispness to the air that spoke of winter, but the three of us were young and warmed from the inside by many drinks. A breeze pushed my cloak back, and I took a full, happy breath. Then a sudden panic seized me. "Where's my loot?" I asked, more loudly than I'd intended.
"You left it with Stanchion at the Aeolian,"
Willem said.
"He was afraid you would trip over it and break your neck."
Simon had stopped in the middle of the road. I bumped into him, lost my balance, and tumbled to the ground. He hardly seemed to notice. "Well," he said seriously, "I certainly don't feel up to that right now." Stonebridge rose ahead of us, 200 feet from end to end, with a high arch that peaked 5 stories above the river. It was part of the Great Stone Road, straight as a nail, flat as a table, and older than God. I knew it weighed more than a mountain. I knew it had a 3-foot parapet running along both its edges. Despite all this knowing, I felt deeply uneasy at the thought of trying to cross it. I climbed unsteadily to my feet. As the three of us examined the bridge, Willem began to lean slowly to one side. I reached out to steady him, and at the same time Simon laid hold of my arm, though whether to help me or to brace himself I couldn't be certain. "I certainly don't feel up to that right now," Simon repeated.
"There's a place to sit over here,"
Willem said.
"Kill a trail, Trenevorka."
Simon and I muffled our laughter, and Willem led us through the trees to a little clearing not 50 feet from the foot of the bridge. To my surprise, a tall gray stone stood at the middle of it, pointing skyward. Will entered the clearing with calm familiarity. I came more slowly, looking about curiously. Gray stones are special to troopers, and seeing it gave rise to mixed feelings. Simon flopped down in the thick grass, while Willem settled his back against the trunk of a leaning birch. I moved to the gray stone and touched it with my fingertips. It was warm and familiar. "Don't push at that thing," Simon said nervously. "You'll tip it over." I laughed. "This stone has been here for 1,000 years, Sim. I don't think my breathing on it is going to hurt it." "Just come away from it. They're not good things." "It's a gray stone," I said, giving it a friendly pat. "They mark old roads. If anything, we're safer being next to it. Gray stones mark safe places. Everyone knows that." Sim shook his head stubbornly. "They're pagan relics." "A jot says I'm right," I taunted. "Ha!" Still on his back, Sim held up a hand. I stepped over to slap it, formalizing our wager. "We can go to the archives and settle it tomorrow," Sim said. I sat down next to the gray stone and had just started to relax when I was seized by a sudden panic. "Body of God!" I said. "My loot!" I tried to jump to my feet and failed, almost managing to knock out my brains against the gray stone in the process. Simon tried to sit up and calm me, but the sudden motion was too much for him, and he fell awkwardly onto his side and began to laugh helplessly. "This isn't funny!" I shouted.
"It's at the Aeolian," Willem said. "You've asked about it 4 times since we left."
"No, I haven't," I said with more conviction than I really felt. I rubbed my head where I'd knocked it against the greystone.
"There is no reason to be ashamed."
Willem waved a hand dismissively.
"It is a man's nature to dwell on what sits close to his heart."
"I heard Kilvin got a few in him at the taps a couple months ago and wouldn't shut up about his new cold sulfur lamp," Simmons said.
Will snorted. "Lauren would rattle on about proper shelving behavior. Grasp by the spine, grasp by the spine," he growled and made clutching motions with both hands. "If I hear him say it again, I will grasp his spine."
A flash of memory came to me. "Merciful Telu," I said, suddenly aghast. "Did I sing Tinker Tanner at the Aeolian tonight?" "You did," Simmons said. "I didn't know it had so many verses." I wrinkled my forehead, trying desperately to remember. "Did I sing the verse about the Talon and the sheep?" It was not a good verse for polite company.
"Nyah," Willem said.
"Thank God," I said.
"It was a goat,"
Willem managed seriously before he bubbled up into laughter. "In the Talon's cassock!" Simmons sang, then joined Willem in laughter. No, I said miserably, resting my head in my hands. My mother used to make my dad sleep under the wagon when he sang that in public. Stanchion will beat me with a stick and take away my pipes next time I see him. They loved it, Simmons reassured me.
"I saw Stanchion singing along," Willem added. "His nose was a little red by that time, too."
There was a long piece of comfortable quiet. "Kvothe?" Simmons asked.
"Yes?"
"Are you really a Dimaru?" The question caught me unprepared. Normally, it would have set me on edge, but at the moment, I didn't know how I felt about it.
"Does it matter?"
"No, I was just wondering." "Oh." I continued to watch the stars for a while.
"Wondering what?"
"Nothing in particular," he said. "Ambrose called you Rue a couple times, but he's called you other insulting things before." "It's not an insult," I said. "I mean, he's called you things that weren't true," Sim said quickly. "You don't talk about your family, but you've said things that made me wonder." He shrugged, still flat on his back, looking up at the stars. "I've never known one of the Edema. Not well, anyway." "What you hear isn't true," I said. "We don't steal children or worship dark gods or anything like that." "I never believed any of that," he said dismissively, then added, "But some of the things they say must be true. I've never heard anyone play like you." "It doesn't have anything to do with my being a Dimaru," I said, then reconsidered. "Maybe a little."
"Do you dance?"
Willem asked, seemingly out of the blue. If the comment had come from anyone else, or at a different time, it probably would have started a fight. "That's just how people picture us, playing pipes and fiddles, dancing around our campfires. When we aren't stealing everything that isn't nailed down, of course." A little bitterness crept into my tone when I said the last. "That's not what being a Dimaru is about." "What is it about?" Simmons asked. I thought about it for a moment, but my sodden wit wasn't up to the task. "We're just people, really," I said eventually, "except we don't stay in one place very long, and everyone hates us." The three of us watched the stars quietly. "Did she really make him sleep under the wagon?" Simmons asked. "What?" "You said your mom made your dad sleep under the wagon for singing the verse about the sheep. Did she really?" "It's mostly a figure of speech," I said. "But once she really did." I didn't often think of my early life in my troop, back when my parents were alive. I avoided the subject the same way a cripple learns to keep the weight off an injured leg. But Sim's question brought a memory bubbling to the surface of my mind. It wasn't for singing Tinker Tanner, I found myself saying. It was a song he'd written about her. It was quiet for a long moment. Then I said it. Lorien. It was the first time I'd said my mother's name in years, the first time since she'd been killed. It felt strange in my mouth. Then, without really meaning to, I began to sing. Dark Lorien, Arladin's wife, has a face like the blade of a knife, has a voice like a prickle-brown burr, but can tally a sum like a moneylender. My sweet Tally cannot cook, but she keeps a tidy ledger book. For all her faults, I do confess, it's worth my life to make my wife not tally a lot less. I felt oddly numb, disconnected from my own body. Strangely, while the memory was sharp, it wasn't painful.
I can see how that might earn a man a place under the wagon, Willem said gravely.
It wasn't that, I heard myself saying. She was beautiful, and they both knew it. They used to tease each other all the time. It was the meter. She hated the awful meter. I never talked about my parents, and referring to them in the past tense felt uncomfortable. Disloyal. Will and Sim weren't surprised by my revelation. Anyone who knew me could tell I had no family. I'd never said anything, but they were good friends. They knew. In Atur, we sleep in the kennels when our wives are angry, Simmons said, nudging the conversation back into safer territory.
Melosirehu, idestiti,
Willem muttered. Aturin! Simmons shouted, his voice bubbling with amusement. No more of your donkey talk! Edestiti? I repeated. You sleep next to fire? Willem nodded. I am officially protesting how quickly you picked up Ciaru, Sim said, holding up a finger. I studied a year before I was any good. A year! You gobble it up in a single term. I learned a lot growing up, I said. I was just getting the fine points this term.
Your accent is better, Will said to Sim. Kvothe sounds like some southern trader, very low. You sound much more refined.
Sim seemed mollified by that. Next to the fire, he repeated. Does it seem odd that it's the men that always have to do their sleeping somewhere else? It's pretty obvious women control the bed, I said. Not an unpleasant thought, Sim said. Depending on the woman. Distrel is pretty, Sim said.
Kheh,
Will said.
Too pale. Fella.
Simmons shook his head mournfully. Out of our league.
She's Modagan,
Willem said, his grin so wide it was almost demonic. She is? Sim asked. Will nodded, wearing the widest smile I'd ever seen on his face. Sim sighed wretchedly. It figures. Bad enough that she's the prettiest girl in the Commonwealth. I didn't know she was Modagan, too. I'll grant you the prettiest girl on her side of the river, I corrected. On this side, there's...
You've already gone on about your Dena, Will interrupted. 5 times.
Listen, Simmons said, his tone suddenly serious. You just have to make your move. This Dena girl is obviously interested in you. She hasn't said anything along those lines. They never say they're interested. Simmons laughed at the absurdity of it. There are little games. It's like a dance. He held up 2 hands, making them talk to each other. Oh, fancy meeting you here. Why, hello. I was just going to lunch. What a happy coincidence. So was I. Can I carry your books? I held up a hand to stop him. Can we skip to the end of this puppet show where you end up sobbing into your beer for a span of days? Simmons scowled at me. Willem laughed. She has enough men fawning over her, I said. They come and go like—" I strained to think of an analogy and failed. "I'd rather be your friend."
"You would rather be close to her heart," Willem said, without any particular inflection. "You would rather be joyfully held in the circle of her arms, but you fear she will reject you. You fear she would laugh, and you would look the fool." Willem shrugged easily. "You are hardly the first to feel this way. There is no shame in it."
That struck uncomfortably close to the mark, and for a long moment I couldn't think of anything to say in reply. "I hope," I admitted quietly. "But I don't want to assume. I've seen what happens to the men that assume too much and cling to her." Willem nodded solemnly. "She bought you that loot case?" Sim said helpfully. "That has to mean something." "But what does it mean?" I said. "It seems like she's interested, but what if it's just wishful thinking on my part? All those other men must think she's interested too, but they're obviously wrong. What if I'm wrong too?" "You'll never know unless you try," Sim said with a bitter edge to his voice. "That's what I'd normally say. But you know what? It doesn't work worth a damn. I chase them, and they kick at me like I'm a dog at the dinner table. I'm tired of trying so hard." He gave a weary sigh, still flat on his back. "All I want is someone who likes me. All I want is a clear sign," I said.
"I want a magical horse that fits in my pocket," Will said, "and a ring of red amber that gives me power over demons, and an endless supply of cake."
There was another moment of comfortable quiet. The wind brushed gently through the trees. "They say the Rue know all the stories in the world," Simon said after a while. "Probably true," I admitted. "Tell one," he said. I eyed him narrowly. "Don't look at me like that," he protested. "I'm in the mood for a story, that's all."
"We are somewhat lacking for entertainment," Willem said.
Fine, let me think." I closed my eyes, and a story with the Amir in it bubbled to the surface. Hardly surprising. They had been on my mind constantly since Nina had found me. I sat up straight. "All right." I took a breath, then paused. "If either of you have to go piss, do it now. I don't like having to stop halfway through." Silence. "Okay." I cleared my throat. "There is a place not many folk have seen. A strange place called Ferinial. If you believe the stories, there are two things that make Ferinial unique. First, it is where all the roads in the world meet. Second, it's not a place any man has ever found by searching. It's not a place you travel to. It's the place you pass through while on your way to somewhere else. They say that anyone who travels long enough will come there. This is a story of that place, and of an old man on a long road, and of a long and lonely night without a moon." Chapter 37. A Piece of Fire. Ferinial was a great crossroads, but there was no inn where the roads met. Instead, there were clearings in the trees where travelers would set their camps and pass the night. Once, years ago and miles away, 5 groups of travelers came to Ferinial. They chose their clearings and lit their fires as the sun began to set, pausing on their way from here to there. Later, after the sun had set and night was settled firmly in the sky, an old beggar in a tattered robe came walking down the road. He moved with slow care, leaning on a walking stick. The old man was going from nowhere to nowhere. He had no hat for his head and no pack for his back. He had not a penny or a purse to put it in. He barely even owned his own name, and even that had been worn thin and threadbare through the years. If you'd asked him who he was, he would have said nobody. But he would have been wrong. The old man made his way into Ferinial. He was hungry as a dry fire and weary to his bones. All that kept him moving was the hope that someone might give him a bit of dinner and a piece of their fire. So when the old man saw firelight flickering, he left the road and made his weary way toward it. Soon he saw 4 tall horses through the trees. Silver was worked into their harness, and silver was mixed with the iron of their shoes. Nearby, the beggar saw a dozen mules laden with goods, woolen cloth, cunning jewelry, and fine steel blades. But what caught the beggar's attention was the side of meat above the fire, steaming and dripping fat onto the coals. He almost fainted at the sweet smell of it, for he had been walking all day with nothing to eat but a handful of acorns and a bruised apple he'd found by the side of the road. Stepping into the clearing, the old beggar called out to the 3 dark-bearded men who sat around the fire. "Hello," he said. "Can you spare a bit of meat and a piece of your fire?" They turned, their gold chains glittering in the firelight. "Certainly," their leader said. "What do you have with you, bits or pennies? Rings or strelum? Or do you have the true ringing sealdish coin we prize above all others?" "I have none of these," the old beggar said, opening his hands to show they were empty. "Then you will find no comfort here," they said, and as he watched, they began to carve thick pieces from the haunch that hung by the fire. "No offense, Willem. It's just how the story goes." "I didn't say anything." "You looked like you were going to." "I may, but it will wait until after." The old man walked on, following the light of another fire through the trees. "Hello!" the old beggar called out as he stepped into the second clearing. He tried to sound cheerful, though he was weary and sore. "Can you spare a bit of meat and a piece of your fire?" There were 4 travelers there, 2 men and 2 women. At the sound of his voice, they rose to their feet, but none of them spoke. The old man waited politely, trying to appear pleasant and harmless, but the quiet stretched on, long as long, and still no word was spoken. Understandably, the old man grew irritated. He was used to being shunned or shrugged aside, but these folk merely stood. They were quiet and restless, moving from foot to foot while their hands twitched nervously. Just as he was about to sulk away, the fire flared and the beggar saw the 4 wore the blood-red clothes that marked them as Adem mercenaries. Then the old man understood. The Adem are called the silent folk, and they speak only rarely. The old man knew many stories of the Adem. He'd heard that they possessed a secret craft called the Lethani. This let them wear their quiet like an armor that would turn a blade or stop an arrow in the air. This is why they seldom spoke. They saved their words, keeping them inside like coals in the belly of a furnace. Those hoarded words filled them with so much restless energy that they could never be completely still, which is why they were always twitching and fidgeting about. Then, when they fought, they used their secret craft to burn those words like fuel inside themselves. This made them strong as bears and fast as snakes. When the beggar first heard these rumors, he thought them silly campfire stories. But years ago in Modeg, he had seen an Adem woman fight the city guard. The soldiers were armed and armored, thick of arm and chest. They had demanded to see the woman's sword in the king's name, and though hesitant, she presented it to them. As soon as they held it in their hands, they had leered and pawed at her, making lewd suggestions about what she could do to get it back. They were tall men with bright armor, and their swords were sharp. They fell like autumn wheat before her. She killed 3 of them, breaking their bones with her hands. Her own wounds were minor by comparison. A dark bruise along one cheek, a slight limp, a shallow cut across one hand. Even after all the long years, the old man remembered the way she had licked the blood from the back of her hand like a cat. This is what the old beggar thought of when he saw the Adem standing there. All thought of food and fire left him, and he backed slowly into the shelter of the surrounding trees. Then he set off toward the next fire, hoping third time would prove lucky. At this clearing were a number of Aturans standing around a dead donkey lying near a cart. One of them spotted the old man. "Look!" he pointed. "Grab him! We'll hitch him to the cart and make him pull!" The old man darted back into the trees, and after running to and fro, he lost the Aturans by hiding under a pile of moldering leaves. When the sound of the Aturans faded, the old man dragged himself from the leaves and found his walking stick. Then, with the courage of one who is poor and hungry, he set off to the fourth fire he saw in the distance. There, he might have found what he was looking for, because around the fire were traders from Vintas. Had things been different, they might have welcomed him to dinner, saying, "Where 6 can eat, 7 can eat." But by this point, the old man was quite a sight. His hair stuck from his head in wild disarray. His robe, ragged before, was now torn and dirty. His face was pale from fright, and his breathing groaned and wheezed in his chest. Because of this, the Vints gasped and made gestures before their faces. They thought he was a barrow drog, you see, one of the unquiet dead that superstitious Vints believe walk the night. Each of the Vints had a different thought as to how they could stop him. Some thought fire would frighten him off. Some thought salt scattered on the grass would keep him away. Some thought iron would cut the strings that held the soul to his dead body. Listening to them argue, the old beggar realized that no matter what they agreed on, he would not be the better for it, so he hurried back to the sheltering trees. The old man found a rock to sit on and brushed the dead leaves and dirt away as best he could. After sitting for a while, he thought to try one final campsite, knowing it would only take one generous traveler to fill his belly. He was pleased to see a lone man sitting at the final fire. Coming closer, he saw a thing that left him both delighted and afraid, for though the beggar had lived many years, he had never before spoken to one of the Amir. Still, he knew the Amir were a part of Telu's church, and— "They weren't part of the church," Willem said. "What? Of course they were." "No, they were of the Aturan bureaucracy. They had Vikarum, judiciary powers." "They were called the Holy Order of Amir. They were the strong right hand of the church." "Better jot." "Fine, if it will keep you quiet through the rest of the story." The old beggar was delighted, for he knew the Amir were a part of Telu's church, and the church was sometimes generous to the poor. The Amir came to his feet as the old man approached. "Who goes there?" he asked. His voice was proud and powerful, but also tired. "No, I am of the Order Amir. None should come between me and my tasks. I will act for the good of all, though gods and men might bar my way." "Sir," the beggar said, "I'm just hoping for a piece of fire and some charity on a long road." The Amir gestured the old man forward. He was armored in a suit of bright steel rings, and his sword was tall as a man. His tabard was of shining white, but from the elbows the color darkened into crimson, as if dipped in blood. In the center of his chest he wore the symbol of the Amir, the black tower wrapped in a crimson flame. The old man sat near the fire and gave a sigh as the heat soaked into his bones. After a moment the Amir spoke. "I am afraid I can offer you nothing to eat. My horse eats better than I do tonight, but that does not mean that he eats well." "Anything would be a lovely help," the old man said. "Scraps are more than what I have. I am not proud." The Amir sighed. "Tomorrow, I must ride 50 miles to stop a trial. If I fail or falter, an innocent woman will die. This is all I have." The Amir gestured to a piece of cloth with a crust of bread and a sliver of cheese. Both of them together would hardly be enough to dent the old man's hunger. It made a poor dinner for a man as large as the Amir. "Tomorrow, I must ride and fight," the armored man said. "I need my strength. So I must weigh your night of hunger against this woman's life." As he spoke, the emir raised his hands and held them palms up like the plates of a balancing scale. When he made this motion, the old beggar saw the backs of the emir's hands, and for a second he thought the emir had cut himself, and that blood was running between his fingers and down his arms. Then the fire shifted, and the beggar saw it was only a tattoo, though he still shivered at the bloody markings on the emir's hands and arms. He would have done more than shiver had he known all that those markings meant. They showed the emir was trusted so completely by the order that his actions would never be questioned. And as the order stood behind him, no church, no court, no king could move against him. For he was one of the Siridae, highest of the emir. If he killed an unarmed man, it was not murder in the order's eyes. If he strangled a pregnant woman in the middle of the street, none would speak against him. Should he burn a church or break an old stone bridge, the empire held him blameless, trusting all he did was in the service of the greater good. But the beggar knew none of this, and so he tried again. "If you don't have any food to spare, could I have a penny or two?" He thought of the Sealdish camp, and how he might buy a slice of meat or bread. The emir shook his head. "If I did, I would gladly give it. But 3 days ago I gave the last of my money to a new widower with a hungry child. I have been penniless as you are ever since." He shook his head, his expression weary and full of regret. "I wish circumstances were different, but I now must sleep, so you must go." The old man was hardly happy about this, but there was something in the emir's voice that made him wary. So he creaked back onto his feet and left the fire behind. Before the warmth of the emir's fire could leave him, the old man tightened his belt and made up his mind to simply walk through till morning, hoping the end of his road might bring him better luck, or at least a meeting with some kinder folk. So he walked through the center of Feyriniel, and as he did, he saw a circle of great gray stones. Inside that circle was the faint glow of firelight hidden in a well-dug pit. The old man noticed he couldn't smell a wisp of smoke either, and realized these folk were burning rennel wood, which burns hot and hard, but doesn't smoke or stink. Then the old man saw that 2 of the great shapes were not stones at all. They were wagons. A handful of people huddled round a cookpot in the dim light of the fire. But the old man didn't have a shred of hope left, so he kept walking. He was almost past the stones when a voice called out, "Ho there! Who are you, and why do you pass by so quietly at night?" "I'm nobody," the old man said. "Just an old beggar, following my road until its end." "Why are you out walking instead of settling down to sleep? These roads are not all safe at night," the voice replied. "I have no bed," the old man said, "and tonight I cannot beg or borrow one for all the world." "There is one here for you, if you would like it, and a bit of dinner if you've a mind to share. No one should walk all day and night besides." A handsome, bearded man stepped from the concealment of the tall gray stones. He took the old man's elbow and led him toward the fire, calling ahead, "We have a guest tonight!" There was a small stir of motion ahead of them, but the night was moonless, and their fire was deep in the concealing pit, so the beggar couldn't see much of what was being done. Curious, he asked, "Why do you hide your fire?" His host sighed. "Not all folk are filled with love for us. We're safest by being out of harm's way. Besides, our fire is small tonight." "Why is that?" the beggar asked. "With so many trees, wood should be easy to come by." "We went gathering earlier," the bearded man explained, "but folk called us thieves and shot arrows at us." He shrugged. "So we make do, and tomorrow will take care of itself." He shook his head. "But I am talking too much. May I offer you a drink, father?" "A bit of water, if you can spare it." "Nonsense. You will have wine." It had been a long time since the beggar had tasted wine, and the thought of it was enough to set his mouth all a-watering. But he knew wine was not the best thing for an empty stomach that had walked all day, so he said, "You are kind, bless you, but water is good enough for me." The man at his elbow smiled. "Then have water and wine, each to your desire." And saying so, he brought the beggar to their water barrel. The old beggar bent and drew up a ladle of water. When it touched his lips, it was cool and sweet, but as he drew up the ladle, he couldn't help but notice the barrel was very nearly empty. In spite of this, his host urged him, "Take another, and wash the dust from your hands and face. I can tell you've been on the road for a long and weary while." So the old beggar took a second dipper of water, and once his hands and face were clean, he felt much refreshed. Then his host took his elbow again and led him to the fire. "What is your name, father?" Again, the beggar was surprised. It had been years since anyone had cared enough to ask his name. It had been so long, he had to stop and think about it for a moment. "Skiop," he said at last. "I am called Skiop. And you?" "My name is Terrace," his host said as he made the old man comfortable close to the fire. "This is Scylla, my wife, and Wint, our son. This is Shari, and Bentham, and Lil, and Peter, and Fent." Then Terrace brought Skiop wine. Scylla gave him a heavy ladle of potato soup, a slice of warm bread, and half a golden summer squash with sweet butter in the bowl of it. It was plain, and there was not a lot, but to Skiop it seemed a feast. And as he ate, Wint kept his cup full of wine and smiled at him and sat by his knee and called him grandfather. The last was too much for the old beggar. He began to cry softly. Perhaps it was that he was old, and his day had been a long one. Perhaps it was that he was not used to kindness. Perhaps it was the wine. Whatever the reason, tears began to trickle down his face and lose themselves in his deep white beard. Terrace saw this and was quick to ask, "Father, whatever is the matter?" "I am a silly old man," Skiop said, more to himself than to the rest of them. "You have been kinder to me than anyone in years, and I'm sorry I cannot repay you." Terrace smiled and laid a hand on the old man's back. "Would you really like to pay?" "I cannot. I have nothing to give you." Terrace's smile widened. "Skiop, we are the Adima. The thing we value most is something everyone possesses." One by one, Skiop saw the faces around the fire look up at him expectantly. Terrace said, "You could tell us your story." Not knowing what else to do, Skiop began to speak. He told how he had come to Feyriniel, how he had walked from one fire to the next, hoping for charity. At first, his voice faltered and his story stumbled, for he had been alone a long time and was not used to talking. But soon his voice became stronger, his words bolder, and as the fire flickered and reflected in his bright blue eyes, his hands danced along with his old dried voice. Even the Adima, who know all the stories in the world, could do nothing but listen in wonder. When his story came to an end, the troopers stirred as if waking from a deep sleep. For a moment, they did nothing but look at each other. Then they looked at Skiop. Terrace knew what they were thinking. "Skiop," he asked gently, "where were you headed when I stopped you tonight?" "I was going to Tinue," said Skiop, who was a little embarrassed at how caught up in the story he had become. His face was hot and red, and he felt foolish. "We are bound for Belene ourselves," Terrace said. "Would you consider coming with us instead?" For a moment, Skiop's face lit with hope, but then it fell. "I would be nothing but a burden. Even a beggar has his pride." Terrace laughed. You would tell the Edema about pride? We do not ask you out of pity. We ask because you belong in our family, and we would have you tell us a dozen stories in the years to come. The beggar shook his head. My blood is not yours. I am not a part of your family. What does that have to do with the price of butter? Terrace asked. We Rue decide who is a part of our family and who is not. You belong with us. Look around and see if I am lying. Skiap looked up at the circle of faces and saw what Terrace said was true. And so the old man stayed and lived with them for many years before they parted ways. Many things he saw, and many stories he told, and everyone was wiser in the end because of it. This thing happened, though it was years and miles away. I have heard it from the mouths of the Edema Rue, and thus I know it to be true. Chapter 38. Kernels of Truth. Is that the end? Simon asked after a polite pause. He was on his back looking up at the stars. Yes. It didn't end the way I thought it would, he said. What did you expect? I was waiting to find out who the beggar really was. I thought as soon as someone was nice to him, he would turn out to be Taborlin the Great. Then he would give them his walking stick and a sack of money and, I don't know, make something magical happen. Willem spoke up. He'd say, whenever you are in danger, knock this stick on the ground and say, Stick, be quick! And then the stick would whirl around and defend them from whoever was attacking them. Willem was lying on his back in the tall grass, too. I didn't think he was really an old beggar. Old beggars in stories are never really old beggars, Simon said with a hint of accusation in his voice. They're always a witch or a prince or an angel or something. In real life, old beggars are almost always old beggars, I pointed out. But I know what kind of story you two are thinking about. Those are stories we tell other people to entertain them. This story is different. It's one we tell each other. Why tell a story if it's not entertaining? To help us remember, to teach us, I made a vague gesture, things. Like exaggerated stereotypes? Simon asked. What do you mean by that? I asked, nettled. Tie him to the wagon and make him pull. Simon made a disgusted noise. I'd be offended if I didn't know you. If I didn't know you, I said hotly, I'd be offended. Do you know Aturans used to kill people if they found them living on the road? One of your emperors declared them to be detrimental to the empire. Most were little more than beggars who had lost their homes because of the wars and taxes. Most were simply press-ganged into military service. I tugged at the front of my shirt. But the Edema were especially prized. They hunted us like foxes. For 100 years, rue hunt was a favorite pastime among the Aturan upper crust. A profound silence fell. My throat hurt, and I realized I'd been shouting. Simon's voice was muffled. I didn't know that. I kicked myself mentally and sighed. I'm sorry, Simon. It was a long time ago, and it's not your fault. It's an old story. It would have to have a reference to the Emir, Willem said, obviously trying to change the subject. They disbanded, 300 years ago? Still, I said, there's some truth in most stereotypes. A seed they sprouted from. Basil is from Vintas, Willem said, and he is odd about certain things. Sleeps with a penny underneath his pillow, that sort of thing. On my way to the university, I traveled with a pair of Adem mercenaries, Simon said. They didn't talk to anyone except each other, and they were restless and fidgety. Willem spoke hesitantly. I will admit to knowing many sealdom who take great care to line their boots with silver. Purses, Sim corrected him. Boots are for putting your feet in. He wiggled a foot to illustrate. I know what a boot is, Willem said crossly. I speak this vulgar language better than you do. Boot is what we say, patu. Money in your purse is for spending. Money you plan to keep is in your boot. Oh, Simon said thoughtfully. I see. Like saving it for a rainy day, I guess.
What do you do with money when it rains? Willem asked, genuinely puzzled.
And there's more to the story than you think, I interjected quickly before things digressed any further. The story holds a kernel of truth. If you promise to keep it to yourselves, I will tell you a secret. I felt their attention sharpen onto me. If you ever accept the hospitality of a traveling troupe and they offer you wine before anything else, they are a Dimaru. That part of the story is true. I held up a finger to caution them. But don't take the wine. But I like wine, Simon said piteously. That doesn't matter, I said. Your host offers you wine, but you insist on water. It might even turn into a competition of sorts, the host offering more and more grandly, the guest refusing more and more politely. When you do this, they will know you are a friend of the Edema, and that you know our ways. They will treat you like family for the night, as opposed to being a mere guest. The conversation lulled as they absorbed this piece of information. I looked up at the stars, tracing the familiar constellations in my head. Ewan the hunter, the crucible, the young-again mother, the fire-tongued fox, the broken tower. Where would you go if you could go anywhere? Simon's question came out of the blue. Across the river, I said. Bed. Oh, no, he protested. I mean, if you could go anywhere in the world. Same answer, I said. I've been a lot of places. This is where I've always wanted to go.
But not forever, Willem said. You don't want to be here forever, do you?
That's what I meant, Simon added. We all want to be here, but none of us want to be here forever.
Except Manette, Will said.
Where would you go? Simon pursued his point doggedly. For adventure? I thought for a moment, quietly. I guess I'd go to the Tallenwald, I said.
Among the Tal? Willem asked. They're a primitive nomadic people, from what I've heard.
Technically speaking, the Adimaru are a nomadic people, I said dryly. I heard a story once that said the leaders of their tribe aren't great warriors. They're singers. Their songs can heal the sick and make the trees dance. I shrugged. I'd go there and find out if it was true.
I would go to the Fae court, Willem said.
Simon laughed. You can't pick that.
Why not? Willem said with a quick anger. If Kvothe can go to a singing tree, I can go into Fae and dance with Embrula. With Fae women.
The Tal is real, Sim protested. Fairy stories are for drunks, half-wits, and children. Where would you go? I asked Simon to keep him from antagonizing Willem. There was a long pause. I don't know, he said, his voice oddly empty of any inflection. I haven't been anywhere, really. I only came to the university because after my brothers inherit and my sister gets her dowry, there isn't going to be much for me except the family name. You didn't want to come here? I asked, disbelief coloring my voice. Sim made a non-committal shrug, and I was about to ask him something else when I was interrupted by the sound of Willem getting noisily to his feet.
Are we feeling up to the bridge now?
My head felt remarkably clear. I got to my feet with only a slight wobble. Fine by me.
Just a second.
Simmons started to undo his pants as he moved toward the trees. As soon as he was out of sight, Willem leaned close to me.
Don't ask about his family, he said quietly. It is not easy for him to speak about. Worse when he is drunk.
What? He made a sharp motion with his hand, shaking his head.
Later.
Simon bumbled back into the clearing, and the three of us made our silent way back to the road, then over Stonebridge, and into the university. Chapter 39. Contradictions. Late next morning, Will and I made our way to the archives to meet up with Sim and settle our bets of the night before.
The problem is his father, Willem explained in low tones as we made our way between the gray buildings. Sim's father holds a duchy in Eitur. Good land, but—
Hold on, I interrupted. Our little Sim's father is a duke?
Little Sim, Will said dryly, is 3 years older than you and 2 inches taller.
Which duchy? I asked. And he's not that much taller.
Dalanir, Willem said. But you know how it is. Noble blood from Ator. Small wonder he does not speak of it.
Oh, come on, I chided, gesturing to the students filling the streets around us. The university has the most open-minded atmosphere since the church burned Caleptina to the ground.
I notice you do not make any loud announcement that you're a Dimaru.
I bristled. Are you implying I'm embarrassed?
I am saying you make no loud announcement,
Will said calmly, giving me a steady look.
Neither does Simon. I imagine you both have your reasons.
Pushing down my irritation, I nodded.
Willem continued. Dalanir is in the north of Aeterna, so they are reasonably well off, but he has 3 older brothers and 2 sisters. The first son inherits. The father bought the second a military commission. The third was placed in the church. Simon,
Willem trailed off suggestively. I have a hard time imagining Sim as a priest, I admitted. Or a soldier, come to think of it.
And so Sim ends up at the university, Willem finished. His father was hoping he would become a diplomat. Then Sim discovered he liked alchemy and poetry and entered the Arcanum. His father was not entirely pleased.
Willem gave me a significant look, and I gathered he was drastically understating the case. Being an arcanist is a remarkable thing, I protested. Much more impressive than being a perfumed toady in some court.
Willem shrugged. His tuition is paid. His allowance continues.
He paused to wave at someone on the other side of the courtyard.
But Simon does not go home, not even for a brief visit. Sim's father likes to hunt, fight, drink, and wench. I suspect our gentle, bookish Sim was probably not given the love a clever son deserves.
Will and I met up with Sim in our usual reading hole and clarified the details of our drunken wagers. Then we went our separate ways. An hour later, I returned with a modest armload of books. My search had been made considerably easier by the fact that I'd been researching the Emir since Nina had arrived and given me her scroll. I knocked softly on the door of the reading hole, then let myself in. Will and Sim were already sitting at the table. "Me first," Simon said happily. He consulted a list, then pulled a book from his stack. "Page 152. He leafed through until he found the page, and then began to scan it. "Aha! The girl then gave an account of everything, blah, 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 and led them to the place where she stumbled on to the pagan frolic." He looked up, pointing at the page. "See? It says pagan right there." I sat down. "Let's see the rest." Sim's second book was more of the same, but the third held something of a surprise. A large preponderance of marker stones in the vicinity, suggesting this area might have been crossed with trade routes in some forgotten past. He trailed off, then shrugged and handed the book to me. "This one seems to be on your side." I couldn't help but laugh. "Didn't you read these before you brought them here?" "In an hour?" He gave a laugh of his own. "Not likely. I just used a scriv." Willem gave him a dark look. "No, you didn't. You asked Puppet, didn't you?" Simon assumed an innocent expression, which, on his naturally innocent face, only served to make him look profoundly guilty. "I might have stopped in to see him," he hedged, "and he might have happened to suggest a couple books that had information about Greystones." Seeing Willem's expression, he raised a hand. "Don't get sniffy on me. It's backfired anyway." "Puppet again," I grumbled. "Are you ever going to introduce me? The two of you are so tight-lipped about him." Willem shrugged. "You will understand when you meet him." Sim's books divided into 3 categories. One supported his side, telling of pagan rites and animal sacrifices. The other speculated about an ancient civilization that used them as marker stones for roads, despite the fact that some were located on sheer mountainsides or river bottoms where no road could be. His final book was interesting for other reasons. A pair of matched stone monoliths with a third across the top, Simon read. The locals refer to it as the doorpost. While spring and summer pageants involve decorating and dancing around the stone, parents forbid their children from spending time near it when the moon is full. One well-respected and otherwise reasonable old man claimed. Sim broke off reading. Whatever, he said disgustedly, and moved to close the book. Claimed what? Willem asked, his curiosity piqued. Simon rolled his eyes and continued reading. Claimed at certain times men could pass through the stone door into the fair land where Felurian herself abides, loving and destroying men with her embrace. Interesting, Willem murmured. No, it isn't. It's childish, superstitious bunk, Simon said testily. And none of this is getting us any closer to deciding who is right. How do you count them, Will? I asked. You're our impartial judge. Willem moved to the table and looked through the books. His dark eyebrows moved up and down as he considered. 7 for Simon, 6 for Kvothe, 3 contrary. We looked briefly at the 4 books I had brought. Willem ruled one of them out, which brought the tally to 7 for Simon and 10 for me. Hardly conclusive, Willem mused. We could declare it a draw, I suggested magnanimously. Simon scowled. Good-natured or not, he hated losing a bet. Fair enough, he said. I turned to Willem and gave a significant look at the pair of books still untouched on the table. It looks like our bet will be settled a little more quickly, yeah? Willem gave a predatory grin. Very quickly. He lifted a book. Here I have a copy of the proclamation which disbanded the Emir. He opened to a marked page and began to read. Directions will henceforth be held in account by the laws of the Empire. No member of the order shall presume to take upon themselves the right to hear a case, nor to pass judgment in court. He looked up smugly. See? If they had their adjudicating powers revoked, then they must have had some to begin with. So, it stands to reason they were a part of the Aeturan bureaucracy. Actually, I said apologetically, the Church has always had judiciary powers in Aetur. I held up one of my 2 books. It's funny you should bring the Alpura Prolitica Emir. I brought it too. The decree itself was issued by the Church. Willem's expression darkened. No, it wasn't. It was listed in here as Emperor Nalto's 63rd decree. Puzzled, we compared our 2 books and found them directly contradictory. Well, I guess those cancel each other out, Sim said. What else have you guys got? This is Feltemi Race's The Lights of History, Willem grumbled. It is definitive. I didn't think I would need any further proof. Doesn't this bother either of you? I thumped the 2 contradictory books with a knuckle. These shouldn't be saying different things. We just read 20 books saying different things, Simon pointed out. Why would I have a problem with 2 more? The purpose of the Greystones is speculative. There's bound to be a variety of opinions. But the Alpura Prolitica Emir was an open decree. It turned thousands of the most powerful men and women in the Aeturan Empire into outlaws. It was one of the primary reasons for the collapse of the Empire. There's no reason for conflicting information. The Order has been disbanded for over 300 years, Simon said. Plenty of time for some contradictions to arise. I shook my head, flipping through both of the books. Contrary opinions are one thing. Contrary facts are another. I held up my book. This is The Fall of Empire by Gregor the Lesser. He's a windbag and a bigot, but he's the best historian of his age. I held up Willem's book. Feltemi Race isn't nearly the historian, but he's twice the scholar Gregor was and scrupulous about his facts. I looked back and forth between the books, frowning. This doesn't make any sense. So what now? Sim said. Another draw? That's disappointing. We need someone to judge, Willem said. A higher authority. Higher than Feltemi Race? I asked. I doubt Lauren can be bothered to settle our bet. Will shook his head, then stood and brushed the wrinkles from the front of his shirt.
It means you finally get to meet Puppet.
Chapter 40. Puppet. The most important thing is to be polite, Simmons said in a hushed tone as we made our way through a narrow hallway lined with books. Our sympathy lamps shot bands of light through the shelves and made the shadows dance nervously. But don't patronize him. He's a bit odd, but he's not an idiot. Just treat him like you would treat anyone else.
Except polite, I said sarcastically, tiring of this litany of advice.
Exactly, Simmons said seriously. Where are we going, anyway? I asked, mostly to stop Simmons henpecking.
Sub 3, Willem said as he turned to descend a long flight of stone steps.
Centuries of use had worn down the stone, making the stairs look as bowed as heavy-laden shelves. As we started down, the shadows made the steps look smooth and dark and edgeless, like an abandoned riverbed worn from the rock.
Are you sure he's going to be there? Will nodded. I don't think he leaves his chambers very much.
Chambers? I asked. He lives here? Neither of them said anything as Willem led the way down another flight of stairs, then through a long stretch of wide hallway with a low ceiling. Finally, we came to an unremarkable door tucked into a corner. If I hadn't known better, I would have assumed it was one of the countless reading holes scattered throughout the stacks. Just don't do anything to upset him, Simmons said nervously. I assumed my most polite expression as Willem rapped on the door. The handle began to turn almost immediately. The door opened a crack, then was thrown wide. Puppet stood framed in the doorway, taller than any of us. The sleeves of his black robe billowed strikingly in the breeze of the opening door. He stared at us haughtily for a moment, then looked puzzled, and brought a hand to touch the side of his head. "Wait, I forgot my hood," he said, and kicked the door closed. Odd as his brief appearance had been, I'd noticed something more disturbing. "Burned body of God," I whispered. "He's got candles in there. Does Lauren know?" Sim opened his mouth to answer when the door was thrown wide again. Puppet filled the doorway, his dark robe striking against the warm candlelight behind him. He was hooded now, with his arms upraised. The long sleeves of his robes caught the inrush of air and billowed impressively. The same rush of air caught his hood and blew it partway off his head. "Damn," he said in a distracted voice. The hood settled half on, half off his head, partially covering one eye. He kicked the door shut again. Willem and Sim remained straight-faced. I refrained from any comment. There was a moment of quiet. Finally, a muffled voice came from the other side of the door. "Would you mind knocking again? It doesn't seem quite right otherwise." Obediently, Willem stepped back up to the door and knocked. Once, twice, then the door swung open and we were confronted with a looming figure in a dark robe. His cowled hood shadowed his face, and the long sleeves of his robe stirred in the wind. "Who calls on Tamerlane the Great?" Puppet intoned, his voice resonant but slightly muted by the deep hood. A hand pointed dramatically. "You, Simon!" There was a pause, and his voice lost its dramatic resonance. "I've seen you already today, haven't I?" Sim nodded. I could sense the laughter tumbling around in him, trying to find a way out. "How long ago?" "About an hour." The hood nodded. "Was I better this time?" He reached up to push the hood back, and I noticed the robe was too big for him, the sleeves hanging down to his fingertips. When his face emerged from the hood, he was grinning like a child playing dress-up in his parents' clothes. "You weren't doing Tamerlane before," Simon admitted. "Oh." Puppet seemed a little put out. "How was I this time? The last time, I mean. Was it a good Tamerlane?" "Pretty good," Simon said. Puppet looked at Willem. "I liked the robe," Will said, "but I always imagined Tamerlane with a gentle voice." "Oh." He finally looked at me. Hello." "Hello," I said in my politest tone. "I don't know you." A pause. "Who are you?" "I'm Kvothe." "You seem so certain of it," he said, looking at me intently. Another pause. "They call me Puppet." "Who is they?" "Who are they?" he corrected, raising a finger. I smiled. "Who are they, then?" "Who were they, then?" "Who are they now?" I clarified, my smile growing wider. Puppet mirrored my smile in a distracted way and made a vague gesture with one hand. "You know, them. People." He continued to stare at me the same way I might examine an interesting stone or a type of leaf I'd never seen before. "What do you call yourself?" I asked. He seemed a little surprised, and his eyes focused onto me in a more ordinary way. "That would be telling, I suspect," he said with a touch of reproach. He glanced at the silent Willem and Simon. "You should come in now." He turned and walked inside. The room wasn't particularly large, but it seemed bizarrely out of place, nestled in the belly of the archives. There was a deep padded chair, a large wooden table, and a pair of doorways leading into other rooms. Books were everywhere, overflowing shelves and bookcases. They were piled on the floor, scattered across tables, and stacked on chairs. A pair of drawn curtains against one wall surprised me. My mind struggled with the impression that there must be a window behind them, despite the fact that I knew we were deep underground. The room was lit with lamps and candles, long tapers and thick dripping pillars of wax. Each tongue of flame filled me with vague anxiety as I thought of open fire in a building filled with hundreds of thousands of precious books. And there were puppets. They hung from shelves and pegs on walls. They lay crumpled in corners and under chairs. Some were in the process of being built or repaired, scattered among tools across the tabletop. There were shelves full of figurines, each cleverly carved and painted in the shape of a person. On his way to his table, Puppet shrugged out of the black robe and let it fall carelessly to the floor. He was dressed plainly underneath, wrinkled white shirt, wrinkled dark pants, and mismatched socks much mended in the heel. I realized he was older than I'd thought. His face was smooth and unlined, but his hair was pure white and thin on top. Puppet cleared a chair for me, carefully removing a small string puppet from the seat and finding it a place on a nearby shelf. He then took a seat at the table, leaving Willem and Simon standing. To their credit, they didn't seem terribly disconcerted. Digging a little in the clutter on the table, he brought out an irregularly shaped piece of wood and a small knife. He took another long, searching look at my face, then began to methodically whittle curls of wood falling onto the tabletop. Oddly enough, I had no desire to ask anyone what was going on. When you ask as many questions as I do, you learn when they are appropriate. Besides, I knew what the answers would be. Puppet was one of the talented, not quite sane people who had found a niche for themselves at the university. Arcanum training does unnatural things to students' minds. The most notable of these unnatural things is the ability to do what most people call magic, and we call sympathy, sigildry, alchemy, naming, and the like. Some minds take to it easily, others have difficulty. The worst of these go mad and end up in Haven. But most minds don't shatter when subjected to the stress of the Arcanum. They simply crack a little. Sometimes these cracks showed in small ways, facial tics, stuttering. Other students heard voices, grew forgetful, went blind, went dumb. Sometimes it was only for an hour or a day. Sometimes it was forever. I guessed Puppet was a student who had cracked years ago. Like Ari, he seemed to have found a place for himself, though I marveled at the fact that Lauren let him live down here. "Does he always look like this?" Puppet asked Willem and Simon. A small drift of pale wood shavings had gathered around his hands. "Mostly," Willem said. "Like what?" Simon asked. Like he's just thought through his next 3 moves in a game of tyranny and figured out how he's going to beat you. Puppet took another long look at my face and shaved another thin strip of wood away. It's rather irritating, really. Willem barked a laugh. That's his thinking face, Puppet. He wears it a lot, but not all the time. What's tyranny? Simon asked. A thinker, Puppet mused. What are you thinking now? I'm thinking you must be a very careful watcher of people, Puppet, I said politely. Puppet snorted without looking up. What use is care? What good is watching, for that matter? People are forever watching things. They should be seeing. I see the things I look at. I am a seer. He looked at the piece of wood in his hand, then to my face. Apparently satisfied, he folded his hands over the top of his carving, but not before I glimpsed my own profile cunningly wrought in wood. Do you know what you have been, what you are not, and what you will be? He asked. It sounded like a riddle. No. A seer, he said with certainty, because that is what Ilir means. Kvothe is actually a relar, Simon said respectfully. Puppet sniffed disparagingly. Hardly, he said, looking at me closely. You might be a seer eventually, but not yet. Now, you're a looker. You'll be a true Ilir at some point, if you learn to relax. He held out the carved wooden face. What do you see here? It was no longer an irregular piece of wood. My features, locked in serious contemplation, stared out of the wood grain. I leaned forward to get a closer look. Puppet laughed and threw up his hands. Too late, he exclaimed, looking childlike for a moment. You looked too hard and didn't see enough. Too much looking can get in the way of seeing, you see? Puppet set the carved face on the tabletop so it seemed to be staring at one of the recumbent puppets. See, little wooden Kvothe? See him looking? So intent, so dedicated. He'll look for 100 years, but will he ever see what's in front of him? Puppet settled back in his seat, his eyes wandering the room in a contented way. Ilir means seer? Simon asked. Do the other ranks mean things too? As a student with full access to the archives, I imagine you can find that out for yourself, Puppet said. His attention focused on a puppet on the table in front of him. He lowered it to the floor carefully to avoid tangling its strings. It was a perfect miniature of a gray-robed Talon priest. Would you have any advice as to where he could start looking? I asked, playing a hunch. Renfalcu's dictum. Under Puppet's direction, the Talon puppet raised himself from the floor and moved each of his limbs as if he were stretching after a long sleep. I'm not familiar with that one. Puppet responded in a distracted voice. It's on the 2nd floor in the southeast corner, 2nd row, 2nd rack, 3rd shelf, right-hand side, red leather binding. The miniature Talon priest walked slowly around Puppet's feet. Clutched tightly in one hand was a tiny replica of the Book of the Path, perfectly fashioned, right down to the tiny spoked wheel painted on the cover. The 3 of us watched Puppet pull the strings of the little priest, making it walk back and forth before finally coming to sit on one of Puppet's stocking-clad feet. Willem cleared his throat respectfully. Puppet? Yes? Puppet replied without looking up from his feet. You have a question? Or rather, Kvothe has a question, and you're thinking of asking it for him. He's sitting slightly forward in his seat. There's a furrow between his brows, and a pursing of the lips that gives it away. Let him ask me. It might do him good. I froze in place, catching myself doing each of the things he had mentioned. Puppet continued to work the strings of his little Talon. It made a careful, fearful search of the area around his feet, brandishing the book in front of itself before stepping around table legs and peering into Puppet's abandoned shoes. Its movements were uncanny, and it distracted me to the point where I forgot I was uncomfortable and felt myself relax. I was wondering about the Emir, actually. My eyes remained on the scene unfolding at Puppet's feet. Another marionette had joined the show, a young girl in a peasant dress. She approached the Talon and held out a hand as if trying to give him something. No, she was asking him a question. The Talon turned his back on her. She laid a timid hand on his arm. He took a haughty step away. I was wondering who disbanded them, Emperor Nalto or the Church? Still looking, he admonished more gently than before. You need to go chase the wind for a while. You're too serious. It will lead you into trouble. The Talon suddenly turned on the girl. Trembling with rage, it menaced her with the book. She took a startled step backward and stumbled to her knees. The Church disbanded them, of course. Only an edict from the Pontifex had the ability to affect them. The Talon struck the girl with the book, once, twice, driving her to the ground where she lay terribly still. Nalto couldn't have told them to cross to the other side of the street. Some slight motion drew Puppet's eye. Oh, dear me, he said, cocking his head toward Willem. See what I see. The head bows slightly, the jaw clenches, but the eyes aren't fixed on anything, aiming the irritation inward. If I were the sort of person who judged by looking, I'd guess Willem had just lost a bet. Don't you know the Church frowns on gambling? At Puppet's feet, the priest brandished the book upward at Willem. The Talon brought its hands together and turned away from the crumpled woman. It took a stately step or two away and bowed its head as if praying. I managed to pull my attention away from the tableau and look up at our host. Puppet, I asked, have you read The Lights of History by Faltemi Rice? I saw Simon give Willem an anxious look, but Puppet didn't seem to find anything odd about the question. The Talon at his feet stood and started to dance and caper about. Yes. Why would Rice say the Apura Prolicia Emir was Emperor Nalto's 63rd decree? Rice wouldn't say any such thing, Puppet said without looking up from the marionette at his feet. That's pure nonsense. But we found a copy of Lights that said exactly that, I pointed out. Puppet shrugged, watching the Talon dance at his feet. It could be a transcription mistake, Willem mused. Depending on the edition of the book, the Church itself might be responsible for changing that piece of information. Emperor Nalto is history's favorite whipping boy. It could be the Church trying to distance itself from the Emir. They did some terrible things toward the end. Clever, clever, Puppet said. At his feet, the Talon made a sweeping bow in Willem's direction. I was struck by a sudden idea. Puppet, I asked, do you know what is behind the locked door on the floor above this one, the large stone door? The Talon stopped dancing, and Puppet looked up. He gave me a long, stern look. His eyes were serious and clear. I don't think the 4-plate door should be of any concern to a student. Do you? I felt myself flush. No, sir. I looked away from his eyes. The tension of the moment was broken by the distant sound of the belling tower. Simon cursed softly. I'm late, he said. I'm sorry, Puppet. I've got to go. Puppet stood and hung the Talon on the wall. It's time I got back to my reading, regardless, he said. He moved to the padded chair, sat, and opened a book. Bring this one back sometime. He gestured in my direction without looking up from his book. I have some more work to do on him. Chapter 41. The Greater Good. I looked up at Simon and whispered, Ivari enim yuge. Sim gave a despairing sigh. You are supposed to be studying your physiognomy. It had been a full span since we had set fire to Ambrose's rooms, and winter was finally showing its teeth, covering the university with knee-deep drifts of blowing snow. As was always the case when the weather turned inclement, the archives were full to the brim with industrious students. Since all the reading holes were occupied, Simon and I had been forced to bring our books to tomes. The high-ceilinged, windowless room was more than half full today, but still quiet as a crypt. All the dark stone and muted whispers made the place slightly eerie, making it obvious why students referred to it as tombs. I am studying my physiognomy, I protested softly. I was looking at some of Gibeah's diagrams. Look what I found. I held out a book for him to see. Gibeah, Simon whispered, horrified. I swear the only reason you study with me is so you can interrupt. He pulled away from the book I was offering him. It's nothing grotesque, I protested. Just look at what it says here. Simon shoved the book away, and my temper flared. Careful, I hissed. This is one of his originals. I found it behind some other books buried in dead ledgers. Lauren will cut off my thumbs if anything happens to it. Sim recoiled from the book as if it were red hot. An original? Merciful Taylor, it's probably written on human skin. Get it away from me. I almost joked about how human skin probably wouldn't take ink, but decided against it when I saw the expression on Sim's face. Still, my expression must have given me away. You're perverse, he spat, his voice almost rising to unacceptable levels. God's mother! Don't you know he cut apart living men to watch their organs work? I refuse to look at anything that monster was responsible for. I set the book down. You might as well give up studying medicine then, I said as gently as possible. Gibeah's research on the human body was the most thorough ever done. His journals are the backbone of modern physics. Simon's face stayed hard, and he leaned forward so he could speak softly and still be heard. When the Emir moved against the Duke, they found the bones of 20,000 people. Great pits of bones and ashes. Women and children. 20,000! Simon sputtered a bit before he could continue. And those are just the ones they found. I let him calm himself a bit before I said, Gibeah wrote 23 volumes concerning the machinery of the body. I pointed out as gently as I could. When the Emir moved against him, part of his estate burned, 4 of those volumes, and all his notes were lost. Ask Master Arwyll what he would give to have those volumes whole again. Simon brought his hand down hard on the tabletop, causing several students to look in our direction. Damn it, he hissed. I grew up 30 miles from Gibeah. From my father's hills, you can see the ruins on a cloudless day. That stilled me. If Sim's family lands were that close, his ancestors must have been fealty-bound to Gibeah. That meant they might have been forced to help him gather subjects for his experiments. Some of his family might have ended up in the pits of bone and ash themselves. I waited a long while before I whispered again. I didn't know. He regained most of his composure. We don't talk about it, he said stiffly, brushing the hair out of his eyes. We bent to our studies, and it was an hour before Simon spoke again. What did you find? He asked too casually, as if not wanting to admit his curiosity. Here, on the inner leaf, I whispered excitedly. I opened the cover and Sim's face twisted unconsciously as he looked down at the page, as if the book smelled of death. Spilled it all over, I heard a voice as a pair of older students strolled into the hall. By their rich clothes, I could tell they were both nobility, and while they weren't shouting, they weren't making any effort to be quiet either. Anisat made him clear up the mess before he let him wash off. He'll smell like urea for a span of days. What's here to see? Simon asked, looking down at the page. It's just his name and the dates. Not the middle. Look up at the top, around the edges of the page. I pointed at the decorative scrollwork. Right there. I'd wager a drab the little pug poisons himself before the term's through, the other one said. Were we ever that stupid? I still don't see anything, Simon said softly, making a baffled gesture with both his elbows on the table. It's pretty enough if you like that sort of thing, but I've never been a great fan of illuminated text. We could head to the Twopenny. The conversation continued several tables away, drawing annoyed looks from surrounding students. They've got a girl there who plays the pipes. I swear you've never seen anything like her before, and Linton says if you've got a bit of silver, she... His voice dropped conspiratorially. She what? I asked, butting into their conversation as rudely as possible. I didn't need to shout. In the tomes, a normal speaking voice carries the whole room. I'm afraid I didn't quite catch that last bit. The two of them gave me affronted looks, but didn't reply. What are you doing? Sim hissed at me, embarrassed. I'm trying to shut them up, I said. Just ignore them, he said. Here, I'm looking at your damn book. Show me what you want me to see. Gibeah sketched all his own journals, I said. This is his original, so it makes sense that he did his own scroll work too, right? Sim nodded and brushed his hair back from his eyes. What do you see there? I slowly pointed from one piece of scroll work to another. Do you see it? Sim shook his head. I pointed again, more precisely. There, I said. And there in the corner. His eyes widened. Letters! I, V. He paused to puzzle them out. Ivari enemuge. That's what you were rambling about. He pushed the book away. So what's the point, aside from the fact that he was nearly illiterate in Temic? It's not Temic, I pointed out. It's Tima, an archaic usage. What is it even supposed to say? He looked up from his book, his brow creasing. Toward great good? I shook my head. For greater good, I corrected. Sound familiar? I don't know how long she'll be there, one of the loud pair continued. If you miss her, you'll regret it. I told you, I can't tonight. Maybe on Felling. I'll be free on Felling. You should go before then, I told him. The two pennies crowded Felling night. They gave me irritated looks. Mind your own business, slipstick, the taller one said. That got my back up even more. I'm sorry, weren't you talking to me? Did it look like I was talking to you? He said scathingly. It sounded like it, I said. If I can hear you 3 tables away, you must want me to be part of your conversation. I cleared my throat. The only alternative is that you're too thick to keep your voice down in the tomes. His face flushed red, and he probably would have replied, but his friend said something in his ear, and they both gathered their books and left. There was a quiet scattering of applause as the door closed behind them. I gave my audience a smile and a wave. The Scrivs would have taken care of that, Sim reproached softly as we leaned back over the table to talk. The Scrivs weren't taking care of it, I pointed out. Besides, it's quiet again, and that's what matters. Now, what does for greater good remind you of? The Amir, of course, he said. It's always the Amir with you lately. What's your point? The point, I whispered excitedly, is that Gibeah was a secret member of the Order Amir. Sim gave me a skeptical look. That's a bit of a stretch, but I suppose it fits. That was about 50 years before they were denounced by the church. They were pretty corrupt by then. I wanted to point out that Gibeah wasn't necessarily corrupt. He was pursuing the Amir's purpose, the greater good. While his experiments had been horrifying, his work advanced medicine in ways it was almost impossible to comprehend. His work had probably saved 10 times that many lives in the hundreds of years since. However, I doubted Sim would appreciate my point. Corrupt or not, he was a secret member of the Amir. Why else would he hide their credo in the front cover of his journal? Simon shrugged. Fine, he was one of the Amir. What does that have to do with the price of butter? I threw up my hands in frustration and struggled to keep my voice low. That means the Order had secret members before the Church denounced them. That means when the Pontifex disbanded them, the Amir had hidden allies. Allies that could keep them safe. That means the Amir could still exist today, in secret, pursuing their work in subtle ways. I noticed a change in Simon's face. At first, I thought he was about to agree with me. Then I felt a prickle on the back of my neck and realized the truth. Hello, Master Lauren, I greeted him respectfully, without turning around. Speaking with students at other tables is not permitted, he said from behind me. You are suspended for 5 days. I nodded, and the two of us came to our feet and gathered up our things. Expressionless, Master Lauren reached out a long hand toward me. I handed Gibeah's journal over without comment, and a minute later, we were blinking in the chill winter sunlight outside the archive's doors. I pulled my cloak around me and stomped the snow off my feet. Suspended, Simmons said. That was clever. I shrugged, more embarrassed than I cared to admit. I hoped one of the other students would explain I was actually trying to keep things quiet rather than the other way around. I was just trying to do the right thing. Simon laughed as we began to walk slowly in the direction of anchors. He kicked playfully at a small drift of snow. The world needs people like you, Simon said, in the tone of voice that let me know he was turning philosophical. You get things done. Not always the best way or the most sensible way, but it gets done nonetheless. You're a rare creature. How do you mean? I asked, my curiosity piqued. Sim shrugged. Like today, something bothers you, someone offends you, and suddenly you're off. He made a quick motion with a flat hand. You know exactly what to do. You never hesitate, you just see and react. He was thoughtful for a moment. I imagine that's the way the Emir used to be. Small wonder folk were frightened of them. I'm not always so terribly sure of myself, I admitted. Simmons smiled. I find that strangely reassuring. Chapter 42. Penance. Since studying wasn't an option, and winter was covering everything in drifts of blowing snow, I decided this was the perfect time to catch up on a few things I'd been letting fall by the wayside. I tried to pay Ari a visit, but ice covered the rooftops, and the courtyard where we usually met was full of drifted snow. I was glad I didn't see any footprints, as I didn't think Ari owned shoes, let alone a coat or hat. I would have gone searching for her in the underthing, but the iron grate in the courtyard was locked and iced over. I worked a few double shifts in the Medica and played an extra night at Anchors as an apology for the evening when I'd had to leave early. I worked long hours in the fishery, calculating, running tests, and casting alloys for my project. I also made a point of catching up on a month of lost sleep. But there is only so much sleeping one person can do, and by the 4th day of my suspension, I'd run out of excuses. As much as I didn't want to, I needed to talk to Davy. By the time I made up my mind to go, the weather had warmed just enough so that the falling snow had turned to sheets of freezing sleet. It was a miserable walk to Imre. I didn't have hat or gloves, and the wind-driven sleet soaked my cloak within 5 minutes. In 10 minutes, I was wet through to the skin and wishing I'd waited or spent the money on a carriage. The sleet had melted the snow on the road, and the damp slush was inches thick. I stopped by the Aeolian to warm myself a bit before heading to Davy's, but the building was locked and lightless for the first time I'd ever seen. Small wonder. What noble would come out in this weather? What musician would expose their instrument to the freezing damp? So, I slogged my way through the deserted streets, eventually coming to the alley behind the butcher's shop. It was the first time I could remember the stairway not smelling of rancid fat. I knocked on Davy's door, alarmed by how numb my hand was. I could barely feel my knuckles hitting the door. I waited for a long moment, then knocked again, worried that she might not be in, and I'd come all this way for nothing. The door opened just a little. Warm lamplight and a single icy blue eye peered out through the crack. Then the door opened wide. "Tehlu's tits and teeth," Davy said. "What are you doing out in this?" I thought, "No, you didn't," she said disparagingly. "Get in here." I stepped inside, dripping, the hood of my cloak plastered to my head. She closed the door behind me, then locked and bolted it. Looking around, I noticed she'd added a second bookshelf, though it was still mostly bare. I shifted my weight, and a great mass of damp slush dislodged itself from my cloak and splattered wetly onto the floor. Davy gave me a long, dispassionate looking over. I could see a fire crackling in the grate on the other side of the room near her desk, but she made no indication that I should come any farther into the room, so I remained where I was, dripping and shivering. "You never do things the easy way, do you?" she said. "There's an easy way?" I asked. She didn't laugh. "If you think showing up here half-frozen and looking like a kicked dog is going to improve my disposition toward you, you're terribly—" She trailed off and looked at me thoughtfully for another long moment. "I'll be damned," she said, sounding surprised. "I actually do like seeing you like this. It's lifting my spirits to an almost irritating degree." "It wasn't really my intention," I said, "but I'll take it. Would it help if I caught a terrible cold?" Davy considered it. "It might," she admitted. "Penance does involve a certain amount of suffering." I nodded, not having to work to look miserable. I dug into my purse with clumsy fingers and brought out a small bronze coin I'd won off Sim playing low-stakes breath several nights ago. Davy took it. "A penance piece," she said, unimpressed. "Is this supposed to be symbolic?" I shrugged, causing more slush to spatter to the floor. "Somewhat," I said. "I thought of going to a money changer and settling my entire debt with you in penance coin." "What stopped you?" she asked. "I realized it would just irritate you," I said, "and I wasn't looking forward to paying the money changer's fee." I fought the urge to looking longingly at the fireplace. "I've spent a lot of time trying to think of some gesture that might make a suitable apology to you." "You decided it would be best to walk here during the worst weather of the year?" "I decided it would be best if we talked," I said. "The weather was just a happy accident." Davy scowled and turned toward the fireplace. "Come in, then." She walked over to a chest of drawers near her bed and brought out a thick blue cotton robe. She handed it to me and motioned to a closed door. "Go change out of your wet clothes. Wring them out in the basin, or they'll take forever to dry." I did as she said, then brought the clothes out and hung them on the pegs in front of the fire. It felt wonderful to stand so close to the fireplace. In the light of the fire, I could see that the skin under my fingernails was actually a little blue. As much as I wanted to linger and warm myself, I joined Davy at her desk. I noticed that the top of it had been sanded down and revarnished, though it still bore a coal-black ring where the poor boy had charred the wood. I felt rather vulnerable sitting there wearing nothing but the robe she'd given me, but there was nothing to be done about it. After our previous meeting, I fought to avoid looking at the charred ring on her desk. "You informed me that the full amount of my loan would be due at the end of the term. Are you willing to renegotiate that?" "Unlikely," Davy said crisply. "But rest assured that if you are unable to settle accounts in coin, I'm still in the market for certain pieces of information." She gave a sharp, hungry smile. I nodded. She still wanted access to the archives. "I was hoping you might be willing to reconsider, as you now know the whole story," I said. "Someone was performing malfeasance against me. I needed to know that my blood was safe." I gave her a questioning look. Davy shrugged without taking her elbows off the desk, her expression one of vast indifference. "What's more," I said, meeting her eye, "it is entirely possible that my irrational behavior might have been partially due to the lingering effect of an alchemical poison I was subjected to earlier this term." Davy's expression went stiff. What? She hadn't known then. That was something of a relief. "Ambrose arranged to have me dosed with the plumb bob about an hour before my admissions interview," I said. "And you sold him the formula." "You have a lot of gall." Davy's pixie face was outraged and indignant, but it wasn't convincing. She was off balance and trying too hard. "What I have," I said calmly, "is the lingering taste of plum and nutmeg in my mouth, and the occasional irrational desire to choke people for doing nothing more offensive than jostling me on the street." Her false outrage fell away. "You can't prove anything," she said. "I don't need to prove anything," I said. I have no desire to see you in trouble with the masters or up against the iron law. I looked at her. I just thought you might be interested in the fact that I was poisoned. Davy sat very still. She fought to maintain her composure, but guilt was creeping onto her expression. Was it bad? It was, I said quietly. Davy looked away and crossed her arms in front of her chest. I didn't know it was for Ambrose, she said. Some rich tosh came around, made a stunningly good offer. She looked back at me. Now that the chilly anger had left her, she looked surprisingly small. I'd never do business with Ambrose, she said, and I didn't know it was for you. I swear. You knew it was for someone, I said. There was a long moment of silence, broken only by the occasional crackling of the fire. Here's how I see it, I said. Recently, we've both done something rather foolish. Something we regret. I pulled the robe more closely around my shoulders. And while these two things certainly don't cancel each other out, it does seem to me that they establish some sort of equilibrium. I held out my hands like they were the balancing plates on a scale. Davy gave me a small, embarrassed smile. Perhaps I was hasty in demanding full repayment. I returned the smile and felt myself relax. How would you feel about sticking to the original terms of our loan? That seems fair. Davy held out her hand over the desk, and I shook it. The last of the tension in the room evaporated, and I felt a long-standing piece of worry unknot itself in my chest. Your hand is freezing, Davy said. Let's go sit by the fire. We relocated ourselves and sat quietly for several minutes. Gods below, Davy said with an explosive sigh. I was so angry with you. She shook her head. I don't know if I've ever been that angry with anyone in my whole life. I nodded. I didn't really believe you'd stoop to malfeasance, I said. I was so sure it couldn't be you, but everyone kept talking about how dangerous you were. Telling stories. Then when you wouldn't let me see my blood, I trailed off, shrugging. Are you really still getting after echoes from the plumb bob? She asked. Little flashes, I said, and I seem to be losing my temper more easily, but that might just be the stress. Simmons says I probably have unbound principles in my system, whatever that means. Davy scowled. I'm working with less than ideal equipment here, she said, gesturing to a closed door. And I'm sorry, but the fellow offered me a full set of the Vautium Tegnoste. She waved to the bookshelves. Normally, I'd never make something like that, but unexpurgated copies are just impossible to find. I turned to look at her, surprised. You made it for him? It's better than handing over the formula, Davy said defensively. Part of me felt like I should be angry, but the majority of me was simply happy that I was warm and dry with no threat of death hanging over me. I shrugged it off. Simmons says you can't factor worth half a damn, I said conversationally. Davy looked down at her hands. I'm not proud of selling it, she admitted. Then after a moment, she looked up again, grinning. But the Tegnoste has gorgeous illustrations. I laughed. Show me. Hours later, my clothes were dry and the sleet had changed to gentle snow. Stonebridge would be a solid sheet of ice, but other than that, the walk home would be much more pleasant. When I emerged from the washroom, I saw Davy was sitting back at her desk. I made my way over and handed her the robe. I won't impugn your honor by asking why you own a robe much longer and broader in the shoulder than anything a delicate young lady of your size could ever wear. Davy snorted indelicately and rolled her eyes. I sat down and tugged on my boots. They were delightfully warm from sitting near the fire. Then I brought out my purse and lay 3 heavy silver talents on the desk, pushing them toward her. Davy looked at them curiously. I've recently come into a little money, I said. Not enough to settle my whole debt, but I can pay this term's interest early. I waved a hand at the coins. a gesture of good faith. Davy smiled and pushed the coins back across the table. "You've still got 2 span before the end of the term," she said. "Like I said, let's stick to our original deal. I'd feel bad about taking your money early." Though I'd offered Davy the money as an honest peace offering, I was glad to keep my 3 talents for now. There is a vast difference between having some coin and no coin. There is a feeling of helplessness that comes from having an empty purse. It's like seed grain. At the end of a long winter, if you have some grain left, you can use it for seed. You have control over your life. You can use that grain and make plans for the future. But if you have no grain for seed in the spring, you are helpless. No amount of hard work or good intention will make crops grow if you don't have the seed to start with. So I bought clothes, 3 shirts, a new pair of pants, and thick woolen socks. I bought a hat and gloves and scarf to keep away the winter's chill. For Ari, I bought a pouch of sea salt, a sack of dried peas, 2 jars of peach preserves, and a pair of warm slippers. I bought a set of lute strings, ink, and a 6 sheets of paper. I also bought a sturdy brass drop bar and screwed it to the window frame in my tiny garret room. I could circumvent it fairly easily, but it would keep my few possessions safe from even the most well-intentioned thieves. Chapter 43. Without Word or Warning. I stared out the front window of Anchor's, looking at the falling snow and idly turning Denna's ring over in my fingers. Winter lay heavy over the university, and Denna had been gone for more than a month. I had 3 hours before class with Elodin, and I was trying to decide if the slim chance of finding Denna was worth the long, cold walk to Imre. As I stood at the window, a Sealdish man came through the door, stomping the powdery snow from his boots and looking around curiously. It was still early in the day, and I was the only person in the common room. He walked over to me, snowflakes melting in his beard until they were bright beads of water. "Sorry to bother you. I'm looking for a fellow," he said, surprising me with his utter lack of anything resembling a Sealdish accent. He reached inside his long coat and pulled out a thick envelope with a blood-red seal. "Kvothe," he read slowly, then turned the envelope toward me so I could see the front. "Kvothe, Anchor's Inn, University, 2 miles west of Imre. Bellany Baron, Central Commonwealth." It was Denna's handwriting. "It's Kvothe, actually," I said absent-mindedly. "The E is silent." He shrugged. "You him?" "I am," I said. He nodded, satisfied. "Well, I got this down in Tarbean about a span back. Bought it off of a fellow for a hard penny. He said he bought it off of a sailor in Junpui for a vintage silver bit. He couldn't remember the name of the town where the sailor had got it from, but it was inland a ways." The man met my eye. "I'm telling you this so you don't think I'm trying to shim you on the deal. I paid a full hard penny, then came over myself from Imre, though it was out of my way." He looked around the common room. "Though I'm guessing a fellow with a fine inn such as this won't quibble about giving a fellow his due." I laughed. "This isn't my inn," I said. "I just have a room here." "Oh," he said, obviously a little disappointed. "You looked kinda proprietorial standing there. Still, I'm sure you see I need to make my money off this." "I do," I said. "How much do you think is fair?" He looked me up and down, eyeing my clothes. "I suppose I'd be happy making my hard penny back and a soft penny besides." I brought out my purse and fished around in it. Luckily, I'd been playing cards a few nights before and had some Aturan currency. "Seems fair," I said as I handed over the money. He started to go, then turned back. "Out of curiosity," he asked, "would you have paid 2 hard pennies to get it?" "Probably," I admitted. "Kissed," he swore, then headed back outside, the door banging behind him. The envelope was heavy parchment, wrinkled and smudged with much handling. The seal showed a stag rampant standing before a barrel and a harp. I pressed it hard between my fingers, shattering it as I sat down. The letter read, Kvothe, I'm sorry to leave Imre without word or warning. I sent you a message the night of my departure, but I expect you never received it. I have gone abroad looking for greener pasture and better opportunity. I am fond of Imre and enjoy the pleasure of your occasional, though sporadic, company, but it is an expensive city in which to live, and my prospects have grown slender of late. Yill is lovely, all rolling hills. I find the weather quite to my liking. It is warmer, and the air smells of the sea. It seems I might pass an entire winter without being brought to bed by my lungs, my first in years. I have spent some time in the small kingdoms, and saw a skirmish between two bands of mounted men. Such a crashing and screaming of horses you have never heard. I have spent some time afloat as well, and learned all manner of sailors' knots and how to spit properly. Also, my cussing has been greatly broadened. If you ask politely when we next meet, I may demonstrate my newfound skills. I have seen my first Adem mercenary. They call them bloodshirts here. She is hardly bigger than me, with quite the most remarkable gray eyes. She is pretty but strange and quiet, endlessly twitching. I have not seen her fight, and I am not sure I wish to, though I am curious. I am still enamored of the harp, and I am currently housing with a skilled gentleman, whom I shall not name, for the furtherance of my study in this. I have drunk some wine while writing this letter. I mention this to excuse my above spelling of the word furtherance. Furtherance. Kissed. You know what I mean. I apologize for not writing sooner, but I have been a great deal traveling, and not until now have I had means to write a letter. Now that I have done, I expect it might be a while longer before I find a traveler I trust to start this missive on its long road back to you. I think of you often and fondly. Yours, D. Postscript. I hope your loot case is serving you well. Elodin's class began strangely that day. For one, Elodin was actually on time. This caught us unprepared, as the 6 remaining students had taken to spending the first 20 or 30 minutes of the class gossiping, playing cards, and griping about how little we were learning. We didn't even notice Master Namer until he was halfway down the steps of the lecture hall, clapping his hands to get our attention. The second odd thing was that Elodin was dressed in his formal robes. I'd seen him wear them before when occasion demanded, but always grudgingly. Even during admissions interviews, they were usually rumpled and unkempt. Today, he wore them as if he meant it. They looked sharp and freshly laundered. His hair wasn't in its normal state of dishevel either. It looked like it had been trimmed and combed. Reaching the front of the lecture hall, he climbed onto the dais and moved to stand behind the lectern. This, more than anything, made everyone sit up and take notice. Elodin never used the lectern. Long ago, he said without any preamble, this was a place where people came to learn secret things. Men and women came to the university to study the shape of the world. Elodin looked out at us. In this ancient university, there was no skill more sought after than naming. All else was base metal. Namers walked these streets like tiny gods. They did terrible, wonderful things, and all others envied them. Only through skill in naming did students move through the ranks. An alchemist without any skill in naming was regarded as a sad thing, no more respected than a cook. Sympathy was invented here, but a sympathist without any naming might as well be a carriage driver. An artificer with no names behind his work was little more than a cobbler or a smith. They all came to learn the names of things, Elodin said, his dark eyes intense, his voice resonant and stirring. But naming cannot be taught by rule or rote. Teaching someone to be a namer is like teaching someone to fall in love. It is hopeless. It cannot be done. Master Namer smiled a bit then, for the first time looking like his familiar self. Still, students tried to learn, and teachers tried to teach, and sometimes they succeeded. Elodin pointed. "Fella!" He motioned for her to approach. "Come." Fella stood, looking nervous as she climbed up to join him on the lecturer's dais. "You have all chosen the name you hope to learn," Elodin said, his eyes sweeping over us. "And you have all pursued your studies with varying degrees of dedication and success." I fought the urge to look away shamefacedly, knowing that my efforts had been half-hearted at best. "Where you have failed, Fella has succeeded," Elodin said. "She has found the name of stone." He turned sideways to look at her. "How many times?"
8 times,
she said, looking down, her hands twisting nervously in front of her. There was a murmur of genuine awe from all of us. She had never mentioned this in our frequent griping sessions. Elodin nodded, as if approving of our reaction. "When naming was still taught, we namers wore our prowess proudly. A student who gained mastery over a name would wear a ring as declaration of their skill." Elodin stretched out a hand in front of Fella and opened it, revealing a river stone, smooth and dark. "And this is what Fella will do now, as proof of her ability." Startled, Fella looked at Elodin. Her eyes flickered back and forth between him and the stone, her face growing stricken and pale. Elodin gave her a reassuring smile. "Come now," he said gently. "You know in your secret heart you are capable of this, and more." Fella bit her lips and took hold of the stone. It seemed bigger in her hands than it had in his. She closed her eyes for a moment and drew a long, deep breath. She let it out slowly, lifted the stone, and opened her eyes so it was the first thing she would see. Fella stared at the stone, and there was a long moment's silence. The tension in the room built until it was tight as a harp string. The air vibrated with it. A long minute passed. 2 long minutes. 3 terribly long minutes. Elodin sighed gustily, breaking the tension. "No, no, no," he said, snapping his fingers near her face to get her attention. He pressed a hand over her eyes like a blindfold. "You're looking at it. Don't look at it. Look at it." He pulled his hand away. Fella lifted the stone and opened her eyes. At the same moment, Elodin gave her a sharp slap on the back of the head with the flat of his hand. She turned to him, her expression outraged, but Elodin merely pointed at the stone she still held in her hand. "Look!" he said excitedly. Fella's eyes went to the stone, and she smiled, as if seeing an old friend. She covered it with a hand and brought it close to her mouth. Her lips moved. There was a sudden, sharp cracking sound, as if a speck of water had been dropped into a pan of hot grease. There followed dozens more, so sharp and quick they sounded like an old man popping his knuckles, or a storm of hailstones hitting a hard slate roof. Fella opened her hand and a scattering of sand and gravel spilled out. With 2 fingers, she reached into the jumble of loose stone and pulled out a ring of sheer black stone. It was round as a cup and smooth as polished glass. Elodin laughed in triumph before sweeping Fella into an enthusiastic hug. Fella threw her arms around him wildly in return. They took several quick steps together that were half stagger, half dance. Still grinning, Elodin held out his hand. Fella gave him the ring, and he looked it over carefully before nodding. "Fella," he said seriously, "I hereby promote you to the rank of Relar." He held up the ring. "Your hand." Almost shyly, Fella held out her hand, but Elodin shook his head. "Left hand," he said firmly. "The right means something else entirely. None of you are anywhere near ready for that." Fella held out her other hand, and Elodin slid the ring of stone easily onto her finger. The rest of the class broke into applause, rushing close to get a look at what she had done. Fella gave a radiant smile and held out her hand for all of us to see. The ring wasn't smooth as I'd first thought. It was covered in 1,000 tiny flat facets. They circled each other in a subtle swirling pattern unlike anything I'd ever seen before. Chapter 44. The Catch. Despite the trouble with Ambrose, my obsession with the archives, and my countless fruitless trips to Imre hunting Denna, I managed to finish my project in the fishery. I would have liked another span of days to run a few more tests and tinker with it, but I was simply out of time. The admissions lottery was coming up soon, and my tuition would be due not long after. Before I could put my project up for sale, I needed Kvothe to approve my design. So it was with no small amount of trepidation that I knocked on the door of Kvothe's office. The master artificer was hunched over his personal work table, carefully removing the screws from the bronze casing of a compression pump. He didn't look up as he spoke.
Yes, Relar Kvothe?
I'm finished, Master Kvothe, I said simply. He looked up at me, blinking.
Are you now?
Yes, I was hoping to make an appointment so I might demonstrate it to you. Kvothe set the screws in a tray and brushed his hands together.
For this, I am available now.
I nodded and led the way through the busy workshop, past stocks, to the private workroom Kvothe had assigned me. I brought out the key and unlocked the heavy timber door. It was large as workrooms go, with its own fire well, anvil, fume hood, drench, and other assorted staples of the artificing trade. I'd pushed the work table aside to leave half of the room empty except for several thick bales of straw stacked against the wall. Hanging from the ceiling in front of the bales was a crude scarecrow. I dressed it in my burned shirt and a pair of sackcloth pants. Part of me wished I'd run a few more tests in the time it had taken to sew the pants and stuff the straw man. But at the end of the day, I am a trooper first and all else second. As such, I couldn't ignore the chance for a little showmanship. I closed the door behind us while Kvothe looked around the room curiously. Deciding to let my work speak for itself, I brought out the crossbow and handed it to him. The huge master's expression went dark.
Relar Kvothe,
he said, his voice heavy with disapproval.
Tell me you have not squandered the labor of your hands on the improvement of such a beastly thing.
Trust me, Master Kvothe, I said, holding it out to him. He gave me a long look, then took the crossbow and began to examine it with the meticulous care of a man who spent every day working with deadly equipment. He fingered the tightly woven string and eyed the curved metal arm of the bow. After several long minutes, he nodded, put one foot through the stirrup, and cocked it without any noticeable effort. Idly, I wondered how strong Kvothe was. My shoulders ached, and my hands were blistered from struggling with the unwieldy thing over the last several days. I handed him the heavy bolt, and he examined it as well. I could see him looking increasingly perplexed. I knew why. The bow didn't have any obvious modifications or sigildry. Neither did the bolt. Kvothe slotted the bolt into the crossbow and raised an eyebrow at me. I made an expansive gesture to the straw man, trying to look more confident than I felt. My hands were sweating, and my stomach was full of doves. Tests were fine and good. Tests were important. Tests were like rehearsal. But all that really matters is what happens when the audience is watching. This is a truth all troopers know. Kvothe shrugged and raised the crossbow. It looked small braced against his broad shoulder, and he took a moment to carefully sight along the top of it. I was surprised to see him calmly draw half a breath, then exhale slowly as he pulled the trigger. The crossbow jerked, the string twanged, the bolt blurred. There was a harsh metallic clank, and the bolt stopped mid-air as if it had struck an invisible wall. It clattered to the stone floor in the middle of the room, 15 feet away from the straw man. Unable to help myself, I laughed and threw my arms triumphantly into the air. Kvothe raised his eyebrows and looked at me. I grinned a manic grin. The master retrieved the bolt from the floor and examined it again. Then he recocked the crossbow, sighted, and pulled the trigger. Clank! The bolt dropped to the floor a second time, skittering slightly to one side. This time, Kvothe spotted the source of the noise. Hanging from the ceiling in the far corner of the room was a metal object the size of a large lantern. It was rocking back and forth and spinning slightly, as if someone had just struck it a glancing blow. I took it off its hook and brought it back to where Master Kilvin waited at the work table.
"What is this thing, Kvothe?" he said curiously.
I set it down on the table with a heavy clunk. "In general terms, Master Kilvin, it's an automatically triggered kinetic opposition device." I beamed proudly. "More specifically, it stops arrows." Kilvin bent to look at it, but there was nothing to see except for featureless plates of dark iron. My creation looked like nothing so much as a large 8-sided lantern made entirely of metal.
"And what do you call it?"
That was the one part of my invention I hadn't managed to finish. I'd thought of 100 names, but none of them seemed to fit. Arrowtrap was pedestrian. The Traveler's Friend was prosaic. Banditbane was ridiculously melodramatic. I could never have looked Kilvin in the eye again if I'd tried to call it that. "I'm having some trouble with the name," I admitted. "But for now I'm calling it an arrow catch."
Kilvin grunted. "It does not catch the arrow, precisely."
"I know," I said, exasperated. "But it was either that or call it a clank." Kilvin looked at me sideways, his eyes smiling a little.
"One would think a student of Ilodin's would prove more facile with his naming, Kvothe."
"Delavari had it easy, Master Kilvin," I said. "He just made a better axle and stuck his name on it. I can't very well call this the Kvothe." Kilvin chuckled.
"True."
He turned back to the arrow catch, eyeing it curiously.
"How does it work?"
I grinned and brought out a large roll of paper covered in diagrams, complicated sigildry, metallurgical symbols, and painstaking formulae for kinetic conversion. "There are 2 main parts," I said. "The first is the sigildry that automatically forms a sympathetic link with any thin, fast-moving piece of metal within 20 feet. I don't mind telling you that took me a long couple of days to figure out." I tapped the appropriate runes on the piece of paper. At first, I thought that might be enough by itself. I hoped if I bound an incoming arrowhead to a stationary piece of iron, it would absorb the arrow's momentum and make it harmless. Kilvin shook his head.
"It has been tried before."
"I should have realized before I even tried," I said. "At best, it only absorbs 1/3 of the arrow's momentum, and anyone 2/3 arrow shot is still going to be in a bad way." I gestured to a different diagram. What I really needed was something that could push back against the arrow, and it had to push very fast and very hard. I ended up using the spring steel from a bear trap, modified, of course. I picked up a spare arrowhead from the work table and pretended it was moving toward the arrow catch. First, the arrow comes close and establishes the binding. Second, the incoming arrow's momentum sets off the trigger, just like stepping on a trap. I snapped my fingers sharply. Then the spring's stored energy pushes back at the arrow, stopping it or even knocking it backward. Kilvin was nodding along.
"If it needs to be reset after each use, how did it stop my second bolt?"
I pointed to the central diagram. "This wouldn't be of much use if it only stopped one arrow," I said, "or if it only stopped arrows coming from one direction. I designed it to have 8 springs in a circle. It should be able to stop arrows from several directions at once." I shrugged apologetically. "In theory. I haven't been able to test that." Kilvin looked back at the straw man.
"Both of my shots came from the same direction," he said. "How was the second one stopped if that spring had already been triggered?"
I picked up the arrow catch by the ring I'd set into the top and showed how it could rotate freely. "It hangs on a pivot ring," I said. The shock of the first arrow set it spinning slightly, which brought a new spring into alignment. Even if it hadn't, the energy of the incoming arrow tends to swing it around to the nearest untriggered spring, like a weather vane points into the wind. I hadn't actually planned the last. It had been a lucky accident, but I didn't see any reason to tell Kilvin that. I touched the red dots visible on 2 of the 8 iron faces of the arrow catch. These show which springs have been triggered. Kilvin took it from me and turned it in his hands.
How do you reset the springs?
I slid a metal device out from under the work table, little more than a piece of iron with a long lever attached. Then, I showed Kilvin the 8-sided hole in the bottom of the arrow catch. I fit the arrow catch onto the device and pressed down on the lever with my foot until I heard a sharp click. Then I rotated the arrow catch and repeated the process. Kilvin bent to pick it up and turned it over in his huge hands.
Heavy,
he commented. It needed to be sturdy, I said. A crossbow bolt can punch through a 2-inch oak plank. I needed the spring to snap back with at least 3 times that much force to stop the arrow. Kilvin shook the arrow catch idly, holding it to the side of his head. It didn't make any noise.
And what if the arrowheads are not made of metal? He asked. These Sambi raiders are said to use arrows of flint or obsidian.
I looked down at my hands and sighed. Well, I said slowly, if the arrowheads aren't some sort of iron, the arrow catch wouldn't trigger when they came within 20 feet. Kilvin gave a non-committal grunt and set the arrow catch back down on the table with a thump. But, I said brightly, when it came within 15 feet, any piece of sharp stone or glass would trigger a different set of bindings. I tapped my schema. I was proud of it, as I'd also had the foresight to inscribe the inset pieces of obsidian with the sigildry for twice tough glass. That way, they wouldn't shatter under the impact. Kilvin glanced at the schema, then grinned proudly and chuckled deep in his chest.
Good, good. What if the arrow has a head of bone or ivory?
The runes for bone aren't trusted to a lowly relar like myself, I said.
And if they were?
Kilvin asked. Then I still wouldn't use them, I said, lest some child doing a cartwheel trigger the arrow catch with a thin, quickly moving piece of their skull. Kilvin nodded his approval.
I was thinking of a galloping horse, he said, but you show your wisdom in this. You show you have the careful mind of an artificer.
I turned back to the schema and pointed. That said, Master Kilvin, at 10 feet, a fast-moving cylindrical piece of wood will trigger the arrow catch. I sighed. It's not a good link, but it's enough to stop the arrow, or at least deflect it. Kilvin bent to examine the schema more closely, his eyes wandering the crowded page for a long couple of minutes.
All iron? He asked.
Closer to steel, Master Kilvin. I worried iron would be too brittle in the long term.
And each of these 18 bindings are inscribed on each of the springs? He asked, gesturing.
I nodded.
That is a great duplication of effort, Kilvin said, his tone more conversational than accusatory. Some might say such a thing is overbuilt.
I care very little what other people think, Master Kilvin, I said. Only what you think. He grunted, then looked up from the paper and turned to face me.
I have 4 questions.
I nodded expectantly.
First, of all things, why make this? He asked.
No one should ever die from ambush on the road, I said firmly. Kilvin waited, but I had nothing more to say on the matter. After a moment, he shrugged and gestured to the other side of the room.
Second, where did you get the...
His brow furrowed slightly.
Tevetbem, the flat bow.
My stomach clenched at the question. I'd held the vain hope that Kilvin, being Sealdish, wouldn't know such things were illegal here in the Commonwealth. Barring that, I'd hoped he simply wouldn't ask. I procured it, Master Kilvin, I said evasively. I needed it to test the arrow catch.
Why not use a simple hunter's bow? Kilvin said sternly, and thereby avoid the need of illegal procurement.
It would be too weak, Master Kilvin. I needed to be sure my design would stop any arrow, and a crossbow fires a bolt harder than any other.
A Modegan longbow is equal of a flat bow, Kilvin said.
But the use of one is beyond my skill, I said, and the purchase of a Modegan bow is far beyond my means. Kilvin let out a deep sigh.
Before, when you made your thief's lamp, you made a bad thing in a good way. That I do not like.
He looked down at the schema.
This time you have made a good thing in a bad way. That is better, but not entirely. Best is to make a good thing in a good way. Agreed?
I nodded. He lay one massive hand on the crossbow.
Did anyone see you with it?
I shook my head.
Then we will say it is mine, and you procured it under my advisement. It will join the equipment in stocks.
He gave me a hard look.
And in the future, you will come to me if you need such things.
That stung a bit, as I'd been planning on selling it back to Sleet. Still, it could have been worse. The last thing I wanted was to run afoul of the iron law.
Third, I see no mention of gold wire or silver in your schema, he said, nor can I imagine any use they could be put to in such a device as yours. Explain why you have checked these materials out of stocks.
I was suddenly pointedly aware of the cool metal of my gram against the inside of my arm. Its inlay was gold, but I could hardly tell him that. I was short on money, Master Kilvin, and I needed materials I couldn't get in stocks.
Such as your flat bow.
I nodded. And the straw, and the bear traps.
Wrong follows wrong,
Kilvin said disapprovingly.
The stocks are not a money-lender's stall and should not be used as such. I am rescinding your precious metals authorization.
I bowed my head, hoping I looked appropriately chastised.
You will also work 20 hours in stocks as your punishment. If anyone asks, you will tell them what you did, and explain that as a punishment you are forced to repay the value of the metals, plus an additional 20%. If you use stocks as a money-lender, you will be charged interest like a money-lender.
I winced at that. Yes, Master Kilvin.
Last,
Kilvin said, turning to lay one huge hand on the arrow catch.
What do you imagine such a thing would sell for, Kvothe?
My heart rose in my chest. Does that mean you approve it for sale, Master Kilvin? The great bear-like artificer gave me a puzzled look.
Of course I approve it, Kvothe. It is a wondrous thing. It is an improvement to the world. Every time a person sees such a thing, they will see how artificery is used to keep men safe. They will think well of all artificers for the making of such a thing.
He looked down at the arrow catch, frowning thoughtfully.
But if we are going to sell it, it must have a price. What do you suggest?
I'd been wondering on this question for 6 span. The simple truth was, I hoped it would bring me enough money to pay for my tuition and my interest on Davy's loan, enough to keep me in the university for one more term. I honestly don't know, Master Kilvin, I said. How much would you pay to avoid having a long yard of ash arrow shot through your lung? He chuckled.
My lung is quite valuable, he said. But let us think in other terms. Materials come to, he glanced at the schema, roughly 9 jots. Am I correct?
Uncannily correct. I nodded.
How many hours did it take you to make?
About 100, I said. Maybe 120. But a lot of that was experimentation and testing. I could probably make another in 50 or 60 hours. Less if moldings are made. Kilvin nodded.
I suggest 25 talents. Does that seem reasonable to you?
The sum took my breath away. Even after I repaid stocks for materials and the workshop took its 40% commission, it was 6 times more than I'd earn working on deck lamps, an almost ridiculous amount of money. I began to agree enthusiastically, then a thought occurred to me. Though it pained me, I slowly shook my head. Honestly, Master Kilvin, I'd prefer to sell them more cheaply than that. He raised an eyebrow.
They will pay it, he reassured me. I have seen people pay more for less useful things.
I shrugged. 25 talents is a lot of money, I said. Safety and peace of mind shouldn't only be available to those with heavy purses. I think 8 would be a great plenty. Kilvin looked at me for a long moment, then nodded.
As you say, 8 talents.
He ran his hand over the top of the arrow catch, almost petting it.
However, as this is the first and only one in existence, I will pay you 25 for it. It will go in my personal collection.
He cocked his head at me.
Linsatva?
Lin, I said gratefully, feeling a great weight of anxiety lifting off my shoulders. Kilvin smiled and nodded toward the table.
I would also like to examine the schema at my leisure. Would you like to make me a copy?
For 25 talents, I said, smiling as I slid the paper across the table. You can have the original. Kilvin wrote me a receipt and left, clutching the arrow catch like a child with a new favorite toy. I hurried to stocks with my slip of paper. I had to settle my debt for materials, including the gold wire and silver ingots. But even after the workshop took its commission, I was left with almost 11 talents. I went through the remainder of the day grinning and whistling like an idiot. It is as they say, a heavy purse makes for a light heart. Chapter 45, Consortation. I sat on the hearth at anchors with my lute in my lap. The room was warm and quiet, full of people who had come to hear me play. Felling was my regular night at anchors, and it was always busy. Even in the worst weather, there weren't enough chairs, and those who came late were forced to cluster around the bar and lean against walls. Lately, Anchor had needed to bring in an extra girl on Felling night just to hurry drinks around the room. Outside the inn, winter was still clutching at the university, but inside the air was warm and sweet with the smell of beer and bread and broth. Over the months, I had slowly trained my audience to be properly attentive while I played, so the room was hushed as I fingered my way through the second verse of Violet Bide. I was in fine form that night. My audience had bought me 6 drinks, and in a fit of generosity, a tipsy scriv had tossed a hard penny into my lute case where it lay shining among the dull iron and copper. I'd made Simon cry twice, and Anchor's new serving girl was smiling and blushing at me with such frequency that even I couldn't miss the signal. She had beautiful eyes. For the first time I could remember, I actually felt like I had some control over my life. There was money in my purse, my studies were going well, I had access to the archives, and despite the fact that I was forced to work in stocks, everyone knew Kilvin was terribly pleased with me. The only thing missing was Denna. I looked down at my hands as I entered into the final chorus of Violet Bide. I'd had a few more drinks than I was used to, and I didn't want to fumble. As I watched my fingers, I heard the door of the tap room open and felt a chill wind curl around the room. The fire swayed and danced beside me as I heard boots moving across the wooden floor. The room was quiet as I sang. She sits by her window, she sips at her tea, she waits for her love to return from the sea. Her suitors come calling, she watches the tides, and all the while Violet bides. I hit the final chord, but instead of the thunderous applause I expected, there was only an echoing quiet. I looked up and saw 4 tall men standing in front of the hearth. The shoulders of their heavy cloaks were wet with melted snow. Their faces were grim. 3 of them wore the dark round caps that marked them as constables, and if that weren't clue enough as to their business, each of them carried a long oak cudgel bound in iron. They watched me like hard-eyed hawks. The 4th man stood aside from the others. He didn't wear a constable's cap and wasn't nearly so tall or broad across the shoulders. Despite that, he carried himself with undeniable authority. His face was lean and grim as he drew out a piece of heavy parchment decorated with several black official-looking seals.
"Kvothe, Aladdin's son,"
he read aloud to the room, his voice clear and strong.
"In the sight of these witnesses, I bind you to stand to your own account before the iron law. You are charged with consortation with demonic powers, malicious use of unnatural arts, unprovoked assault, and malfeasance." Needless to say, I was caught completely flat-footed. "What?" I said stupidly. As I said, I'd had more than a few drinks. The grim man ignored me and turned to one of the constables. "Bind him." One of the constables drew out a length of clattering iron chain. Up until now, I'd been too startled to be properly afraid, but the sight of this grim-faced man pulling a pair of dark iron manacles out of a sack filled me with a fear that turned my bones to water. Simon appeared next to the hearth, pushing his way past the constables to stand in front of the fourth man. "What exactly is going on here?" Sim demanded, his voice hard and angry. It was the only time I'd ever heard him sound like the son of a duke. "Explain yourself!" The man holding the parchment eyed Simon calmly, then reached inside his cloak and brought out a stout iron rod with a band of gold around each end. Sim paled a bit as the grim man held it up for everyone in the room to see. Not only was it every bit as threatening as the constable's cudgels, the rod was an unmistakable symbol of his authority. The man was a summoner for the Commonwealth courts. Not just a regular summoner either. The gold bands meant he could order anyone to stand before the iron law. Priests, government officials, even members of the nobility up to the rank of baron. At this point, Anchor made his way through the crowd as well. He and Sim looked over the summoner's document and found it to be very legitimate and official. It was signed and sealed by all manner of important people in Imre. There was nothing to be done. I was going to be brought up against the iron law. Everyone at Anchor's watched as I was bound hand and foot in chains. Some of them looked shocked, some confused, but most of them simply looked frightened. When the constables dragged me through the crowd toward the door, barely a handful of my audience were willing to meet my eye. They marched me the long way back to Imre, over Stonebridge and down the flat expanse of the great stone road. All the way the winter wind chilled the iron around my hands and feet until it burned and bit and froze my skin. The next morning, Sim arrived with Alxadal, and matters slowly became clear. It had been months since I had called the name of the wind in Imre after Ambrose broke my lute. The masters had brought me up on charges of malfeasance and had me publicly whipped at the university. It had been so long ago that the lash marks on my back were nothing more than pale silver scars. I had thought the matter resolved. Apparently not. Since the incident had occurred in Imre, it fell under the jurisdiction of the Commonwealth courts. We live in a civilized age, and few places are more civilized than the university and its immediate environs. But parts of the iron law are left over from darker times. It had been 100 years since anyone had been burned for consortation or unnatural arts, but the laws were still there. The ink was faded, but the words were clear. Ambrose wasn't directly involved, of course. He was much too clever for that. This sort of trial was bad for the university's reputation. If Ambrose had brought this case against me, it would have infuriated the masters. They worked hard to protect the good name of the university in general, and of the Arcanum in particular. So Ambrose was in no way connected with the charges. Instead, the case was brought before Imre's courts by a handful of Imre's influential nobles. Oh, certainly they knew Ambrose, but that wasn't incriminating. Ambrose knew everyone with power, blood, or money on either side of the river, after all. Thus was I brought up against the iron law. For the space of 6 days, it was a source of extraordinary irritation and anxiety to me. It disrupted my studies, brought my work in the fishery to a standstill, and drove the final nail into the coffin I used to bury my hopes of ever finding a local patron. What started as a terrifying experience quickly became a tedious process filled with pomp and ritual. More than 40 letters of testimony were read aloud, confirmed, and copied into the official records.
There were days filled with nothing but long speeches, quotations from the Iron Law, points of procedure, formal modes of address, old men reading out of old books. I defended myself to the best of my ability, first in the Commonwealth Court, then in church courts as well. Arwyll and Elxadal spoke on my behalf, or rather, they wrote letters, then read them aloud to the court. In the end, I was cleared of any wrongdoing. I thought I was vindicated. I thought I had won. But I was still terribly naive in many ways. Chapter 46. Interlude. A Bit of Fiddle. Kvothe came slowly to his feet and gave a quick stretch. "Let's pause there for now," he said. "I expect we'll see more than the usual number of people for lunch today. I need to check on the soup and get a few things ready." He nodded to Chronicler. "You might want to do the same." Chronicler remained seated. "Wait a minute," he said. "This was your trial in Imre." He looked down at the page, dismayed. "That's it?" "That's it," Kvothe said. "Not much to it, really." "But that's the first story I ever heard about you when I came to the university," Chronicler protested. "How you learned Tema in a day. How you spoke your entire defense in verse, and they applauded afterward. How you—" "A lot of nonsense, I expect," Kvothe said dismissively as he walked back to the bar. "You've got the bones of it." Chronicler looked down at the page. "You seem to be giving it pretty short shrift." "If you're desperate for the full account, you can find it elsewhere," Kvothe said. "Dozens of people saw the trial. There are already 2 full written accounts. I see no need to add a third." Chronicler was taken aback. "You've already spoken to a historian about this?" Kvothe chuckled deep in his throat. "You sound like a jilted lover." He began to bring out stacks of bowls and plates from beneath the bar. "Rest assured, you're the first to get my story." "You said there were written accounts," Chronicler said. Then his eyes widened. "Are you telling me you've written a memoir?" There was a strange note in the scribe's voice, something almost like hunger. Kvothe frowned. "No, not really." He gave a gusty sigh. "I started something of the sort, but I gave it up as a bad idea." "You wrote all the way to your trial in Imre," Chronicler said, looking at the paper in front of him. Only then did he realize he was still holding his pen poised above the page. He began to unscrew and clean the brass nib of the pen on a cloth with an air of vast irritation. "If you already had all this written down, you could have saved me cramping my hand for the last day and a half." Kvothe's forehead creased in confusion. "What?" Chronicler rubbed the nib briskly with a cloth, every motion screaming with affronted dignity. "I should have known," he said. "It all fit together too smoothly." He glared up. "Do you know how much this paper cost me?" He made an angry gesture to the satchel that held the finished pages. Kvothe simply stared at him for a moment, then laughed with sudden understanding. "You misunderstand. I gave up the memoir after a day or so. I wrote a handful of pages, not even that." The irritation faded from Chronicler's face, leaving a sheepish expression. "Oh. You are like a wounded lover," Kvothe said, amused. "Good Lord, calm yourself. My story is virginal. Yours are the first hands to touch it." He shook his head. "There's something different about writing a story down. I don't seem to have the knack for it. It came out all wrong." "I'd love to see what you wrote," Chronicler said, leaning forward in his chair. "Even if it's just a few pages." "It was quite a while ago," Kvothe said. "I don't know if I remember where the pages are." "They're up in your room, Reshi," Bast said brightly. "On your desk." Kvothe gave a deep sigh. "I was trying to be gracious, Bast. The truth is, there's nothing on them worth showing to anyone. If I'd written anything worth reading, I would have kept writing it." He walked into the kitchen, and there were muted, bustling sounds from the back room. "Good try," Bast said softly. but it's a lost cause. I've tried. Don't coach me, Chronicler said testily. I know how to get a story out of a person. There was more bumping from the back room, a splash of water, the sound of a door closing. Chronicler looked at Bast. Shouldn't you go help him? Bast shrugged, lounging further back into his chair. After a moment, Kvothe emerged from the back room carrying a cutting board and a bowl full of freshly scrubbed vegetables. I'm afraid I'm still confused, Chronicler said. How can there already be 2 written accounts if you never wrote it yourself or talked to a historian? Never been brought to trial, have you? Kvothe said, amused. The Commonwealth courts keep painstaking records, and the Church is even more obsessive. If you have a desperate desire for the details, you can dig around in their deposition ledgers and act books respectively. That might be the case, Chronicler said, but your account of the trial would be tedious, Kvothe said. He finished paring the carrots and began to cut them. Endless formal speeches and readings from the Book of the Path. It was tedious to live through, and it would be tedious to repeat. He brushed the sliced carrots from the board into a nearby bowl. I've probably kept us at the university too long anyway, he said. We'll need the time for other things. Things no one has ever seen or heard. Reshi, no! Bast shouted in alarm, sitting bolt upright in his chair. His expression was plaintive as he pointed to the bar. Beets? Kvothe looked down at the dark red root on the cutting board, as if surprised to see it there. Don't put beets in the soup, Reshi, Bast said. They're foul! A lot of people like beets, Bast, Kvothe said. And they're healthful. Good for the blood. I hate beets, Bast said piteously. Well, Kvothe said calmly, since I'm finishing the soup, I get to pick what goes into it. Bast came to his feet and stomped toward the bar. I'll take care of it then, he said impatiently, making a shooing motion. You go get some sausage and one of those veiny cheeses. He pushed Kvothe toward the basement steps before storming into the kitchen, muttering. Soon there was the sound of rattling and thumping from the back room. Kvothe looked at Chronicler and gave a wide, lazy smile. People began to trickle into the Waystone Inn. They came in 2s and 3s, smelling of sweat and horses and freshly mown wheat. They laughed and talked and tracked chaff across the clean wooden floors. Chronicler did a brisk business. Folk sat leaning forward in their chairs, sometimes gesturing with their hands, sometimes speaking with slow deliberation. The scribe's face was impassive as his pen scratched across the page, occasionally darting back for ink. Bast and the man who called himself Coat worked together as a comfortable team. They served up soup and bread, apples, cheese, and sausage, beer and ale and cool water from the pump out back. There was roasted mutton, too, for those who wanted it, and fresh apple pie. Men and women smiled and relaxed, glad to be off their feet and sitting in the shade. The room was full of the gentle buzz of conversation as folk gossiped with neighbors they had known their whole lives. Familiar insults, soft and harmless as butter, were traded back and forth, and friends had comfortable arguments about whose turn it was to buy the beer. But underneath it all, there was a tension in the room. A stranger would never have noticed it, but it was there, dark and silent as an undertow. No one spoke of taxes or armies, or how they had begun to lock their doors at night. No one spoke of what had happened in the inn the night before. No one eyed the stretch of well-scrubbed wooden floor that didn't show a trace of blood. Instead, there were jokes and stories. A young wife kissed her husband, drawing whistles and hoots from the rest of the room. Old man Benton tried to lift up the hem of the Widow Creel's skirt with his cane, cackling when she swatted him. A pair of little girls chased each other around the tables, shrieking and laughing while everyone watched and smiled fond smiles. It helped a bit. It was all that you could do. The inn's door banged open. Old Cobb, Graham, and Jake trudged in out of the brilliant midday sunlight. "Hello, Coat," Old Cobb called, looking around at the handful of people spread around the inn. "You've got a bit of a crowd in here today." "You missed the bigger part of it," Bast said. "We were downright frantic for a while." "Anything left for the stragglers?" Graham asked as he sank onto his stool. Before he could reply, a bull-shouldered man clattered an empty plate onto the bar and set a fork down gently beside it. "That," he said in a booming voice, "was a damn fine pie." A thin woman with a pinched face stood next to him. "Don't you cuss, Elias," she said sharply. "There's no call for that."
"Oh, honey," the big man said. "Don't get yourself in a twit. Damn fine is a kind of apple, innit?"
He grinned around at the folks sitting at the bar.
"Sort of foreign apple from off an A-tour. They named it after Baron Damfine, if I remember correct."
Graham grinned back at him. "I think I heard that." The woman glared at all of them. "I got these from the Bentons," the innkeeper said meekly.
"Oh,"
the big farmer said with a smile.
"That's my mistake, then."
He picked up a crumb of crust from the plate and chewed it speculatively.
"I'd swear it was a damn fine pie for all that. Maybe the Bentons got them some damn fine apples and don't know it."
His wife sniffed, then saw Chronicler sitting idle at his table and pulled her husband away. Old Cobb watched them go, shaking his head.
"I don't know what that woman needs in her life to make her a little happy," he said, "but I hope she finds it before she pecks old Eli bloody."
Jake and Graham made vague grumbles of agreement.
"Nice to see folks filling up the place."
Old Cobb looked at the red-haired man behind the bar.
"You're a fine cook, Coat, and you've got the best beer in 20 miles. All folk need is a bit of an excuse to stop by."
Old Cobb tapped the side of his nose speculatively.
"You know," he said to the innkeeper, "you should bring in a singer or summit on nights. Hell, even the Orison boy can play a bit of his daddy's fiddle. I bet he'd be glad to come in for the price of a couple drinks."
He looked around at the inn.
"A little music is just what this place needs."
The innkeeper nodded. His expression was so easy and amiable, it almost wasn't an expression at all. "I expect you're right," Coat said. His voice was perfectly calm. It was a perfectly normal voice. It was colorless and clear as window glass. Old Cobb opened his mouth, but before he could say anything else, Bast rapped one knuckle hard on the bar. "Drinks?" he asked the men sitting at the bar. "I'm guessing you'd all like a little something before we bring you out a bite to eat." They did, and Bast bustled around behind the bar, pulling beer into mugs and pressing them into waiting hands. After a slow moment, the innkeeper swung silently into motion alongside his assistant, heading into the kitchen to fetch soup, and bread with butter, and cheese, and apples. Chapter 47. Interlude. The Hempen Verse. Chronicler smiled as he made his way to the bar. "That's a solid hour's work," he said proudly as he took a seat. "I don't suppose there's anything left in the kitchen for me." "Or any of that pie Eli mentioned?" Jake asked hopefully. "I want pie too," Bast said, sitting next to Jake, nursing a drink of his own. The innkeeper smiled, wiping his hands on his apron. "I think I might have remembered to set one by, just in case you three came in later than the rest." Old Cobb rubbed his hands together. "Can't remember the last time I had warm apple pie," he said. The innkeeper went back into the kitchen. He pulled the pie from the oven, sliced it, and laid the pieces neatly onto plates. By the time he carried them out toward the tap room, he could hear raised voices in the other room. "It was too a demon, Jake," Old Cobb was saying angrily. "I told you last night and I'll tell you again 100 times. I'm not a one to change my mind like other folk change their socks." He held up a finger. "He called up a demon, and it bit this fellow and sucked out his juice like a plum.
I heard it from a fellow who knew a woman that's seen it herself. That's why the constable and the deputies came and hauled him off. Meddling with dark forces is against the law over an amory." "I still say folk just thought it was a demon," Jake persisted. "You know how folk are." "I know folk," Old Cobb scowled. "I've been around longer than you, Jacob, and I know my own story, too." There was a long moment of tense silence at the bar before Jake looked away. "I was just saying," he muttered. The innkeeper slid a bowl of soup toward Chronicler. "What's this, then?" The scribe gave the innkeeper a sly look. "Cobb's telling us about Kvothe's trial in Imre," he said, a hint of smugness in his voice. "Don't you remember? He started the story last night, but only made it halfway through." "Now!" Cobb glared around as if daring them to interrupt. "It was a tight spot. Kvothe knew if he was found guilty, they'd string him up and let him hang." Cobb made a gesture to one side of his neck like he was holding a noose, tilting his head to the side. "But Kvothe had read a great many books when he was at the university, and he knew himself a trick." Old Cobb stopped to take a forkful of pie and closed his eyes for a moment as he chewed. "Oh, Lord and Lady," he said to himself. "That's a proper pie. I swear it's better than me mam used to make. She always skint on the sugar." He took another bite, a blissful expression spreading over his weathered face. "So, Kvothe knew a trick?" Chronicler prompted. "What? Oh!" Cobb seemed to remember himself. "Right. You see, there's 2 lines in the Book of the Path, and if you can read them out loud in the old Tema only priests know, then the iron law says you get treated like a priest. That means a Commonwealth judge can't do a damn thing to you. If you read those lines, your case has to be decided by the church courts." Old Cobb took another bite of pie and chewed it slowly before swallowing. "Those 2 lines are called the hempen verse, because if you know them, you can keep yourself from getting strung up. The church courts can't hang a man, you see." "What are the lines?" Bast asked. "I dearly wish I knew," Old Cobb said mournfully, "but I don't speak Tema. Kvothe didn't know it himself. But he memorized the verse ahead of time. Then he pretended to read it, and the Commonwealth Court had to let him go. Kvothe knew he had 2 days until a Talon justice could make it all the way to Amory, so he set about learning Tema. He read books and practiced for a whole day and a whole night, and he was so powerful smart that at the end of his studying he could speak Tema better than most folk who had been doing it their whole lives. Then, on the 2nd day before the justice showed up, Kvothe mixed himself a potion. It was made out of honey, and a special stone you find in a snake's brain, and a plant that only grows at the bottom of the sea. When he drank the potion, it made his voice so sweet, anyone who listened couldn't help but agree with anything he said. So, when the justice finally showed up, the whole trial only took 15 minutes, Cobb said, chuckling. Kvothe gave a fine speech in perfect Tema. Everyone agreed with him, and they all went home. And he lived happily ever after, the red-haired man said softly from behind the bar. Things were quiet at the bar. Outside, the air was dry and hot, full of dust and the smell of chaff. The sunlight was hard and bright as a bar of gold. Inside the Waystone, it was dim and cool. The men had just finished the last slow bites of their pie, and there was still a little beer in their mugs. So they sat for a little while longer, slouching at the bar with the guilty air of men too proud to be properly lazy. "I never much cared for Kvothe stories myself," the innkeeper said matter-of-factly as he gathered up everyone's plates. Old Cobb looked up from his beer. "That so?" The innkeeper shrugged. "If I'm going to have a story with magic, I'd like it to have a proper wizard in it. Someone like Taborlin the Great, or Serapha, or the Chronicler." At the end of the bar, the scribe didn't choke or startle.
He did pause for half a second, though, before lowering his spoon back into his second bowl of soup. The room went comfortably quiet again as the innkeeper gathered up the last of the empty plates and turned toward the kitchen. But before he could get through the doorway, Graham spoke up. "The Chronicler," he said. "I haven't ever heard of him." The innkeeper turned back, surprised. "You haven't?" Graham shook his head. "I'm sure you have," the innkeeper said. "He carries around a great book, and whatever he writes down in that book comes true." He looked at all of them expectantly. Jake shook his head too. The innkeeper turned to the scribe at the end of the bar, who was keeping his attention on his food. "You've heard of him, I'm sure," Kvothe said. "They call him Lord of Stories, and if he learns one of your secrets, he can write whatever he wants about you in his book." He looked at the scribe. "Haven't you ever heard of him?" Chronicler dropped his eyes and shook his head. He dipped the crust of his bread in his soup and ate it without speaking. The innkeeper looked surprised. "When I was growing up, I liked the Chronicler more than Taborlin or any of the rest. He's got a bit of fairy blood in him, and it's made him sharper than a normal man. He can see for 100 miles on a cloudy day and hear a whisper through a thick oak door. He can track a mouse through a forest on a moonless night." "I've heard of him," Bass said eagerly. "His sword is named Sheave, and the blade is made of a single piece of paper. It's light as a feather, but so sharp that if he cuts you, you see the blood before you even feel it." The innkeeper nodded. "And if he learns your name, he can write it on the blade of the sword and use it to kill you from 1,000 miles away." "But he's got to write it in his own blood," Bast added, "and there's only so much space on the sword. He's already written 17 names on it, so there's not that much room left." "He used to be a member of the High King's court in Modeg," Kvothe said, "but he fell in love with the High King's daughter." Graham and Old Cobb were nodding now. This was familiar territory. Kvothe continued. "When Chronicler asked to marry her, the High King was angry, so he gave Chronicler a task to prove he was worthy." The innkeeper paused dramatically. "Chronicler can only marry her if he finds something more precious than the princess and brings it back to the High King." Graham made an appreciative noise. "That's a pisser of a task. What's a man to do? You can't bring something back and say, 'Here, this is worth more than your little girl.'" The innkeeper gave a grave nod. "So Chronicler wanders the world looking for ancient treasures and old magics, hoping to find something he can bring back to the king." "Why doesn't he just write about the king in his magic book?" Jake asked. "Why doesn't he write down, 'And then the king stopped being a bastard and let us get married already'?" "Because he doesn't know any of the king's secrets," the innkeeper explained. "And the High King of Modeg knows some magic and can protect himself. Most importantly, he knows Chronicler's weaknesses. He knows if you trick Chronicler into drinking ink, he has to do the next 3 favors you ask him. And more important, he knows Chronicler can't control you if you have your name hidden away somewhere safe. The High King's name is written in a book of glass, hidden in a box of copper, and that box is locked away in a great iron chest where nobody can touch it." There was a moment's pause as everyone considered this. Then Old Cobb began nodding thoughtfully. "That last bit tickled my memory," he said slowly. "I seem to remember a story about this Chronicler fellow going to look for a magic fruit. Whoever ate the fruit would suddenly know the names of all things, and he'd have powers like Taborlin the Great." The innkeeper rubbed his chin, nodding slowly. "I think I heard that one too," he said, "but it was a long time ago, and I can't say as I remember all the details." "Ah, well," Old Cobb said as he drank the last of his beer and knocked down his mug. "Nothing to be ashamed of, Kvothe. Some folk are good at remembering and some ain't. You make a fine pie, but we all know who the storyteller is round here." Old Cobb climbed stiffly down off his stool and motioned to Graham and Jake. "Come on, then. We can walk together as far as Byra's place. I'll tell you two all about it. Now this chronicler, he's tall and pale and thin as a rail, with hair as black as ink." The door of the Waystone Inn banged closed. "What in God's name was that all about?" Chronicler demanded. Kvothe looked sideways at Chronicler. He smiled a small, sharp smile. "How does it feel?" he asked. "Knowing people out there are telling stories about you." "They're not telling stories about me," Chronicler said. "They're just a bunch of nonsense." "Not nonsense," Kvothe said, seeming a little bit offended. "It might not be true, but that doesn't mean it's nonsense." He looked at Bast. "I'd like the paper sword." Bast beamed. "The king's task was a nice touch, Reshi. I don't know about the fairy blood, though." "Demon blood would have been too sinister," Kvothe said. He needed a twist. "At least I won't have to hear him tell it," Chronicler said sullenly, prodding a bit of potato with his spoon. Kvothe looked up, then chuckled darkly. "You don't understand, do you? A fresh story like that on a harvest day? They'll be at it like a child with a new toy. Old Cobb will talk about Chronicler to a dozen people while they're bucking hay and drinking water in the shade. Tonight at Shep's wake, folk from 10 towns will hear about the Lord of Stories. It will spread like a fire in a field." Chronicler looked back and forth between the two of them, his expression vaguely horrified. "Why?" "It's a gift," Kvothe said. "You think I want this?" Chronicler said incredulously. "Fame?" "Not fame," Kvothe said grimly. "Perspective. You go rummaging around in other people's lives. You hear rumors and go digging for the painful truth beneath the lovely lies. You believe you have a right to these things, but you don't." He looked hard at the scribe. "When someone tells you a piece of their life, they're giving you a gift, not granting you your due." Kvothe wiped his hands on the clean linen cloth. "I'm giving you my story with all the grubby truths intact, all my mistakes and idiocies laid out naked in the light. If I decide to pass over some small piece because it bores me, I'm well within my rights. I won't be goaded into changing my mind by some farmer's tale. I'm not an idiot." Chronicler looked down at his soup. "It was a little heavy-handed, wasn't it?" "It was," Kvothe said. Chronicler looked up with a sigh and gave a small, embarrassed smile. "Well, you can't blame me for trying." "I can, actually," Kvothe said. "But I believe I've made my point. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry for any trouble that might cause you." He gestured to the door and the departed farmers. "I might have overreacted a bit. I've never responded well to manipulation." Kvothe stepped out from behind the bar, heading to the table near the hearth. "Come on now, both of you. The trial itself was tedious business, but it had important repercussions." Chapter 48. A Significant Absence. I went through the admissions lottery and was lucky enough to draw a late slot. I was glad for the extra time, as my trial had left me little opportunity to study for my exams. Still, I wasn't terribly worried. I had time to study and free access to the archives. What's more, for the first time since I'd come to the university, I wasn't a pauper. I had 13 talents in my purse. Even after I paid Davy the interest on her loan, I would easily have enough for tuition. Best of all, the long hours spent searching for the Gram had taught me a great deal about the archives. While I might not know as much as an experienced scriv, I was familiar with many of her hidden corners and quiet secrets. So while I studied, I also allowed myself the freedom to do other reading while I prepared for admissions. I closed the book I'd been poring over, a well-written comprehensive history of the Aturan Church. It was as useless as all the rest. Willem looked up as my book thumped shut. "Nothing?" he asked. "Less than nothing," I said. The two of us were studying in one of the fourth-floor reading holes, much smaller than our customary place on the third floor, but given how close we were to admissions, we'd been lucky to find a private room at all.
"Why don't you let it go?" Will suggested. "You've been beating this Amir thing like a dead horse for what, 2 span?"
I nodded, not wanting to admit my research into the Amir had actually started long before our bet had taken us to Puppet.
"And what have you found so far?"
"Shelves of books," I said, "dozens of stories, mentions in 100 histories." He gave me a level look.
"And this wealth of information irritates you?"
"No," I said, "the lack of information troubles me. There isn't any solid information about the Amir in any of these books."
"None?"
Willem said skeptically. "Oh, every historian in the last 300 years talks about them," I said. "They speculate on how the Amir influenced the decline of the empire. Philosophers talk about the ethical ramifications of their actions." I gestured to the books. "That tells me what people think about the Amir. It doesn't tell me anything about the Amir themselves." Willem frowned at my stack of books.
"It can't all be historians and philosophers."
"There are stories too," I said. "Early on there are stories about the great wrongs they righted. Later you get stories about the terrible things they did. An Amir in Renire kills a corrupt judge, another in Jumpui puts down a peasant uprising, a third in Melithi poisons half the town's nobility."
"And that isn't solid information?" Willem asked.
"They're soft stories," I said. "Second or third hand. 3/4 of them are simply hearsay. I can't find corroborating evidence for them anywhere. Why can't I find any mention of the corrupt judge in the church records? His name should be recorded in every case he tried. What was the date of this peasant uprising, and why can't I find it mentioned in any of the other histories?"
"It was 300 years ago," Willem said reproachfully. "You can't expect all those little details to survive."
"I expect some of the little details to survive. You know how obsessive the Talons are about their records," I said. "We have 1,000 years of court documents from 100 different cities squirreled away down in Sub-2, whole rooms full—" I waved my hands dismissively. "But fine, let's abandon the small details. There are huge questions I can't find any answers for. When was the Order Amir founded? How many Amir were there? Who paid them and how much? Where did that money come from? Where were they trained? How did they come to be a part of the Talon Church?"
"Faltemi Rice answered that," Willem said. "They grew out of the tradition of the mendicant judges."
I picked up a book at random and thumped it onto the table in front of him. "Find me one bit of proof to support that theory. Find me one record that shows a mendicant judge being promoted into the ranks of the Amir. Show me one record of an Amir being employed by a court. Find me one church document that shows an Amir presiding over a case." I crossed my arms in front of my chest belligerently. "Go on. I'll wait."
Willem ignored the book. "Maybe there weren't as many Amir as people assume. Perhaps there were only a few of them, and their reputation grew out of their control."
He gave me a pointed look.
"You should understand how that works."
"No," I said. "This is a significant absence. Sometimes finding nothing can be finding something."
"You're starting to sound like Elodin," Willem said.
I frowned at him, but decided not to rise to the bait. "No, listen for a minute. Why would there be so little factual information about the Amir? There are only 3 possibilities." I held up fingers to mark them off. 1, nothing was written down. I think we can safely discard that. They were too important to be entirely neglected by historians, clerks, and the obsessive documentation of the church. I tucked that finger away. 2, by an odd chance, copies of the books that do have this information have simply never made their way here to the archives. But that's ridiculous. It's impossible to think that over all the years, nothing on the subject has ended up in the largest library in the world. I folded down the second finger. 3, I pointed with the remaining finger. Someone has removed this information. altered it, or destroyed it.
Willem frowned. Who would do that?
Who indeed, I said. Who would benefit most from the destruction of the information of the Emir? I hesitated, letting the tension build. Who else but the Emir themselves? I had expected him to dismiss my idea, but he didn't.
An interesting thought, Willem said. But why assume the Emir are behind it? It is much more sensible to think the church itself is responsible. Certainly the Talons would like nothing better than to quietly erase the Emir's atrocities.
True, I admitted. But the church isn't very strong here in the Commonwealth, and these books come from all over the world. A Sealdish historian wouldn't have any compunctions about writing a history of the Emir.
A Sealdish historian would have very little interest in writing the history of a heretic branch of a pagan church, Willem pointed out. Besides, how could a discredited handful of Emir do something the church itself could not achieve?
I leaned forward. I think the Emir are far older than the Talon Church, I said. During the time of the Aturan Empire, a great deal of their public strength was with the church, but they were more than just a group of wandering justices.
And what leads you to this belief? Willem said.
From his expression, I could see I was losing Willem's support rather than gaining it. A piece of ancient pottery, I thought. A story I heard from an old man in Tarbean. I know it because of something the Chandrian let slip after they killed everyone I ever knew. I sighed and shook my head, knowing how crazy I would sound if I told the truth. That was why I scoured the archives. I needed some tangible evidence to support my theory, something that wouldn't make me a laughingstock. I found copies of the court documents from the time the Emir were denounced, I said. Do you know how many Emir they put on trial in Tarbean? Will shrugged. I held up a single finger. 1. 1 Emir in all of Tarbean. And the clerk writing the transcript of the trial made it clear the man they put on trial was a simpleton who didn't understand what was going on. I still saw doubt on Willem's face. Just think on it, I pleaded. The scraps I found suggest there were at least 3,000 Emir in the Empire before they were disbanded. 3,000 highly trained, heavily armed, wealthy men and women absolutely devoted to the greater good. Then, one day the church denounces them, disbands their entire order, and confiscates their property. I snapped my fingers. And 3,000 deadly, justice-obsessed fanatics just disappear? They roll over and decide to let someone else take care of the greater good for a while? No protest? No resistance? Nothing? I gave him a hard look and shook my head firmly. No. That goes against human nature. Besides, I haven't found one record of a member of the Emir being brought before the church's justice. Not one. Is it so outrageous to think they might have decided to go underground to continue their work in a more secret way? And if that's reasonable, I continued before he could interrupt, doesn't it also make sense they might try to preserve their secrecy by carefully pruning histories over the last 300 years? There was a long pause. Willem didn't dismiss it out of hand.
An interesting theory, he said slowly. But it leads me to one last question.
He eyed me seriously.
Have you been drinking?
I slumped in my chair.
No.
He came to his feet.
Then you should start. You have been spending too much time with all these books. You need to wash the dust from your brains.
So we went for a drink, but I still harbored my suspicions. I bounced the idea off Simon when I next had the chance. He accepted it more easily than Willem had, which isn't to say he believed me, just that he accepted the possibility. He said I should mention it to Lauren. I didn't. The blank-faced master archivist still made me nervous, and I avoided him at every opportunity for fear I might give him some excuse to ban me from the archives. The last thing I wanted to do was suggest his precious archives had been slowly pruned over the last 300 years. Chapter 49. The ignorant edema. I saw Elxadal raise a hand in greeting from across the courtyard. Kvothe! He smiled warmly. The very fellow I was hoping to see. Could I borrow a moment of your time? Of course, I said. While I liked Master Dahl, we hadn't had much contact together outside the lecture hall. Could I buy you a drink or a bite of lunch? I've been meaning to thank you more properly for speaking on my behalf at the trial, but I've been busy. As have I, Dahl said. I've actually been meaning to talk to you for days, but time keeps getting away from me. He looked around. I wouldn't turn down a bit of lunch, but I should probably forego the drink. I have admissions to oversee in less than an hour. We stepped into the White Hart. I'd barely even seen the inside of the place, as it was far too rich for the likes of me. Elxadal was recognizable in his dark master's robes, and the host fawned a bit as he led the two of us to a private table. Dahl seemed perfectly at his ease as he took a seat, but I was increasingly nervous. I couldn't imagine why the master's sympathist would seek me out for a conversation. "What can I bring you?" asked the tall, thin man as soon as we were in our chairs. "Drinks, a selection of cheeses. We have a delightful lemon trout as well." "The trout and cheeses would do nicely," Dahl said. The host turned to me. "And yourself?" "I'll try the trout as well," I said. "Wonderful," he said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "And to drink?" "Cider," I said. "Do you have any Fallows Red?" Dahl asked hesitantly. "We do," said the host. "And it's a lovely year, too, if I do say so myself." "I'll have a cup," Dahl said, glancing at me. "One cup shouldn't alter my judgment too badly." The host hurried away, leaving me alone at the table with Elxadal. It felt odd sitting across the table from him. I shifted nervously in my seat. "So, how are things with you?" Dahl asked conversationally. "Passing fair," I said. "It was a good term with the exception of—" I made a gesture toward Imre. Dahl gave a humorless chuckle. "That was a brush with the old days, wasn't it?" He shook his head. "Consortation with demons. Good Lord." The host returned with our drinks and left without a word. Master Dahl picked up his wide clay cup and held it in the air. "To not getting burned alive by superstitious folk," he said. I smiled despite my discomfiture and raised my wooden mug. A fine tradition. We both drank, Dahl sighing appreciatively at the wine. Dahl looked at me across the table. "So tell me," he said, "have you ever considered what you're going to do with yourself when you're done here? After you have your gilder, I mean." "I haven't thought of it that much," I admitted honestly. "It seems such a long way off. At the rate you're rising through the ranks, it might not be so long at that." "Already a Raylar. How old are you again?" 17, I lied smoothly. I was sensitive about my age. Many students were nearly 20 before they enrolled in the university, let alone joined the Arcanum. 17, Dahl mused softly. "It's so easy to forget that. You carry yourself so tall." His eyes got a faraway look in them. "Lord and Lady, I was a mess at 17. My studies, trying to sort out my place in the world. Women." He shook his head slowly. "It gets better, you know. Give it 3 or 4 years and everything settles down a bit." He raised his clay cup to me briefly before taking another drink. "Not that you seem to be having much trouble. Raylar at 17. Quite a mark of distinction." I flushed a bit, not knowing what to say. The host returned and began laying dishes on the table. A small board with an array of different sliced cheeses. A bowl with small toasted pieces of bread. A bowl of strawberry preserves. A bowl of blueberry jam. A small dish of shelled walnuts. Dahl picked up a small piece of bread and a slice of crumbling white cheese. "You're quite the sympathist," he said.
There are any number of opportunities out there for a person as skilled as yourself." I spread a bit of strawberry across a piece of cheese and toast, then put it into my mouth to give myself time to think. Was Dahl implying he wanted me to focus more on my study of sympathy? Was he implying he wanted to sponsor me to Eltha? Elodin had sponsored my elevation to Raylar, but I knew these things changed. Masters occasionally fought over particularly promising students. Mola, for example, had been a scriv before Arwyll stole her away into the Medica. "I do enjoy my study of sympathy quite a bit," I said carefully. "That's abundantly clear," Dahl said with a smile. "Some of your classmates wish you enjoyed it a little less, I can assure you of that." He ate another piece of cheese, then continued. "That said, it is possible to overdo it. Didn't Teckham say too much study harms the student?" "Bertram the Wiser, actually," I said. It had been in one of the books Master Loren had set aside for Raylar to study this term. "It's true, at any rate," he said. "You might want to consider taking a term off to relax a bit. Travel a little. Get some sun." He took another drink. "It's not good to see one of the Ademaru without a tan." I didn't know what to say to that. The thought of taking a holiday from the university had never occurred to me. Where would I possibly go? The host arrived with plates of fish steaming and smelling of lemon and butter. For a while, both of us concentrated on our food. I was glad for an excuse not to talk. Why would Dahl compliment me on my studies, then encourage me to leave? After a while, Elxa gave a contented sigh and pushed back his plate. "Let me tell you a little story," he said. "A story I like to call The Ignorant Adema." I looked up at that, slowly chewing my mouthful of fish. I kept my expression carefully composed. He arched an eyebrow, as if waiting to see if I had anything to say. When I didn't, he continued. "Once there was a learned arcanist. He knew all of sympathy and sigildry and alchemy. He had 10 names tucked neatly into his head, spoke 8 languages, and had exemplary penmanship. Really, the only thing that kept him from being a master was poor timing and a certain lack of social grace." Dahl took a sip of wine. "So this fellow went chasing the wind for a while, hoping to find his fortune out in the wide world. And while he was on the road to Tinue, he came to a lake he needed to cross." Dahl smiled broadly. "Luckily, there was an Adema boatman who offered to ferry him to the other side. The arcanist, seeing the trip would take several hours, tried to start a conversation. 'What do you think,' he asked the boatman, 'about Teckham's theory of energy as an elemental substance rather than a material property?' The boatman replied he'd never thought on it at all. What's more, he had no plans to. 'Surely your education included Teckham's theophany?' the arcanist asked. 'I never had what you might call an education, Your Honor,' the boatman said, 'and I wouldn't know this Teckham of yours if he showed up selling needles to my wife.' Curious, the arcanist asked a few questions, and the Adema admitted he didn't know who Feltemi Rice was, or what a gearwind did. The arcanist continued for a long hour, first out of curiosity, then with dismay. The final straw came when he discovered the boatman couldn't even read or write. 'Really, sir,' the arcanist said, appalled. 'It is every man's job to improve himself. A man without the benefits of education is hardly more than an animal.' Dahl grinned. Well, as you can guess, the conversation didn't go very far after that. They rowed for the next hour in a tense silence. But just as the far shore was coming into sight, a storm blew up. Waves started to lash the little boat, making the timbers creak and groan. The Adema took a hard look at the clouds and said, 'It'll be true bad in 5 minutes, then summat worse afore it clears. This boat of mine won't hold together through it all. We're going to have to swim the last little bit.' And with this, the ferryman takes off his shirt and begins to tie it around his waist. 'But I don't know how to swim,' says the arcanist. Dahl drank off the last of his wine,
turned the cup upside down, and set it firmly on the tabletop. There was a moment of expectant silence as he watched me, a vaguely self-satisfied expression on his face. "Not a bad story," I admitted. "The Rue's accent was a little over the top." Dull bent at the waist in a quick, mocking bow. "I will take it under consideration," he said, then raised one finger and gave me a conspiratorial look. "Not only is my story designed to delight and entertain, but there is a kernel of truth hidden within, where only the cleverest student might find it." His expression turned mysterious. "All the truth in the world is held in stories, you know." Later that evening, I related the encounter to my friends while playing cards at Anchor's. "He's giving you a hint, Thickwit," Manette said irritably. The cards had been against us all night, and we were 5 hands behind. "You just refuse to hear it." "He's hinting I should leave off studying sympathy for a term?" I asked. "No," Manette snapped. "He's telling you what I've told you twice already. You're a king-high idiot if you go through admissions this term." "What?" I asked. "Why?" Manette set his cards down with profound calm. "Kvothe, you're a clever boy, but you have a world of trouble listening to things you don't want to hear." He looked left, then right at Willem and Simon. "Can you try telling him?" "Take a term off," Willem said without looking up from his cards, then added, "Thickwit." "You really have to," Sim said earnestly. "Everyone's still talking about the trial. It's all anyone is talking about." "The trial?" I laughed. "That was more than a span ago. They're talking about how I was found completely innocent, exonerated in the eyes of the Iron Law and merciful Telu himself." Manette snorted loudly, lowering his cards. "It would have been better if you'd been guilty in a quiet way rather than be innocent so loud." He looked at me. "Do you know how long it's been since an arcanist was brought up on charges of consortation?" "No," I admitted. "Neither do I," he said. "Which means it's been a long, long while. You're innocent. Lovely for you. But the trial has given the university a great shining black eye. It's reminded folk that while you might not deserve burning, some arcanists might." He shook his head. "You can be certain the masters are uniformly wet-cat mad about that." "Some students aren't too pleased either," Will added darkly. "It isn't my fault there was a trial," I protested, then backed up a bit. "Not entirely. Ambrose stirred this up. He was backstage during the whole thing, laughing up his sleeve." "Even so," Will said. "Ambrose is sensible enough to avoid admissions this term." "What?" I asked, surprised. "He's not going through admissions?" "He is not," Willem said. "He left for home 2 days ago." "But there was nothing to connect him to the trial," I said. "Why would he leave?" "Because the masters are not idiots," Manette said. "The two of you have been snapping at each other like mad dogs since you first met." He tapped his lips thoughtfully, his expression full of exaggerated innocence. "Say, that reminds me. Whatever were you doing at the Golden Pony the night Ambrose's room caught fire?" "Playing cards," I said. "Of course you were," Manette said, his tone thick with sarcasm. "The two of you have been throwing rocks at each other for a full year, and one of them has finally hit the hornet's nest. The only sensible thing to do is run off to a safe distance and wait till the buzzing stops." Simon cleared his throat timidly. "I hate to join the chorus," he said apologetically, "but rumor has gotten around you were seen having lunch with Sleet." He grimaced. "And Fella told me she'd heard you were, courting Davy." "You know that's not true about Davy," I said. "I've just been visiting her in order to keep the peace. She was half an inch away from wanting to eat my liver for a while there. And I only had one conversation with Sleet. It was barely 15 minutes long." "Davy?" Manette exclaimed with dismay. "Davy and Sleet? One expelled and the other the next best thing? He threw down his cards. Why would you be seen with those people? Why am I even being seen with you? Oh, come now. I looked back and forth between Will and Sim. It's that bad? Willem set down his cards. I predict, he said calmly, that if you go through admissions, you will receive a tuition of at least 35 talents. He looked back and forth between Sim and Manette. I will wager a full gold mark to this effect. Does anyone care to take my bet? Neither of them took him up on his offer. I felt a desperate sinking in my stomach. But this can't, I said. This... Sim put his cards down as well, the grim expression out of place on his friendly face. Kvothe, he said formally. I am telling you 3 times. Take a term away. Eventually, I realized my friends were telling me the truth. Unfortunately, this left me entirely at loose ends. I had no exams to study for, and starting another project in the fishery would be nothing but foolishness. Even the thought of searching the archives for information on the Chandrian or the Amir had little appeal. I had searched so long and found so little. I toyed with the idea of searching elsewhere. There are other libraries, of course. Every noble house has at least a modest collection containing household accounts and histories of their lands and family. Most churches had extensive records going back hundreds of years, detailing trials, marriages, and dispositions. The same was true of any sizable city. The Emir couldn't have destroyed every trace of their existence. The research itself wouldn't be the hard part. The hard part would be gaining access to the libraries in the first place. I could hardly show up in Raniere dressed in rags and road dust, asking to thumb through the palace archives. This was another instance in which a patron would have been invaluable. A patron could write me a letter of introduction that would open all manner of doors for me. What's more, with a patron's backing, I could make a decent living for myself as I traveled. Many small towns wouldn't even let you play at the local inn without a writ of patronage. The university had been the center of my life for a solid year. Now, confronted with the necessity of leaving, I was utterly at sea, with no idea of what I could do with myself. Chapter 50. Chasing the Wind. I gave my admissions tile to Fela, telling her I hoped it brought her luck. And so the winter term came to an end. Suddenly, 3/4 of my life simply disappeared. I had no classes to occupy my time, no shifts in the medica to fill. I could no longer check out materials from stocks, use tools in the fishery, or enter the archives. At first, it wasn't so bad. The midwinter pageantry was wonderfully distracting, and without the worry of work and study, I was free to enjoy myself and spend time in the company of my friends. Then spring term started. My friends were still there, but they were busy with their own studies. I found myself crossing the river more and more. Denna was still nowhere to be found, but Diok and Stanchion were always willing to share a drink and some idle gossip. Threp was there too, and while he occasionally pressed me to attend a dinner at his house, I could tell his heart wasn't in it. My trial hadn't pleased people on this side of the river either, and they were still telling stories about it. I wouldn't be welcome in any respectable social circle for a great long time, if ever. I toyed with the idea of leaving the university. I knew people would forget about the trial more quickly if I wasn't around, but where would I go? The only thought that came to mind was heading off to Yill with the vain hope of finding Denna, but I knew that was nothing but foolishness. Since I didn't need to save money for tuition, I went to repay Davy, but for the first time ever, I wasn't able to find her. Over the course of several days, I grew increasingly nervous. I even slid several apologetic notes under her door until I heard from Mola that she was taking a holiday and would be returning soon. Days passed, and I sat idle as winter slowly withdrew from the university. Frost left the corners of window panes, drifts of snow dwindled, and trees began to show their first greening buds. Eventually, Simon caught his first glimpse of bare leg beneath a flowing dress and declared spring had officially arrived. One afternoon, as I sat drinking metheglin with stanchion, Threp came through the door practically bubbling with excitement. He whisked me off to a private table on the second tier, looking ready to burst with whatever news he was carrying. Threp folded his hands on the tabletop.
"Since we haven't had much luck finding you a local patron, I started casting my nets farther afield. It's nice to have a local patron, but if you have the support of a properly influential lord, it hardly matters where he lives."
I nodded. My troop had ranged all over the four corners under the protection of Lord Greyfellow's name.
Threp grinned. "Have you ever been to Vintas?"
"Possibly," I said. Then, seeing his puzzled look, I explained. "I traveled quite a bit when I was young. I can't remember if we ever made it that far east." He nodded.
"Do you know who the Mayor Alvaran is?"
I did, but I could tell Threp was bursting to tell me himself. "I seem to remember something," I said vaguely.
Threp grinned. "You know the expression, 'rich as the king of Vint'?"
I nodded.
"Well, that's him. His great-great-grandfathers were the kings of Vint, back before the Empire stomped in, converting everyone to the Iron Law and the Book of the Path. If not for a few quirks of fate a dozen generations back, Alvaran would be the royal family of Vintas, not the Calanthus. And my friend, the mayor, would be the king."
"Your friend?" I said appreciatively. "You know Mayor Alvaran?" Threp made a vacillating gesture.
"Friend may be stretching things a little," he admitted. "We've been corresponding for some years, exchanging news from our different corners of the world, doing each other a favor or two. It would be more appropriate to say we're acquainted."
"An impressive acquaintance. What is he like?"
"His letters are quite polite. Never a bit snobby, even though he does stand quite a good rank above me," Threp said modestly. "He's every bit a king except for the title and crown, you know. When Vintas formed, his family refused to surrender any of their plenary powers. That means the mayor has the authority to do most anything King Roderick himself can do. Grant titles, raise an army, coin money, levy taxes."
Threp shook his head sharply.
I forget what I'm doing," he said as he began to search his pockets. "I received a letter from him only yesterday."
He produced a piece of paper, unfolded it, then cleared his throat and read,
"I know you are knee-deep in poets and musicians out there, and I am rather in need of a young man who is good with words. I cannot find anyone to suit me here in Severin, and, everything said, I would prefer the best. He should be good with words above all, perhaps a musician of some sort. After that, I would desire him to be clever, well-spoken, mannerly, educated, and discreet. On reading this list, you may see why I have had no luck finding such a one for myself. If you happen to know a man of this rare sort, encourage him to call on me. I would tell you what use I intend to put him to, but the matter is of a private nature."
Threp studied the letter for a moment or two.
It goes on for a bit, and then he says, "As to the matter I mentioned before, I am in some haste. If there is no one suitable in Imre, please send me a letter by post. If you happen to send someone my way, encourage him to make speed."
Threp's eyes scanned the paper for a moment more, his lips moving silently.
"That's all of it,"
he said finally, and tucked it back into a pocket.
"What do you think?"
"You do me a great—"
Yes. He waved a hand impatiently. "You're flattered. Skip all that." He leaned forward seriously. "Will you do it? Will your studies—"
He made a dismissive gesture westward toward the university.
"Permit an absence of a season or so?"
I cleared my throat. "I've actually been considering taking my studies abroad for a time." The Count burst into a wide grin and thumped the arm of his chair.
"Good!" he laughed. "I thought I was going to have to pry you out of your precious university like a penny from a dead shim's fist. This is a wonderful opportunity, you realize. Once in a lifetime, really."
He gave me a sly wink.
"Besides, A young man like yourself would be hard-pressed to find a better patron than a man who's richer than the king of Vint."
"There's some truth to that," I admitted aloud. Silently, I thought, could I hope for better assistance in my search for the Emir?
"There's much truth to that," he chuckled. "How soon can you be ready to leave?"
I shrugged. "Tomorrow?" Threp raised an eyebrow.
"You don't give much time for the dust to settle, do you?"
"He said he was in haste, and I'd rather be early than late."
True.
He drew a silver gear watch from his pocket, looked at it, then sighed as he clicked it closed.
"I'll have to miss some sleep tonight drafting a letter of introduction for you."
I glanced at the window. "It's not even dark yet," I said. "How long do you expect it to take?"
"Hush," he said crossly. "I write slowly, especially when I'm sending a letter to someone as important as the mayor. Plus, I have to describe you. No easy task by itself."
"Let me help you, then," I said. "No sense losing sleep on my account." I smiled. "Besides, if there's one thing I'm well versed in, it's my own good qualities." The next day, I made a round of hasty goodbyes to everyone I knew at the university. I received heartfelt handshakes from Willem and Simon and a cheerful wave from Ari. Kilvin grunted without looking up from his engraving and told me to write down any ideas I might have for the ever-burning lamp while I was away. Arwyll gave me a long, penetrating look through his spectacles and told me there would be a place for me in the Medica when I returned. Elxadal was refreshing after the other master's reserved responses. He laughed and admitted he was a little jealous of my freedom. He advised me to take full advantage of every reckless opportunity that presented itself. If 1,000 miles wasn't enough to keep my escapade secret, he said, then nothing would. I had no luck finding Elodin and settled for sliding a note under the door of his office. Though since he never seemed to use the place, it might be months before he found it. I bought a new travel sack and a few other things a sympathist should never be without: wax, string and wire, hook, needle, and gut. My clothes were easy to pack, as I didn't own many. As I loaded my pack, I slowly realized I couldn't take everything with me. This came as something of a shock. For so many years, I'd been able to carry everything I've owned, usually with a hand to spare. But since I'd moved into this small garret room, I'd begun gathering oddments and half-finished projects. I now had the luxury of 2 blankets. There were pages of notes, a circular piece of half-inscribed tin from the fishery, a broken gear clock I'd taken to pieces to see if I could put it back together again. I finished loading my travel sack, then packed everything else into the trunk that sat at the foot of my bed. A few worn tools, a broken piece of slate I used for ciphering, a small wooden box with a handful of small treasures Ari had given me. Then I went downstairs and asked Anchor if he would mind stowing my possessions in the basement until I returned. He admitted a little guiltily that before I'd started sleeping there, the tiny slant-ceilinged room had been empty for years and only used for storage. He was willing to leave it unrented if I promised to continue our current room for music arrangement after I returned. I gladly agreed, and swinging my loot case onto my shoulder, I headed out the door. I wasn't entirely surprised to find Elodin on Stonebridge. Very little about the Master-Namer surprised me these days. He sat on the waist-high stone lip of the bridge, swinging his bare feet over the 100-foot drop to the river below. "Hello, Kvothe," he said, without turning his eyes from the churning water. "Hello, Master Elodin," I said. "I'm afraid I'm going to be leaving the university for a term or 2. "Are you really afraid?" I noticed a whisper of amusement in his quiet, resonant voice. It took me a moment to realize what he was referring to. "It's just a figure of speech." "The figures of our speaking are like pictures of names. Vague, weak names, but names nonetheless. Be mindful of them." He looked up at me. "Sit with me for a moment." I started to excuse myself, then hesitated. He was my sponsor, after all. I set down my loot and travel sack on the flat stone of the bridge. A fond smile came over Elodin's boyish face, and he slapped the stone parapet next to himself with the flat of his hand, offering me a seat. I looked over the edge with a hint of anxiety. I'd rather not, Master Elodin. He gave me a reproachful look. Caution suits an arcanist. Assurance suits a namer. Fear does not suit either. It does not suit you. He slapped the stone again, more firmly this time. I carefully climbed onto the parapet and swung my feet over the edge. The view was spectacular, exhilarating. Can you see the wind? I tried. For a moment, it seemed as if... No, it was nothing. I shook my head. Elodin shrugged nonchalantly, though I sensed a hint of disappointment. This is a good place for a namer. Tell me why. I looked around. Wide wind, strong water, old stone. Good answer. I heard genuine pleasure in his voice. But there is another reason. Stone, water, and wind are other places too. What makes this different? I thought for a moment, looked around, shook my head. I don't know. Another good answer. Remember it. I waited for him to continue. When he didn't, I asked, What makes this a good place? He looked out over the water for a long time before he answered. It is an edge, he said at last. It is a high place with a chance of falling. Things are more easily seen from edges. Danger rouses the sleeping mind. It makes some things clear. Seeing things is a part of being a namer. What about falling? I asked. If you fall, you fall. Elodin shrugged. Sometimes falling teaches us things too. In dreams, you often fall before you wake. We were both silent in our thoughts for a while. I closed my eyes and tried to listen for the name of the wind. I heard the water below, felt the stone of the bridge beneath my palms. Nothing. Do you know what they used to say when a student left the university for a term? Elodin asked. I shook my head. They said he was chasing the wind. He chuckled. I've heard the expression. Have you? What did it seem to mean? I took a moment to choose my words. It had a frivolous flavor, as if students were running around to no good purpose. Elodin nodded. Most students leave for frivolous reasons, or to pursue frivolous things. He leaned forward to look straight down at the river below. But that was not always the meaning of it. No? No. He sat back up again. Long ago, when all students aspired to be namers, things were different. He licked a finger and held it to the air. The name most fledgling namers were encouraged to find was that of the wind. After they found that name, their sleeping minds were aroused, and finding other names was easier. But some students had trouble finding the name of the wind. There were too few edges here, too little risk. So they would go off into the wild, uneducated lands. They would seek their fortunes, have adventures, hunt for secrets and treasure. He looked at me. But they were really looking for the name of the wind. Our conversation paused as someone came onto the bridge. It was a man with dark hair and a pinched face. He was watching us from the corner of his eye without turning his head, and as he walked behind us, I tried not to think how easy it would be for him to push me off the bridge. Then he was past us. Elodin gave a weary sigh and continued. Things have changed. There are even fewer edges now than there were before. The world is less wild. There are fewer magics, more secrets, and only a handful of people who know the name of the wind. You know it, don't you? I asked. Elodin nodded. It changes from place to place, but I know how to listen for its changing shape. He laughed and clapped me on the shoulder. You should go! Chase the wind! Do not be afraid of the occasional risk. He smiled. In moderation. I swung my legs around, hopped off the thick wall, and resettled my loot and travel sack over my shoulder. But as I started toward Imre, Elodin's voice stopped me. Kvothe! I turned and saw Elodin lean forward over the side of the bridge. He grinned like a schoolboy. Spit for luck! Davy opened the door for me and widened her eyes in shock. "My goodness," she said, pressing a piece of paper dramatically to her chest. I recognized it as one of the notes I left under her door. "It's my secret admirer." "I was trying to pay off my loan," I said. "I made 4 trips." "The walk is good for you," she said with a cheerful lack of sympathy as she motioned me inside, bolting the door behind me. The room smelled of... I sniffed. "What is that?" I asked. Her expression went rueful. It was supposed to be pear. I laid down my loot case and travel sack and took a seat at her desk. Despite my best intentions, my eyes were drawn to the charred black ring. Davy tossed her strawberry blonde hair and met my eye. "Care for a rematch?" she asked, her mouth curving. "I can still take you, gram or no gram. I can take you while I'm dead asleep." "I'll admit to being curious," I said, "but I should tend to business instead." "Very well," she said. "Are you really going to pay me off entire? Have you finally found yourself a patron?" I shook my head. "However, I have had a remarkable opportunity arise. The chance to get a fine patron indeed." I paused. "In Vintas." She raised an eyebrow. "That's a long ways off," she said pointedly. "I'm glad you stopped to settle your debt before jaunting off to the other side of the world. Who knows when you'll be back?" "Indeed," I said. "However, I find myself in a bit of an odd place, financially speaking." Davy was already shaking her head before I finished speaking. "Absolutely not. You're already into me for 9 talents. I'm not loaning you more money the day you leave town." I held up my hands defensively. "You misunderstand," I said. I opened my purse and spilled talents and jots onto the table. Denna's ring tumbled out too, and I stopped it before it could roll off the edge of the table. I gestured to the pile of coins in front of me, slightly more than 13 talents. "This is all the money I have in the world," I said. "With it, I need to get myself to Severin with fair speed. 1,000 miles with some to spare. That means passage on at least 1 ship, food, lodging, money for coaches, or the use of a post note." As I listed each of these things, I slid an appropriate amount of money from one side of the desk to the other. "When I finally arrive in Severin, I will need to buy myself clothes that will allow me to move among the court without looking like the ragged musician I am." I slid more coins. I pointed at the few straggling coins remaining. "This does not leave me enough to settle my debt with you." Davy watched me over her steepled fingers. "I see," she said seriously. "We must discover some alternate method for you to square your debt." "My thought is this," I said. "I can leave you with collateral against my eventual return." Her eyes flickered down to the slender, dark shape of my loot case. "Not my loot," I said quickly. "I need that." "What then?" she asked. "You've always said you have no collateral." "I have a few things," I said, rummaging around in my travel sack, and brought up a book. Davy's eyes lit up. Then she read the spine. "Rhetoric and logic?" She made a face. "I feel the same way," I said, "but it's worth something, especially to me. Also," I reached into the pocket of my cloak and brought out my hand lamp. "I have this, a sympathy lamp of my own design. It has a focused beam and a graded switch." Davy picked it up off the desk, nodding to herself. "I remember this," she said. "Before, you said you couldn't give it up because of a promise you'd made to Kilvin. Has that changed?" I gave a bright smile that was 2/3 lie. "That promise is actually what makes that lamp the perfect piece of collateral," I said. "If you take this lamp to Kilvin, I have every confidence he will pay a lavish sum just to get it out of—" I cleared my throat. "Unsavory hands." Davy flicked the switch idly with her thumb, spinning it from dim to bright and back again. "And I imagine this would be a stipulation you require, that I return it to Kilvin?" "You know me so well," I said. "It's almost embarrassing." Davy set the lamp back on the table next to my book and took a slow breath through her nose. "A book that's only valuable to you," she said, "and a lamp that's only valuable to Kilvin." She shook her head. "This is not an appealing offer." I felt a pang as I reached to my shoulder and unclasped my talent pipes and slid them onto the table as well. "Those are silver," I said, "and hard to come by. They'll get you into the Aeolian free, too." "I know what they are." Davy picked them up and looked them over with a sharp eye. Then she pointed. "You had a ring." I froze. "That's not mine to give." Davy laughed. "It's in your pocket, isn't it?" She snapped her fingers. "Come now, let me see it." I brought it out of my pocket, but I didn't hand it over. "I went through a lot of trouble for this," I said. "It's the ring Ambrose took from a friend of mine. I'm just waiting to return it to her." Davy sat silently, her hand outstretched. After a moment, I put the ring onto her palm. She held it close to the lamp and leaned forward, squinting, one eye closed on her pixie face. "That's a nice stone," she said appreciatively. "The setting's new," I said miserably. Davy set the ring carefully on top of the book next to my pipes and hand lamp. "Here is the deal," she said. "I will keep these items as collateral against your current debt of 9 talents. This will last for the space of 1 year. 1 year and a day," I said. A smile curved the corner of her mouth. "How storybook of you. Very well. This will postpone your repayment for 1 year and a day. If you have not repaid me by the end of that time, these items will be forfeit, and our debt will be cleared." Her smile went sharp. "Though I may be persuaded to return them in exchange for certain information." I heard the belling tower in the distance and gave a deep sigh. I didn't have much time for bargaining, as I was already late for my meeting with Threp. "Fine," I said, irritated. "But the ring will be kept somewhere safe. You can't wear it until I've defaulted." Davy frowned. I'm not movable on this point," I said seriously. "It belongs to a friend. It is precious to her, and I would not have her see it on someone else's hand. Not after everything I did to get it back from Ambrose." Davy said nothing, her pixie face set in a grim expression. I put on my own grim expression and met her eye. I do a good grim expression when I need to. A long moment of silence stretched between us. "Fine," she said at last. We shook hands. 1 year and a day, I said. Chapter 51. All Wise Men Fear. I stopped by the Aeolian, where Threp was waiting for me, practically dancing with impatience. He had, he told me, found a boat heading downriver in less than an hour. What's more, he had already paid my way as far as Tarbean, where I should easily be able to find passage east. The two of us hurried to the docks, arriving just as the ship was going through its final preparations. Threp, red-faced and puffing from our brisk walk, hurried to give me a lifetime's worth of advice in the space of 3 minutes. "The mayor is old blood," he said. "Not like most of the little nobility around these parts who can't tell you who their great-grandfathers are, so treat him with respect." I rolled my eyes. Why did everyone always expect me to behave so poorly? "And remember," he said, "if you look like you're chasing money, they'll see you as provincial. As soon as that happens, no one will take you seriously. You're there to curry favor. That's the high-stakes game. Besides, fortune follows favor, as they say. If you get one, you'll have the other. It's like what Teckham wrote. The cost of a loaf is a simple thing, and so a loaf is often sought. But some things are past valuing. Laughter, land, and love are never bought," I finished. It was actually a quote from Gregan the Lesser, but I didn't bother correcting him. "Ho there!" a tan-bearded man shouted to us from the deck of the ship. "We got one straggler we're waiting on, and Captain's angry as an ugly whore. He swears he'll leave if he ain't here in 2 minutes. You do well to be aboard by then." He wandered off without waiting for a reply. "Address him as Your Grace," Threp continued, as if we hadn't been interrupted. "And remember, speak least if you would be most often heard. Oh!" He drew a sealed letter from his breast pocket. "Here's your letter of introduction. I may send another copy by post just so he knows to expect you." I gave him a broad smile and gripped his arm. "Thank you, Den," I said earnestly, "for everything. I appreciate all of this more than you know." Threp waved the comment aside. "I know you'll do splendidly. You're a clever boy. Mind that you find a good tailor when you get there. The fashions will be different. As they say, know a lady by her manner, a man by his cloth." I knelt and opened up my loot case. Moving the loot aside, I pressed the lid of the secret compartment and twisted it open. I slid Threp's sealed letter inside, where it joined the hollow horn with Nina's drawing in a small sack of dried apple I had stowed there. There was nothing special about the dried apple, but, in my opinion, if you have a secret compartment in your loot case and don't use it to hide things, there's something terribly, terribly wrong with you. I snapped the clasps closed, refastening the lid, then stood and gathered up my belongings, ready to board the ship. Threp gripped my shoulder suddenly. "I almost forgot. Alvaron mentioned in one of his letters that the young people in his court gamble. He thinks it's a deplorable habit, so stay clear of it. And remember, small thaws make great floods, so be twice wary of a slowly changing season." I saw someone running down the dock toward us. It was the pinch-faced man who had passed Elodin and me on Stonebridge earlier. He carried a cloth-wrapped package close under one arm. "I'm guessing that's their missing sailor," I said quickly. "I'd better get aboard." I gave Threp a quick embrace and tried to get away before he could give me any more advice. But he caught my sleeve as I turned. "Be careful on your way there," he said, his expression anxious. "Remember, there are 3 things all wise men fear: the sea in storm, a night with no moon, and the anger of a gentle man." The sailor passed us and hit the gangplank running, unmindful of how the board jounced and clattered under his feet. I gave Threp a reassuring smile and followed close on his heels. 2 leathery men hauled up the plank, and I returned Threp's final wave. Orders were shouted, men scrambled, and the ship began to move. I turned to face downriver, toward Tarbean, toward the sea. Chapter 52. A Brief Journey. My route was a simple one. I would head downriver to Tarbean, through the Refting Strait, down the coast toward Junpui, then up the Arand River. It was more roundabout than going over land, but better in the long run. Even if I were to purchase a post letter and change horses at every opportunity, it would still take me almost 3 span to reach Severin over land. And most of that time would be in southern Atur and the small kingdoms. Only priests and fools expected the roads in that part of the world to be safe. The water route added several hundred miles to the distance traveled, but ships at sea need not mind the twistings and turnings of a road. And while a good horse can set a better pace than a ship, you can't ride a horse day and night without stopping to rest. The water route would take about a dozen days, depending on the weather. My curiosity was also glad to take the sea route. I had never been on any water larger than a river. My only real concern was that I might become bored with nothing but wind, waves, and sailors for company. Several unfortunate complications arose during the trip. In brief, there was a storm, piracy, treachery, and shipwreck, although not in that order. It also goes without saying that I did a great many things, some heroic, some ill-advised, some clever and audacious. Over the course of my trip, I was robbed, drowned, and left penniless on the streets of Junpui. In order to survive, I begged for crusts, stole a man's shoes, and recited poetry. The last should demonstrate more than all the rest how truly desperate my situation became. However, as these events have little to do with the heart of the story, I must pass them over in favor of more important things. Simply said, it took me 16 days to reach Severin. A bit longer than I had planned, but at no point during my journey was I ever bored. Chapter 53. The Shear. I limped through the gates of Severin, ragged, penniless, and hungry. I am no stranger to hunger. I know the countless hollow shapes it takes inside you. This particular hunger wasn't a terrible one. I'd eaten 2 apples and some salt pork a day ago, so this hunger was merely painful. It wasn't the bad hunger that leaves you weak and trembling. I was safe from that for at least 8 hours or so. Over the last 2 span, everything I owned had been lost, destroyed, stolen, or abandoned. The only exception was my loot. Denna's marvelous case had paid for itself 10 times during my trip. In addition to saving my life on one occasion, it had protected my loot, Threp's letter of introduction, and Nina's invaluable drawing of the Chandrian. You may notice I don't include any clothing on my list of possessions. There are 2 good reasons for this. The first is that you couldn't really call the grubby rags I wore clothing without stretching the truth to its breaking point. Secondly, I had stolen them, so it doesn't seem right to claim them as my own. The most irritating was the loss of Fella's cloak. I'd been forced to tear it up and use it for bandages in Jumpui. Nearly as bad was the fact that my hard-won gram now lay somewhere deep below the cold, dark waters of the Sentha Sea. The city of Severin was split into 2 unequal portions by a tall, white cliff. The majority of the living business of the city took place in the larger portion of the city at the foot of this cliff, aptly named the Sheer. Atop the Sheer was a much smaller piece of the city. It consisted mostly of estates and manor houses belonging to aristocracy and wealthy merchants. Also present were the attendant number of tailors, liveries, theaters, and brothels necessary to provide for the needs of the upper class. The stark cliff of white stone looked as if it had been thrust skyward to give the nobility a better view of the countryside. As it wandered off to the northeast and south, it lost height and stature. But where it bisected Severin, it was 200 feet tall and steep as a garden wall. In the center of the city, a wide peninsula of cliff jutted out from the Sheer. Perched on this outthrust piece of cliff was Mayor Alvaron's estate. Its pale stone walls were visible from anywhere in the city below. The effect was daunting, as if the mayor's ancestral home was peering down on you. Seeing it without a coin in my pocket or a decent set of clothes on my back was rather intimidating. I'd planned to take Threp's letter straight to the mayor despite my disheveled state, but looking up at the tall stone walls, I realized I probably wouldn't be let through the front door. I looked like a filthy beggar. I had few resources and even fewer options to choose from. With the exception of Ambrose some miles to the south in his father's barony, I didn't know a single soul in all of Vintas. I've begged before, and I've stolen, but only when I've had no other options available to me. They are dangerous occupations, and only a complete fool attempts them in an unfamiliar city, let alone an entirely new country. Here in Vintas, I didn't even know what laws I might be breaking. So I gritted my teeth and took the only option available to me. I wandered barefoot through the cobblestone streets of Severin Low until I found a pawn shop in one of the better parts of the city. I stood across the street for the better part of an hour, watching the people come and go, trying to think of some better option, but I simply didn't have one. So I removed Threp's letter and Nina's painting from the secret compartment in my loot case, crossed the street, and pawned my loot and case for 8 silver nobles and a span note. If you've led the sort of easy life that's never taken you to the pawners, let me explain. The note was a receipt of sorts, and with it I could buy my loot back for the same amount of money so long as I did it within 11 days. On the 12th day it became the property of the pawnbroker, who would undoubtedly turn around and sell it for 10 times that amount. Back on the street, I hefted the coins. They seemed thin and insubstantial compared to Sealdish currency, or the heavy Commonwealth pennies I was familiar with. Still, money spends the same the world round, and 7 nobles bought me a fine suit of clothes of the sort a gentleman might wear, along with a pair of soft leather boots. What remained bought a haircut, shave, bath, and my first solid meal in 3 days. After that, I was coin poor again, but feeling much more sure of myself. Still, I knew it would be difficult to make my way to the mayor. Men with his degree of power live within layers of protection. There are customary graceful ways to navigate these layers: introductions and audiences, messages and rings, calling cards and ass-kissing. But with only 11 days to get my loot out of pawn, my time was too precious for that. I needed to make contact with Alvaron quickly. So I made my way to the foot of the sheer and found a small cafe that catered to a genteel clientele. I used one of my precious few remaining coins to buy a mug of chocolate and a seat with a view of the haberdashers across the street. Over the next several hours, I listened to the gossip that flowed through such places. Even better, I won the trust of the clever young boy who worked at the cafe, waiting to refill my mug if I so desired. With his help and some casual eavesdropping, I learned a great deal about the mayor's court in a short amount of time. Eventually, the shadows grew longer, and I decided it was time to move. I called the boy over and pointed across the street. "Do you see that gentleman? The one in the red vest?"
"Yes, sir."
"Do you know who it is?"
"The Esquire Bergen, if it please you."
I needed someone more important than that. "How about the cross-looking fellow in the awful yellow hat?" The boy hid a smile.
"That's Baronet Petour."
Perfect. I stood and clapped Jim on the back. "You'll do well for yourself with a memory like that. Keep well." I gave him halfpenny and strolled to where the baronet stood, fingering a bolt of deep green velvet. It goes without saying that in terms of social rank, there are none lower than the Adimaru. Even leaving aside my heritage, I was a landless commoner. This meant, in terms of social standing, the baronet was so high above me that if he were a star, I would not be able to see him with the naked eye. A person of my position should address him as my lord, avoid eye contact, and bow deeply and humbly. Truth be told, a person of my social standing shouldn't speak to him at all. Things were different in the Commonwealth, of course, and the university itself was particularly egalitarian. But even there, nobility were still rich and powerful and well-connected. People like Ambrose would always run roughshod over folk like myself. And if things got difficult, he could always hush things up or bribe a judge to get himself out of trouble. But I was in Vintas now. Here, Ambrose wouldn't need to bribe the judge. If I'd accidentally jostled the Baronet Petour in the street while I was still barefoot and muddy, he could have horsewhipped me bloody, then called the constable to arrest me for being a public nuisance. The constable would have done it, too, with a smile and a nod. Let me try to say this more succinctly. In the Commonwealth, the gentry are people with power and money. In Vintas, the gentry have power and money and privilege. Many rules simply do not apply to them. That meant in Vintas, social rank was of utmost importance. That meant if the baronet knew I was below him, he would lord it over me, quite literally. On the other hand, as I walked across the street toward the baronet, I straightened my shoulders and raised my chin a bit. I stiffened my neck and narrowed my eyes slightly. I looked around as if I owned the entire street, and it was currently something of a disappointment. "Baronet Petour," I said briskly. The man looked up, smiled vaguely as if he couldn't decide if he recognized me or not. "Yes." I made a curt gesture toward the sheer. "You would be doing the mayor a great service if you would escort me to his estate as quickly as possible." I kept my expression stern, almost angry. "Well, certainly." He sounded anything but certain. I could sense the questions, the excuses beginning to bubble up in him. I fixed the baronet with my haughtiest stare. The edema might be on the lowest rung of the social ladder, but there are no finer actors breathing. I had been raised on the stage, and my father could play a king so regal I'd seen audiences doff their hats when he made his entrance. I made my eyes as hard as agates and looked the florid man up and down as if he were a horse I wasn't sure I cared to bet on. "If the matter were not urgent, I would never impose on you this way." I hesitated, then added a stiff, reluctant, "Sir." Baronet Patour looked me in the eye. He was slightly off balance, but not nearly as much as I'd hoped. Like most nobility, he was self-centered as a gyroscope, and the only thing keeping him from sniffing and looking down his nose at me was his uncertainty. He eyed me, trying to decide if he could risk offending me by asking my name and how we were acquainted. But I still had a final trick to play. I brought out the thin, sharp smile the porter at the Grey Man had used when I had come calling on Denna all those months ago. As I'd said, it was a good smile, gracious, polite, and more patronizing than if I'd reached out and patted the man on the head like a dog. The Baronet Patour bore up under the weight of the smile for almost a full second. Then he cracked like an egg, his shoulders rounding a bit, and his manner becoming ever so slightly obsequious. "Any service I can lend the mayor is a service I'm glad to render," he said. "Please, allow me." He took the lead, heading toward the foot of the cliff. Following behind, I smiled. Chapter 54. The Messenger. I managed to bluff and fast-talk my way through the majority of the mayor's defenses. The Baronet Patour helped me simply by his presence. Being escorted by a recognizable member of the nobility was enough to get me deep inside Alvaron's estate. After that, he soon outlived his usefulness, and I left him behind. Once he was out of sight, I put on my most impatient face, asked a busy servant for directions, and made it all the way to the outer doors of the mayor's audience chamber before I was stopped by an unassuming man in his middle years. He was portly, with a round face, and despite his fine clothes, he looked like a grocer to me. If not for the several hours I'd spent gathering information in Severin Low, I might have made a terrible mistake and tried to bluff my way past this man, thinking him nothing more than a well-dressed servant. But this was actually the person I was looking for, the mayor's manservant, Stapes. Though he looked like a grocer, he had the aura of true authority about him. His manner was quiet and certain, unlike the overbearing, brash one I had used to bully the baronet. "How can I help you?" Stapes asked. His tone was perfectly polite, but there were other questions lurking beneath the surface of his words. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" I brought out Count Threp's letter and handed it over with a slight bow. "You would be doing me a great service if you would convey this to the mayor," I said. "He is expecting me." Stapes gave me a cool look, making it perfectly clear that if the mayor had been expecting me, he would have known about it 10 days ago. He rubbed his chin as he looked me over, and I saw he wore a dull iron ring with gold letters scrolling across the surface. Despite his obvious misgivings, Stapes took the letter and disappeared through a set of double doors. I stood in the hallway for a nervous minute before he returned and ushered me inside, his manner still vaguely disapproving. We moved through a short hallway, then came to a second set of doors flanked by armored guards. These weren't ceremonial guards of the sort you sometimes see in public, standing stiffly at attention, holding halberds. They wore the mayor's colors, but beneath their sapphire and ivory were functional breastplates with steel rings and leather. Each man wore a long sword and a long knife. They eyed me seriously as I approached. The mayor's manservant nodded to me, and one of the guards manhandled me in a quick, competent way, sliding his hands along my arms and legs and around my chest, searching for hidden weapons. I was suddenly very glad for some of the misfortunes on my trip, specifically the ones that had ended with me losing the pair of slender knives I'd grown accustomed to wearing underneath my clothes. The guard stepped back and nodded. Then Stapes gave me another irritated look and opened the inner door. Inside, 2 men sat at a map-strewn table. One was tall and bald with the hard, weathered look of a veteran soldier. Next to him sat the mayor. Elveron was older than I had expected. He had a serious face, proud around the mouth and eyes. His well-trimmed salt and pepper beard had very little black left to it, but his hair was still full and thick. His eyes, too, seemed to belie his age. They were clear gray, clever, and piercing. They were not the eyes of an old man. The mayor turned those eyes on me as I entered the room. He held Threp's letter in one hand. I made a standard number 3 bow, the messenger, as my father called it, low and formal, as fitting the mayor's high station, deferential but not obsequious. Just because I tread heavily on propriety's toes doesn't mean I can't play the game when it's of use to me. The mayor's eyes flickered down to the letter, then back up. "Kvothe, is it? You travel swiftly to arrive in such good time. I'd not expected even a reply from the Count so soon." "I made all possible speed to put myself at your disposal, Your Grace." "Indeed." He looked me over carefully. "And you seem to vindicate the Count's opinion of your wit by making it all the way to my door with nothing but a sealed letter in your hand." "I thought it best to present myself as soon as possible, Your Grace," I said neutrally. "Your letter implied you were in some haste." "And an impressive job you did of it, too," Elveron said, glancing at the tall man sitting at the table next to him. "Wouldn't you say, Dagon?" "Yes, Your Grace." Dagon looked at me with dark, dispassionate eyes. His face was hard and sharp and emotionless. I suppressed a shiver. Elveron glanced down at the letter again. "Threp certainly has some flattering things to say about you here," he said. "Well-spoken, charming, most talented musician he's met in 10 years. The mayor continued reading, then looked back up, his eyes shrewd. "You seem a bit young," he said hesitantly. "You're barely past 20, aren't you?" I was a month past my 16th birthday, a fact I'd pointedly omitted from the letter. "I am young, Your Grace," I admitted, sidestepping the actual lie. "But I've been making music since I was 4. I spoke with quiet confidence, doubly glad of my new clothes. In my rags, I couldn't have helped but look like a starving urchin. As it was, I was well-dressed and tanned from my days at sea, and the lean lines of my face added years to my appearance. Elveron eyed me for a long, speculative moment, then nodded, apparently satisfied. "Very well," he said. "Unfortunately, I am rather busy at present. Would tomorrow be convenient for you?" It wasn't really a question. "Have you found lodgings in the city?" "I have not made any arrangements as of yet, Your Grace." "You will stay here," he said evenly. "Stapes?" He called in a voice hardly louder than his normal speaking tone, and the portly, grocer-looking fellow appeared almost instantly. "Set our new guest somewhere in the south wing, near the gardens." He turned back to me. "Will your luggage be following?" "I fear all my luggage was lost on the way, Your Grace. Shipwreck." Elveron raised an eyebrow briefly. "Stapes will see you are properly outfitted." He folded Threp's letter and made a gesture of dismissal. "Good evening." I made a quick bow and followed Stapes from the room. The rooms were the most opulent I'd ever seen, let alone lived in, full of old wood and polished stone. The bed had a feather mattress a foot thick, and when I drew its curtains and lay inside, it seemed as big as my entire room back at Anchor's. My rooms were so pleasant it took me almost a full day to realize how much I hated them. Again, you have to think in terms of shoes. You don't want the biggest pair. You want a pair that fits. If your shoes are too big, your feet chafe and blister. In a similar way, my rooms chafed at me. There was an immense empty wardrobe, empty chests of drawers, and bare bookshelves. My room in Anchor's had been tiny, but here I felt like a dried pea rattling around inside an empty jewelry box. But while the rooms were too large for my non-existent possessions, they were too small for me. I was obliged to remain there, waiting for the mayor to summon me. Since I had no idea when this might happen, I was effectively trapped. In defense of the mayor's hospitality, I should mention a few positive things. The food was excellent, if somewhat cold by the time it made its way from the kitchens. There was also a wonderful copper bathing basin. Servants brought the hot water, but it drained away through a series of pipes. I had not expected to find such conveniences so far from the civilizing influence of the university. I was visited by one of the mayor's tailors, an excitable little man who measured me 6 dozen different ways while chattering about the court gossip. The next day, a runner boy delivered 2 elaborate suits of clothing in colors that flattered me. In a way, I was fortunate I'd met with trouble at sea. The clothing Alvaron's tailors supplied was much better than anything I could have afforded, even with Threp's help. As a result, I cut quite a striking figure during my stay in Severin. Best of all, while checking the fit of my clothes, the chatty tailor mentioned cloaks were in fashion. I took the opportunity to exaggerate somewhat about the cloak fella had given me, bemoaning the loss of it. The result was a richly colored burgundy cloak. It wouldn't keep the rain off worth a damn, but I was quite fond of it. Not only did it make me look rather dashing, but it was full of clever little pockets, of course. So, I was dressed, fed, and boarded in luxury. But despite this largesse, by noon of the next day I was prowling my rooms like a cat in a crate. I itched to be outside, to have my loot out of pawn, to discover why the mayor needed the service of someone clever, well-spoken, and above all, discreet. Chapter 55. Grace. I peered at the mayor through a gap in the hedge. He was sitting on a stone bench under a shade tree in his gardens, looking every bit the gentleman in his loose sleeves and waistcoat. He wore the house colors of Alvaron, sapphire and ivory. But while his clothes were fine, they weren't ostentatious. He wore a gold signet ring, but no other jewelry. Compared to many others in his court, the mayor was almost plainly dressed. At first, this seemed to imply that Alvaron disdained the fashions of the court. But after a moment, I saw the truth of it. The ivory of his shirt was creamy and flawless, the sapphire of his waistcoat vibrant. I would have bet my thumbs that they hadn't been worn more than a half-dozen times. As a display of wealth, it was subtle and staggering. It was one thing to be able to afford fine clothes, but how much would it cost to maintain a wardrobe that never showed the slightest hint of wear? I thought of what Count Threp had said about Alvaron, rich as the king of Vint. The mayor himself looked much the same as before, tall and thin, graying and immaculately groomed. I took in the tired lines of his face, the slight tremble of his hands, his posture. He looks old, I thought to myself, but he's not. The belling tower began to strike the hour. I stepped back from the hedge and strolled around the corner to meet the mayor. Alvaron nodded, his cool eyes looking me over carefully. "Kvothe, I was rather hoping you would come." I gave a semi-formal bow. "I was pleased to receive your invitation, Your Grace." Alvaron made no gesture for me to seat myself, so I remained standing. I guessed he was testing my manners. "I hope you do not mind our meeting outside. Have you seen the gardens yet?" "I haven't had the opportunity, Your Grace. I'd been trapped in my damned rooms until he'd sent for me." "You must allow me to show you around." He took hold of a polished walking stick that rested against the shade tree. "I've always found that taking some air is good for whatever troubles a body, though others disagree." He leaned forward as if he would stand, but a shadow of pain crossed his face, and he drew a shallow, painful breath between his teeth. Sick, I realized. Not old. Sick. I was at his side in a twinkling and offered him my arm. "Allow me, Your Grace." The mayor gave a stiff smile. "If I were younger, I'd make light of your offer." He sighed. "But pride is the luxury of the strong." He laid a thin hand on my arm and used my support to gain his feet. "I must settle for being gracious instead." "Graciousness is the luxury of the wise," I said easily, "so it can be noted that your wisdom lends you grace." Elveron gave a wry chuckle and patted my arm. "That makes it a bit easier to bear, I suppose." "Would you like your stick, Your Grace?" I asked. "Or shall we walk together?" He made the same dry chuckle. "Walk together? That's delicately put." He took the stick in his right hand while his left hand held my arm in a surprisingly strong grip. "Lord and Lady," he swore under his breath, "I hate to be seen doddering about, but it's less galling to lean on a young man's arm than hobble around on my own. It's a horrible thing to have your body fail you. You never think about it when you're young." We began to walk, and our conversation lulled as we listened to the sound of water splashing in the fountains and birds singing in the hedges. Occasionally, the mayor would point out a particular piece of statuary and tell which of his ancestors had commissioned it, made it, or, he spoke of these in a quieter, apologetic tone, plundered it from foreign lands in times of war. We walked about the gardens for the better part of an hour. Elveron's weight on my arm gradually lessened, and soon he was using me more for balance than support. We passed several gentlefolk who bowed or nodded to the mayor. After they were out of earshot, he would mention who they were, how they ranked in court, and a snippet or two of amusing gossip. "They're wondering who you are," he said after one such couple had passed behind a hedge. "By tonight it will be all the talk. Are you an ambassador from Reniere? A young noble looking for a rich fief and a wife to go along? Perhaps you are my long-lost son, a remnant from my wilder youth." He chuckled to himself and patted my arm. He might have continued, but he stumbled on a protruding flagstone and almost fell. I steadied him quickly and eased him onto a stone bench beside the path. "Damn and bother!" he cursed, obviously embarrassed. "How would that have looked? The mare scrabbling about like a beetle on its back." He looked around crossly, but we seemed to be alone. "Would you do an old man a favor?" "I'm at your disposal, Your Grace." Elveron gave me a shrewd look. "Are you indeed? Well, it's a little thing. Keep secretive about who you are and what your business is. It'll do wonders for your reputation. The less you tell them, the more everyone will be wanting to get from you." "I'll keep close about myself, Your Grace, but I would have better luck avoiding the subject of why I'm here if I knew what it was." Elveron's expression went sly. "True, but this is too public a place. You've shown good patience so far. Exercise it a while longer." He looked up at me. "Would you be so kind as to walk me to my rooms?" I held out my arm. "Certainly, Your Grace." After returning to my rooms, I removed my embroidered jacket and hung it in the carved rosewood wardrobe. The huge piece of furniture was lined with cedar and sandalwood, scenting the air. Large, flawless mirrors hung on the insides of the doors. I walked across the polished marble floor and sat on a red velvet lounging couch. I idly wondered how exactly one was supposed to lounge. I couldn't remember ever doing it myself. After a moment's consideration, I decided lounging was probably similar to relaxing, but with more money in your pocket. Restless, I got to my feet and moved around the room. There were paintings on the walls, portraits, and pastoral scenes done skillfully in oil. One wall held a huge tapestry that showed a vast naval battle in intricate detail. That occupied my attention for almost half an hour. I missed my loot. It had been terribly hard to pawn it, like cutting off my hand. I'd fully expected to spend the next 10 days sick with worry, anxious that I wouldn't be able to buy it back. But without meaning to, the mayor himself had set my mind at ease. In my wardrobe hung 6 suits of clothing, fine enough for any lord. When they had been delivered to my room, I'd felt myself relax. My first thought on seeing them wasn't that I could now mingle comfortably with the court society. I thought that if worse came to worst, I could steal them, sell them to a fripperer, and easily have enough money to reclaim my loot. Of course, if I did such a thing, I would burn all my bridges with the mayor. It would render my entire trip to Severin pointless and would embarrass Threp so profoundly that he might never speak to me again. Nevertheless, knowing I had that option gave me a thin thread of control over the situation. It was enough so I could keep from going absolutely mad with worry. I missed my loot, but if I could gain the mayor's patronage, my life's road would grow suddenly smooth and straight. The mayor had money enough for me to continue my education at the university. His connections could help me continue my research into the Emir. Perhaps most important was the power of his name. If the mayor were my patron, I would be under his protection. Ambrose's father might be the most powerful baron in all of Vintas, a dozen steps from royalty. But Alvaron was practically a king in his own right. How much simpler would my life become without Ambrose endlessly spiking my wheel? It was a giddy thought. I missed my loot. But all things have their price. For a chance of having the mayor as a patron, I was willing to grit my teeth and spend a span bored and anxious without music. Alvaron turned out to be right about the curious nature of his attendant court. After he called me to his study that evening, rumor exploded like a brush fire around me. I could understand why the mayor enjoyed this sort of thing. It was like watching stories being born. Chapter 56. Power. Alvaron sent for me again the next day, and soon the two of us were strolling along the garden paths again, his hand resting lightly on my arm. "Let's head toward the south side," the mayor pointed with his walking stick. "I hear the Celes will reach full bloom soon." We took the left turning of the path, and he drew a breath. "There are two types of power, inherent and granted," Alvaron said, letting me know the topic of today's conversation. "Inherent power you possess as a part of yourself. Granted power is lent or given by other people." He looked sideways at me. I nodded. Seeing my agreement, the mayor continued. "Inherent power is an obvious thing. Strength of body." He patted my supporting arm. "Strength of mind. Strength of personality. All these things lie within a person. They define us. They determine our limits." "Not entirely, Your Grace," I protested gently. "A man can always improve himself." "They limit us," the mayor said firmly. "A man with one hand will never wrestle in the roundings. A man with one leg will never run as quickly as a man with two. An Adem warrior with only one hand might be more deadly than a common warrior with two, Your Grace," I pointed out, "despite his deficiency." "True, the mayor said crossly. "We can improve ourselves, exercise our bodies, educate our minds, groom ourselves carefully." He ran a hand down his immaculate salt and pepper beard. "For even appearance is a type of power, but there are always limits. While a one-handed man might become a passable warrior, he could not play a lute." I nodded slowly. "You make a good point, Your Grace. Our power has limits we can extend, but not indefinitely." Alvaron held up a finger. "But that is only the first type of power. We are only limited if we rely upon the power we ourselves possess. There is still the type of power that is given. Do you understand what I mean by granted power?" I thought a moment. "Taxes?" The mayor said, surprised. "That's a rather good example, actually. Have you put much thought into this sort of thing before?" "A bit," I admitted, "but never in these terms." "It is a difficult thing," he said, sounding pleased by my response. "Which do you think is the greater type of power?" I only had to think for a second. "The inherent, Your Grace." "Interesting. Why do you say that?" "Because a power you possess yourself cannot be taken away, Your Grace." "Ah." He raised a long finger, as if to caution me. but we've already agreed that type of power is severely limited. Granted power has no limits. No limits, Your Grace? Alvaron nodded his head in concession. Very few limits, then. I still didn't agree. The mayor must have seen it on my face, because he leaned toward me to explain. Let's say I have an enemy, young and strong. Let's say he has stolen something of mine, some money. Are you with me? I nodded. No manner of training will make me the match of a quarrelsome 20-year-old. So what do? I get one of my young, strong friends to go and box his ears. With that strength, I can accomplish a feat which would be otherwise impossible. Your enemy could box your friend's ears instead, I pointed out as we rounded a corner. An arching trellis turned the path ahead of us into a shaded tunnel, thick with deep green leaves. Let's say I got 3 friends together, the mayor amended. Suddenly, I've been granted the strength of 3 men. My enemy, even if he were very strong, could never be as strong as that. Look to the cellars. Terribly difficult to cultivate, they tell me. We entered the shadow of the trellis tunnel, where hundreds of deep red petals blossomed in the shade of leaf and arch. The smell was sweet and tremulous. I brushed a hand across one of the deep red blooms. It was unspeakably soft. I thought of Denna. The mayor returned to our discussion. You're missing the point, anyway. The lending of strength is just a small example. Some types of power can only be given. He made a subtle gesture to a corner of the garden. Do you see Comte Farland over there? If you asked him about his title, he would say he possesses it. He would claim it is a part of him as much as his own blood. A part of his blood, in fact. Almost any noble would say the same thing. They would argue their lineage imbued them with the right to rule. The mayor looked up at me, his eyes glittering in amusement. But they're wrong. It is not inherent power. It is granted. I could take away his lands and leave him a pauper on the street. Alvaron motioned me closer, and I leaned a bit. Here is a great secret. Even my title, my riches, my control over people and the land, it is only granted power. It belongs to me no more than does the strength of your arm. He patted my hand and smiled at me. But I know the difference, and that is why I am always in control. He straightened and spoke in normal tones. Good afternoon, Comte. Lovely day to be out in the sun, wouldn't you say?
Indeed, Your Grace. The cellars are quite breathtaking.
The Comte was a heavy man with jowls and a thick mustache.
My compliments.
After the Comte had passed us by, Alvaron continued. You notice he complimented me on the cellars. I have never touched a trowel in my life. He looked sideways at me, his expression slightly smug. Do you still think inherent power is the better of the two? You make a compelling point, Your Grace, I said. However, you're a hard one to convince. One last example, then. Can we agree that I will never be able to give birth to a child? I think that is safe to say, Your Grace. Yet, if a woman grants me the right to wed her, I can give birth to a son. Through granted power, a man can make himself as fast as a horse, as strong as an ox. Can inherent power do this for you? I couldn't argue that. I bow to your argument, Your Grace. I bow to your wisdom in accepting it. He chuckled, and at the same time the faint ringing of the hour moved through the garden. Oh, bother, the mayor said, his expression souring. I must go take that dreadful nostrum of mine, or Codicus will be completely unmanageable for a span of days. I gave him a quizzical look, and he explained. He somehow discovered that I poured yesterday's dose in the chamber pot. Your Grace should be mindful of your health. Alvaron scowled. You overstep yourself, he snapped. I flushed in embarrassment, but before I could apologize, he waved me into silence. "You're right, of course. I know my duty, but you sound just like him. One codicus is enough for me." He paused to nod toward an approaching couple. The man was tall and handsome, a few years older than myself. The woman was perhaps 30, with dark eyes and an elegant, wicked mouth. "Good evening, Lady Hesua. I trust your father is continuing to improve."
"Oh, yes," she said. "The surgeon says he should be up before the span is through."
She caught my eye and held it briefly, her red mouth curving into a knowing smile. Then she was past us. I found myself sweating a bit. If the mayor noticed, he ignored it. Terrible woman. New man every span of days. Her father was wounded in a duel with Esquire Higton over an inappropriate remark. A true remark, but that doesn't count for much once the swords are out. What of the squire? Died the day after. Pity, too. He was a good man, just didn't know enough to mind his tongue. He sighed and looked up at the belling tower. As I was saying, one physician is quite enough for me. Codicus clucks over me like a mother hen. I hate taking medicine when I'm already on the mend. The mayor did seem better today. He hadn't really needed the support of my arm during our walk. I sensed he only leaned on me to give us an excuse to be talking so close together. Your improving health seems proof enough that his ministrations work to heal you, I said. Yes. His potives drive away my illness for a span of days, sometimes for months. He sighed bitterly. But they always come back. Shall I be drinking potions the rest of my life? Perhaps the need for them will pass, Your Grace. I had hoped the same thing. In his recent travels, Codicus gathered some herbs that worked wondrous well. His last treatment left me hale for nearly a year. I thought I was finally free of it. The mayor scowled down at his walking stick. Yet here I am. If I could aid you in any way, Your Grace, I would. Alvaron turned his head to look me in the eye. After a moment, he nodded to himself. I do believe you would, he said. How extraordinary. Several conversations of a similar sort followed. I could tell the mayor was trying to get a feel for me. With all the skill learned in 40 years of courtly intrigue, he steered the conversation in subtle ways, learning my opinions, determining whether or not I was worthy of his trust. While I didn't have the mayor's experience, I was a fair conversationalist myself. I was always careful with my answers, always courteous. After a few days, a mutual respect began to grow between us. Not a friendship such as I had with Count Threp. The mayor never encouraged me to disregard his title or sit in his presence, but we were growing closer. While Threp was a friend, the mayor was like a distant grandfather, kind but older, serious, and reserved. I got the impression the mayor was a lonely man, forced to remain aloof from his subjects and the members of his court. I almost suspected he might have sent to Threp for a companion, someone clever but removed from the politics of court so he could have an honest conversation once in a while. At first, I dismissed such an idea as unlikely, but the days continued to pass and still the mayor avoided any mention of what use he planned to put me to. If I'd had my loot, I could have passed the time pleasantly, but it still lay in Severin Low, 7 days away from belonging to the pawnshop. So there was no music, just my echoing rooms and my damnable useless idleness. As rumors about me spread, various members of the court came to visit. Some made a pretense of welcoming me. Others made a show of wanting to gossip. I even suspected there were a few attempts at seduction, but at that point in my life I knew so little of women that I was immune to those games. One gentleman even tried to borrow money from me, and I was hard-pressed not to laugh in his face. They told different stories and used different degrees of subtlety, but they were all there for the same reason, to glean information from me. However, since I was under the mayor's instructions to be tight-lipped about myself, all the conversations were brief and unsatisfying. All but one, I should say. The exception proves the rule. Chapter 57. A Handful of Iron. I met Braden on my 4th day in Severin. It was early, but I was already pacing my rooms, nearly insane with boredom. I'd had my breakfast, and it was hours before lunch. So far today, I dealt with 3 courtiers come to pry at me. I dealt with them deftly, running our conversations aground at every opportunity. "So where are you from, my boy?" "Oh, you know how it is. One travels so." "And your parents?" "Yes, actually, I had them. 2, in fact." "What brings you to Severin?" "A coach and 4, for the most part, though I walked a bit as well. Good for the lungs, you know." "And what are you doing here?" "Enjoying good conversation, of course, meeting interesting people." "Really? Who?" "Why, all sorts, including you, Lord Pravik. You are quite the fascinating fellow." And so on. It wasn't long before even the most tenacious rumor-monger grew weary and left. Worst of all, these brief exchanges would be the most interesting part of my day if the mayor didn't call for me. So far, we'd conversed over a light lunch, 3 times during brief walks in the garden, and once late at night when most sensible people would be abed. Twice, Alvaron's runner woke me from a sound sleep before the sky began to color with the blue beginning of dawn's light. I know when I'm being tested. Alvaron wanted to see if I was truly willing to make myself available to him at any unreasonable hour of the day or night. He was watching to see if I would become impatient or irritated by his casual use of me. So, I played the game. I was charming and unfailingly polite. I came when he called and left as soon as he was through with me. I asked no impertinent questions, made no demands on him, and spent the remainder of my day grinding my teeth, pacing my overlarge rooms, and trying not to think about how many days I had left before the span note on my loot expired. Small wonder that a knock on that 4th day sent me scrambling for the door. I hoped it was a summons from the mayor, but at this point, any distraction would be welcome. I opened the door to reveal an older man, a gentleman down to his bones. His clothes gave him away, certainly, but more important was the fact that he wore his wealth with the comfortable indifference of someone born into it. New-made nobles, pretenders, and rich merchants simply don't carry themselves the same way. Alvaron's manservant, for example, had finer clothes than half the gentry, but despite the self-assurance Stapes possessed, he looked like a baker wearing his holiday best. Thanks to Alvaron's tailors, I was dressed as well as anyone. The colors were good on me, leaf green, black, and burgundy, with silver workings on the cuff and collar. However, unlike Stapes, I wore the clothes with the casual ease of nobility. True, the brocade itched. True, the buttons, buckles, and endless layers made every outfit stiff and awkward as a suit of mercenaries' leathers. But I lounged in it as easily as if it were a second skin. It was a costume, you see, and I played my part as only a trooper can. As I was saying, I opened the door to see an older gentleman standing in the hall. "So, you're Kvothe, are you?" he asked. I nodded, caught slightly off my stride. The custom in northern Vintas was to send a servant ahead to request a meeting. The runner brought a note and a ring with the noble's name inscribed. You sent a gold ring to request a meeting with a noble of higher rank than yourself, silver for someone of roughly the same rank, and iron for someone beneath you. I didn't have any rank, of course. No title, no lands, no family, and no blood. I was low-born as they come, but no one here knew that. Everyone assumed the mysterious red-haired man spending time with Alvaron was some flavor of nobility, and my origin and standing was a much-debated topic. The important thing was that I had not been officially introduced to the court. As such, I had no official ranking. That meant all the rings sent to me were iron, and one does not typically refuse a request sent with an iron ring, lest one offend one's betters. So it was rather surprising to find this older gentleman standing outside the door, obviously noble, but unannounced and uninvited. "You may call me Braden," he said, looking me in the eye. "Do you know how to play tack?" I shook my head, unsure what to make of this. He gave a small, disappointed sigh. "Ah, well, I can teach you." He thrust a black velvet sack toward me, and I took hold of it with both hands. It felt as if it were full of small, smooth stones. Braden gestured behind him, and a pair of young men bustled into my room carrying a small table. I stepped out of their way, and Braden swept through the door in their wake. "Set it by the window," he directed them, pointing with his walking stick, "and bring some chairs. No, the railback chairs." In a short moment, everything was arranged to his satisfaction. The two servants left, and Braden turned to me with an apologetic look on his face. "You'll forgive an old man a dramatic entrance, I hope." "Of course," I said graciously. "Please, have a seat." I gestured toward the new table by the window. "Such aplomb," he chuckled, leaning his walking stick against the windowsill. The sunlight caught on the polished silver handle wrought in the shape of a snarling wolf's head. Braden was older, not elderly by any means, but what I consider grandfather old. His colors weren't colors at all, merely ash gray and a dark charcoal. His hair and beard were pure white, and all cut to the same length, making a frame for his face. As he sat there peering at me with his lively brown eyes, he reminded me of an owl. I took a seat across from him and wondered idly how he was going to attempt to wheedle information out of me. He'd obviously brought a game. Perhaps he'd try to gamble it out of me. That would be a new approach, at least. He smiled at me. An honest smile I found myself returning before I realized what I was doing. "You must have a fair collection of rings by this point," he said. I nodded. He leaned forward curiously. "Would you mind terribly if I looked them over?" "Not at all." I went into the other room and brought back a handful of rings, spilling them onto the table. He looked them over, nodding to himself. "You've had all our best gossip-mongers descend on you. Veston, Breivik, and Temenlavi have all taken a crack." His eyebrows went up as he saw the name on another ring. "Breivik twice, and none of them got a shred of anything out of you. Nothing half as solid as a whisper." Braden glanced up at me. "That tells me you are keeping your tongue tightly between your teeth, and you are good at it. Rest assured, I'm not here in some vain attempt to pry at your secrets." I didn't entirely believe him, but it was nice to hear. "I'll admit that's a relief." "As a brief aside," he mentioned casually, "I'll mention the rings are traditionally left in the sitting room near the door. They are displayed as a mark of status." I hadn't known that, but I didn't want to admit to it. If I was unfamiliar with the customs of the local court, it would let him know I was either a foreigner or not one of the gentry. "There's no real status in a handful of iron," I said dismissively. Count Threp had explained the basics of the rings to me before I left Imre, but he wasn't from Vintas, and obviously hadn't known the fine points. "There's some truth to that," Braden said easily. "But not the truth entire. Gold rings imply those below you are working to curry your favor. Silver indicates a healthy working relationship with your peers." He laid the rings in a row on the table. "However, iron means you have the attention of your betters. It indicates you are desirable." I nodded slowly. "Of course," I said. "Any ring the mayor sends will be an iron one." "Exactly," Braden nodded. "To have a ring from the mayor is a mark of great favor." He pushed the rings toward me across the top of the smooth marble table. "But there is no such ring here, and that itself is meaningful." "It seems you're no stranger to courtly politics yourself," I pointed out. Braden closed his eyes and nodded a weary agreement. "I was quite fond of it when I was young. I was even something of a power as these things go. But at present I have no machinations to advance." That takes the spice from such maneuverings." He looked at me again, meeting my eyes directly. "I have simpler tastes now. I travel. I enjoy wines and conversation with interesting people. I've even been learning how to dance." He smiled again, warmly, and rapped a knuckle on the board. "More than anything, however, I enjoy playing tack. However, I know few people with time or wit enough to play the game properly." He raised an eyebrow at me. I hesitated. One might assume that someone well skilled in the subtle art of conversation could use long stretches of idle chatter to glean information from an unsuspecting victim. Braden smiled. "By the names on these rings, I can tell you've seen nothing but the most gaudy and grasping of us. You're understandably skittish regarding your secrets, whatever they may be." He leaned forward. "Consider this instead. Those who have approached you are like magpies. They caw and flap around you, hoping to snatch something bright to carry home with them." He rolled his eyes disdainfully. "What gain is there in that? Some small notoriety, I suppose. Some brief elevation among one's gaudy, gossipy peers." Braden ran a hand over his white beard. "I am no magpie. I need nothing shiny, nor do I care what gossip-mongers think. I play a longer, more subtle game." He began to work the drawstring loose on the black velvet bag. "You are a man of some wit. I know this, as the mayor does not waste his time with fools. I know you either stand in the mayor's good grace, or you have a chance to gain that grace. So here is my plan." He smiled his warm smile again. "Would you like to hear my plan?" I found myself smiling back without meaning to, as I had before. "That would be unusually kind of you." "My plan is to insinuate myself into your favor now. I will make myself useful and entertaining. I will provide conversation and a way to pass the time." He spilled a set of round stones out onto the marble tabletop. "Then, when your star grows ascendant in the mayor's sky, I may find myself in possession of an unexpectedly useful friend." He began to sort the stones into their different colors. "And, should your star fail to rise, I am still richer by several games of tack." "I also imagine it won't hurt your reputation to spend several hours alone with me," I mentioned, "given that all my other conversations have been barren things not likely to last a quarter hour." "There is some truth to that as well," he said, as he began to arrange the stones. His curious brown eyes smiled at me again. "Oh, yes. I think I'm going to have quite a bit of fun playing with you." My next several hours were spent learning how to play tack. Even if I had not been nearly mad with idleness, I would have enjoyed it. Tack is the best sort of game. Simple in its rules, complex in its strategy. Braden beat me handily in all 5 games we played, but I am proud to say that he never beat me the same way twice. After the 5th game, he leaned back with a satisfied sigh. "That was approaching a good game. You got clever in the corner here." He wiggled his fingers at the edge of the board. "Not clever enough." "Clever nonetheless. What you attempted is called a Brooker's Fall, just so you know." "And what's the name for the way you got away from it?" "I call it Braden's Defense," he said, smiling rakishly. "But that's what I call any maneuver when I get out of a tight corner by being uncommonly clever." I laughed and began to separate the stones again. "Another?" Braden sighed. "Alas, I have an unavoidable appointment. I needn't hurry out the door, but I don't have enough time for another game. Not a proper one." His brown eyes looked me over as he began to gather the stones into the velvet bag. "I won't insult you by asking if you're familiar with the local customs," Braden said. "However, I thought I might give a few general pieces of advice, on the off chance they might be helpful." He smiled at me. "It would be best to listen, of course. If you refuse, you reveal your knowledge of these things." "Of course," I said with a straight face. Braden slid open the table's drawer and pulled out the handful of iron rings we had swept aside to clear the board for our game. "The presentation of the rings implies a great deal. If they are jumbled in a bowl, for example, it implies disinterest in the social aspects of the court." He arranged the rings with their engraved names facing me. "Laid out in careful display, they show you are proud of your connections." He looked up and smiled. "Either way, a new arrival is usually left alone in the sitting room on some pretext. This gives them a chance to pore through your collection in order to satisfy their curiosity." Shrugging, Braden pushed the rings toward me. "You have, of course, always made a point of offering to return the rings to their owners." He was careful not to make it into a question. "Of course," I said honestly. Threp had known that much. "It is the most polite thing to do." He looked up at me, his brown eyes peering owlishly from the halo of his white hair and beard. "Have you worn any of them in public?" I held up my bare hands. "Wearing a ring can indicate a debt, or that you are attempting to curry favor." He looked at me. "If the mayor ever declines to take his ring back from you, it would be an indication he was willing to make your connection somewhat more formal." "And not wearing the ring would be viewed as a slight," I said. Braden smiled. "Perhaps. It is one thing to display a ring in your sitting room, quite another to display it on your hand. Wearing the ring of one's better can be viewed as quite presumptuous. Also, if you wore another noble's ring while visiting the mayor, he might take it amiss, as if someone had poached you from his forest." He leaned back in his chair. "I mention these things as general talking points," he said. "Suspecting this information is already well known to you, and you are politely letting an old man ramble." "Perhaps I'm still reeling from a series of numbing defeats at TAC," I said. He waved my comment away, and I noticed he wore no rings of any sort on his fingers. "You took to it quickly, like a baron at a brothel, as they say. I expect you'll prove a decent challenge after a month or so." "Wait and see," I said. "I'll beat you the next time we play." Braden chuckled. "I like to hear that." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a smaller velvet bag. "I have also brought you a small gift." "I couldn't possibly," I said reflexively. "You've already provided me with an afternoon's entertainment." "Please," he said, pushing the bag across the table. "I must insist. These are yours without obligation, let or lien. A freely given gift." I upended the bag, and 3 rings chimed into my palm. Gold, silver, and iron. Each of them had my name etched into the metal. Kvothe. "I heard a rumor your luggage was lost," Braden said, "and thought these might prove useful." He smiled. "Especially if you desire another game of tack." I rolled the rings around in my hand, idly wondering if the gold ring was solid or simply plated. "And what ring would I send my new acquaintance if I desired his company?" "Well," Braden said slowly, "that is complicated. By my rash and unseemingly barging into your rooms, I have neglected a proper introduction and failed to inform you as to my title and rank." His brown eyes looked into mine seriously. "And it would be terribly rude of me to inquire about such things," I said slowly, not quite sure what he was playing at. He nodded. "So for now you must assume I am without either title or rank. That puts us on a curious footing, you unannounced to the court, and myself unannounced to you. As such, it would be fitting for you to send me a silver ring if, in the future, you would like to share a lunch or graciously lose another game of tack." I rolled the silver ring around in my fingers. If I sent it to him, rumor would get around that I was claiming a rank roughly equal to his, and I had no idea what rank that was. What will people say? His eyes danced a bit. What indeed? So the days continued to pass. The mayor summoned me for urbane chatter. Magpie nobles sent their cards and rings and were met with polite conversational rebuffment. Braden alone kept me from growing mad with caged boredom. The next day I sent him my new silver ring with a card saying, "At your leisure, my rooms." 5 minutes later, he arrived with his tack table and bag of stones. He offered my ring back to me, and I accepted it as graciously as possible. I wouldn't have minded him keeping it, but, as he knew, I only had the one. Our fifth game was interrupted when I was summoned by the mayor, his ring of iron sitting darkly on the runner's polished silver tray. I made my apologies to Braden and hurried off to the gardens. Later that night, Braden sent me his own silver ring and a card saying, "After supper, your rooms." I wrote "Delighted" on the card and sent it back. When he arrived, I offered to return his ring. He politely declined, and it joined the rest in the bowl by my door. It sat there for everyone to see, bright silver glittering among the handful of iron. Chapter 58. Courting. The mayor had not called on me for 2 days. I was trapped in my rooms and near mad with boredom and irritation. Worst was the fact that I didn't know why the mayor wasn't calling on me. Was he busy? Had I offended him? I thought of sending him a card along with the gold ring Braden had given me. But if Alvaron were testing my patience, that could be a grave mistake. But I was impatient. I had come here to gain a patron, or at least some assistance in my pursuit of the Emir. So far, all I had to show for my time in the mayor's service was a profoundly flattened ass. If it hadn't been for Braden, I swear I would have gone frothing mad. Worse, my loot and Denna's lovely case were only 2 days away from becoming someone else's property. I had hoped by this point to have gained enough of the mayor's favor that I could ask him for the money I needed to get it out of pawn. I'd wanted him to be indebted to me, not the other way around. Once you owe something to a member of the nobility, it is notoriously difficult to work your way free of their debt. But if Alvaron's lack of summons was any indication, I seemed to be far from his good graces. I racked my memory, trying to think of what I might have said during our last conversation that could have offended him. I'd pulled a card from the drawer and was trying to think of a politic way of asking the mayor for money when a knock came at the door. Thinking it was my lunch come early, I called for the boy to leave it on the table. There was a significant pause that roused me from my reverie. I hurried to the door and was startled to see the mayor's manservant, Stapes, standing outside. Alvaron's summons had always been delivered by runner before. "The mayor would like to see you," he said. I noticed the manservant looked worn around the edges. His eyes were weary, as if he hadn't been sleeping enough. "In the garden?" "In his rooms," Stapes said. "I will take you there." If the gossiping courtiers were to be believed, Alvaron rarely received visitors in his rooms. As I fell into step behind Stapes, I couldn't help but feel relief. Anything was better than waiting. Alvaron was propped upright in his great feather bed. He seemed paler and thinner than when I'd seen him last. His eyes were still clear and sharp, but today they held something else, some hard emotion. He gestured to a nearby chair. "Kvothe, come in. Sit down." His voice was weaker too, but it still carried the weight of command. I sat at his bedside, sensing the time was not appropriate for thanking him for the privilege. "Do you know how old I am, Kvothe?" he said without preamble. "No, Your Grace." "What would your guess be? How old do I seem?" I caught the hard emotion in his eyes again. Anger. a slow, smoldering anger like hot coals beneath a thin layer of ash. My mind raced, trying to decide what the best answer might be. I didn't want to risk giving offense, but flattery irritated the mayor unless it was done with consummate subtlety and skill. My last resort, then. Honesty. 51, Your Grace. Perhaps 52. He nodded slowly, his anger seeming to fade like thunder in the distance. Never ask a young man your age. I am 40, with a birthday next span. You're right, though. I look 50 years if I look a day. Some might even say you were being generous. His hands smoothed the bed covers absently. It's a terrible thing growing old before your time. He stiffened in pain, grimacing. After a moment, it passed, and he drew a deep breath. A faint sheen of sweat covered his face. I don't know how long I'll be able to speak with you. I don't seem to be doing very well today. I stood. Should I fetch Codicus, Your Grace? No, he spat. Sit down. I did. This damnable sickness has crept on me this last month, adding years and making me feel them. I have spent my life tending to my lands, but I have been lax in one regard. I have no family, no heir. Do you mean to take a wife, Your Grace? He sagged against his pillows. The rumor has finally gotten around, has it? No, Your Grace. I guessed it from what you've said in some of our conversations. He gave me a penetrating look. Truthfully? A guess and not from a rumor? Truthfully, Your Grace. There are rumors, a whole courtload, if you'll excuse the expression. Courtload. That's good. He smiled a thin whisper of a smile. But most of it concerns some mysterious visitor from the west. I performed a small seated bow. There's nothing of marriage. Everyone sees you as the world's first bachelor. Ah, he said, his face showing his relief. That used to be the case. My father tried to marry me off when I was younger. I was rather strong-headed about not taking a wife at the time. That's another problem with power. If you possess too much, people don't dare point out your mistakes. Power can be a terrible thing. I imagine so, Your Grace. It takes away your choices, he said. It gives a man opportunities, but at the same time, it takes others away. My situation is difficult, to say the least. Over the course of my life, I've been hungry too many times to feel much empathy for the nobility. But the mayor looked so pale and weak as he lay there that I felt a flicker of sympathy. What situation is that, Your Grace? Alvaron struggled to sit upright against his pillows. If I am to be married, it must be to someone suitable, someone from a family well-positioned as my own. Not only that, but this cannot be a marriage of alliance. The girl must be young enough to— He cleared his throat, a papery noise. Produce an heir. Several, if possible. He looked up at me. Do you begin to see my problem? I nodded slowly. Just the bare shape of it, Your Grace. How many such daughters are there? A bare handful, Alvaron said, a hint of the old fire coming back to his voice. But it can't be one of the young women the king has under his control, bargaining chips and treaty sealers. My family has fought to hold our plenary powers since the founding of Vintas. I won't negotiate with that bastard Roderick for a wife. I won't remit a grain of power to him. How many women are beyond the king's control, Your Grace? 1. The word fell like a lead weight. And that is not the worst of it. The woman is perfect in every way. Her family is respectable. She is educated, young, beautiful. The last word seemed to come hard to him.
She is pursued by a flock of love-struck courtiers, strong young men with honey on their tongues. They want her for every reason, her name, her land, her wit." He gave a long pause. "How will she respond to the courting of a sick old man who walks with a stick when he can walk at all?" His mouth twisted, as if the words were bitter. "But surely your position—" I began. He lifted a hand and looked me squarely in the eye. "Would you marry a woman you had bought?" I looked down. "No, Your Grace." "Neither will I. The thought of using my position to persuade this girl to marry me is distasteful." We were quiet for a moment. Outside the window, I watched two squirrels chase each other around the tall trunk of an ash tree. "Your Grace, if I'm going to help you pay court to this lady—" I felt the heat of the mayor's anger before I turned to see it. "I beg pardon, Your Grace. I've overstepped myself." "Is this another one of your guesses, then?" "Yes, Your Grace." He seemed to struggle with himself for a moment. Then he sighed, and the tension in the room faded. "I must ask your pardon. This clawing pain wears my temper thin, and it is not my custom to discuss personal matters with strangers, much less have them guessed from underneath me. Tell me the rest of what you guess. Be bold if you must." I breathed a little easier. "I guess you want to marry this woman, to suit your duty primarily, but also because you love her." There was another pause, not so bad as the last one, but tense nonetheless. "Love," he said slowly, "is a word the foolish use too often. She is worthy of love, that is certain, and I have a fondness for her." He looked uncomfortable. "That is all I will say." He turned to look at me. "Can I count on your discretion?" "Of course, Your Grace, but why so secretive about it?" "I prefer to move at a time of my own choosing. Rumor forces us to act before we are ready, or ruins a situation before it becomes fully ripe." "I understand. What is the lady's name?" "Meluan Lackless," he said her name carefully. "Now, I have discovered for myself that you are charming and well-mannered. What's more, Count Threp assures me you are a great maker and player of songs. These things are exactly what I need. Will you enter my service in this regard?" I hesitated. "How exactly will your Grace be putting me to use?" He gave me a skeptical look. "I would think it rather obvious for so excellent a guesser as yourself." "I know you hope to court the lady, Your Grace, but I don't know how. Do you want me to compose a letter or two? Write her songs? Will I climb balconies by moonlight to leave flowers on her windowsill? Dance with her wearing a mask, claiming your name as my own?" I gave him a wan smile. "I'm not much of a dancer, Your Grace." Alvaron gave a deep, honest laugh, but even through the joyful sound of it, I could tell the act of laughing pained him. "I was thinking more of the first two," he admitted, sinking back into the pillows, his eyes heavy. I nodded. "I'll need to know more about her, Your Grace. Trying to court a woman without knowing her would be worse than foolish." Alvaron nodded tiredly. "Cauticus can lay the groundwork for you. He knows a great deal about the history of the families. Family is the foundation upon which a man stands. You'll need to know where she comes from if you're to court her." He motioned me closer and held out an iron ring, his arm trembling with the effort of staying in the air. "Show this to Cauticus, and he will know you are on my business." I took it quickly. "Does he know you plan to marry?" "No." Alvaron's eyes flew open. Do not speak of this to anyone. Invent some reason for your inquiries. Fetch my medicine."
He lay back, closing his eyes. As I left, I heard him speaking faintly.
"Sometimes they don't give it knowingly. Sometimes they don't give it willingly. Nevertheless, all power."
"Yes, Your Grace," I said, but he had already fallen into a fitful sleep before I left the room. Chapter 59. Purpose. As I left the mayor's rooms, I considered sending a runner with my card and ring ahead to Kvothe. Then I dismissed the thought. I was on an errand for the mayor. Surely that would excuse a slight breach of etiquette. From the rumor mill, I knew Alvaron's arcanist had been a permanent part of the mayor's court for more than a dozen years. But other than the fact that he lived in one of the estate's southern towers, I had no idea what to expect from the man. I knocked on the thick timbered door.
"Hold on, then,"
the voice came faintly. There was the sound of a bolt being drawn back, and the door opened to reveal a thin man with a long, hawkish nose and curling black hair. He wore a long, dark garment vaguely reminiscent of a master's robe.
"Yes?"
"I was wondering if I might borrow a moment of your time, sir," I said, my nervousness only half feigned. He looked me over, taking in my fine clothes.
"I don't do love potions. You can find that sort of thing down in Severin Low."
The heavy door began to inch closed.
"Though you'd be better off with a little dancing and some roses, if you ask me."
"I'm here for something else," I said quickly. "Two things, actually. One for the mayor and one for myself." I lifted my hand, revealing the iron ring on my palm. Alvaron's name blazed in bright gold across the face of it. The door stopped closing.
"You'd best come in, then,"
Kvothe said. The room looked like a small university contained in a single room. Lit with the familiar red glow of sympathy lamps, there were shelves of books, tables full of twisted glassware, and far in the back, half concealed by the curving wall of the tower, I thought I could see a small furnace or kiln.
"Good God!"
I exclaimed, covering my mouth with one hand.
"Is that a dragon?"
I pointed to a huge stuffed crocodile that hung from one of the ceiling beams. You have to understand, some arcanists are more territorial than sharks, especially those who have managed to acquire luxurious court positions such as this. I had no idea how Kvothe might react to a young arcanist in training arriving in his territory, so I decided it was safer to play the part of a pleasantly dim, non-threatening lordling. Kvothe closed the door behind me, chuckling.
"No, it's an alligator. Quite harmless, I assure you."
"It gave me a bit of a start," I said.
"What is the use of such a thing?"
"Honestly?" He looked up at it.
"I don't rightly know. It belonged to the arcanist who lived here before me. It seemed a shame to throw it away. Impressive specimen, don't you think?"
I gave it a nervous look. "Quite."
"What is this business you mentioned?"
He gestured to a large, cushioned chair and settled himself into a similar chair across from me.
"I'm afraid I only have a few minutes before I will be otherwise occupied. Until then, my time is yours."
He trailed off questioningly. I could see he knew quite well who I was, the mysterious young man the mayor had been meeting with. I guessed he was eager as the rest to find out why I was in Severin. "Kvothe," I said. "Actually, the mayor's medicine is half my business." I saw a faint, irritated line appear between his eyebrows and hurried to correct whatever he might be thinking. "I was speaking with the mayor earlier." I gave the barest pause, as if I was unreasonably proud of this. "And he asked me if I might bring him his medicine after I had finished speaking with you." The line disappeared.
"Certainly,"
Kvothe said easily.
"It would save me the trip to his rooms, but what is the matter you wish to speak about?"
"Well," I leaned forward excitedly, I'm doing research into the histories of the noble families in Vintas. I'm thinking of writing a book, you see." "A genealogy?" I saw boredom begin to fog his eyes. "Oh no, there are genealogies aplenty. I was thinking of a collection of stories related to the great families." I was rather proud of this lie. Not only did it explain my curiosity about Meluan's family, it gave a reason for why I was spending so much time with the mayor. History tends to be rather dry, but everyone enjoys a story. Codicus nodded to himself. "Clever idea. That could be an interesting book." "I'll be writing a brief historical preface for each family as an introduction to the stories that follow. The mayor mentioned you were quite the authority on the old families, and said he would be pleased if I called on you." The compliment had its desired effect, and Codicus puffed himself up ever so slightly. "I don't know if I'd consider myself an authority," he said with false modesty. "But I am a bit of a historian." He raised an eyebrow at me. "You must realize the families themselves would probably be a superior source of information." "One would think that," I said with a sideways look, "but families tend to be reluctant to share their most interesting stories." Codicus gave a wide grin. "I imagine so." The grin faded just as quickly. "But I'm certain I don't know any stories of that sort regarding the mayor's family," he said seriously. "Oh, no. I waved my hands in violent negation. "The mayor is a special case. I wouldn't dream—" I trailed off, swallowing visibly. "I was hoping you might be able to enlighten me regarding the Lackless family. I'm rather in the dark about them." "Really?" he said, surprised. "They've fallen from what they once were, but they're a treasure trove of stories." His eyes focused far away, and he tapped his lips with his fingers distractedly. "How about this? I'll brush up on their history, and you can come back tomorrow for a longer talk. It's nearly time for the mayor's medicine, and it shouldn't be delayed." He got to his feet and began to roll up his sleeves. "There's one thing I can remember off the top of my head, if you don't mind my rambling while I prepare the mayor's medicine." "I've never seen a potion being made," I said enthusiastically. "If you wouldn't find it too distracting." "Not at all. I could prepare it in my sleep." He moved behind a work table and lit a pair of blue flame candles. I took care to look suitably impressed, even though I knew they were just for show. Codicus shook a portion of dried leaf onto a small hand scale and weighed it. "Do you have any trouble accepting rumor into your research?" "Not if it's interesting." He was silent while he carefully measured a small amount of clear liquid from a glass-stoppered bottle. "From what I understand, the Lackless family has an heirloom. Well, not an heirloom exactly, but an ancient thing that dates back to the beginning of their line. There's not much odd with that. Old families are rife with heirlooms." "Hush!" he said testily. "There's more to it than that." He poured the liquid into a flat lead bowl with some crude symbols carved along the outside. It bubbled and hissed, filling the air with a faint, acrid smell. He decanted the liquid into the pan over the candles. From there, he added the dry leaf, a pinch of something, and a measure of white powder. He added a splash of fluid I assumed was simply water, stirred, and poured the result through a filter into a clear glass vial, stoppering it with a cork. He held the result up for me to see, a clear amber liquid with a slight greenish tint. "There you go. Remind him to drink it all." I took the warm vial. What was this heirloom? Codicus rinsed his hands in a porcelain bowl and shook them dry. "I've heard that on the oldest parts of the Lackless lands, in the oldest part of their ancestral estate, there is a secret door. A door without a handle or hinges." He watched me to make sure I was paying attention. "There's no way of opening it. It is locked, but at the same time, lockless. No one knows what's on the other side." He nodded toward the vial in my hand. "Now get that to the mayor. It'll be best if he drinks it while it's warm." He escorted me to the door. "Do come back tomorrow." He smirked a bit. "I know a story about the Menebras that will turn your red hair white." "Oh, I only work on one family at a time," I said, not wanting to risk getting bogged down in endless court gossip. "2 is the absolute most. Right now I'm working on Alvaron and Lackless. I couldn't bring myself to start a 3rd as well." I gave an insipid smile. I'd put myself all in a muddle. "That's a shame," Kvothe said. "I travel quite a bit, you see. Many of the noble houses are eager to host the mayor's own arcanist." He gave me a sly look. "This makes me privy to some rather interesting facts." He opened the door. "Think on it, and do stop back tomorrow. I'll have more on the Lacklesses at any rate." I was at the door of the mayor's rooms before the vial had a chance to cool. Stapes opened the door to my knocking and led me to the mayor's inner rooms. The mayor Alvaron was sleeping in the same position I had left him in. As Stapes shut the door behind me, one of the mayor's eyes opened, and he beckoned to me feebly. "You took your sweet time." "Your Grace, He motioned me forward again, more sharply this time. "Give me my medicine," he said thickly, "then leave. I'm tired." "I'm afraid it's rather important, Your Grace." Both eyes opened, and the smoldering anger was there again. "What?" he snapped. I moved to the side of the bed and leaned close. Before he could protest my impropriety, I whispered, "Your Grace, Kvothe is poisoning you." Chapter 60. Wisdom's Tool. The mayor's eyes went wide at my words, then narrowed again. Even in the midst of his infirmity, Alvaron's wit was sharp. "You were right to speak that close and soft," he said. "You are treading dangerous ground. But speak. I will hear you." "Your Grace, I suspect Threp did not mention in his letter that I am a student at the university as well as a musician." The mayor's eyes showed no glimmer of recognition. "Which university?" he asked. "The university, Your Grace," I said. "I'm a member of the Arcanum." Alvaron frowned. "You're far too young to make such a claim, and why would Threp neglect to mention this?" "You are not looking for an arcanist, Your Grace, and there is a certain stigma attached to that sort of study this far east." It was the closest I could come to speaking the truth, that Vints are superstitious to the point of idiocy. The mayor blinked slowly, his expression hardening. "Very well," he said. "Perform some work of magic if you are what you say." "I am only an arcanist in training, Your Grace, but if you would like to see a bit of magic—" I looked at the 3 lamps lining the walls, licked my fingers, concentrated, and pinched the wick of the candle sitting on his bedside table. The room went dark, and I heard his startled intake of breath. I brought out my silver ring, and after a moment it began to shine with a silver-blue light. My hands grew cold, as I had no source of heat other than my own body. "That will do," the mayor said. If he was at all unnerved, there was no hint of it in his voice. I stepped across the room and opened the shuttered windows. Sunlight flooded the room. There was a hint of celis flower, a trill of birdsong. I've always found that taking in some air is good for whatever troubles a body, though others disagree. I smiled at him. He didn't return it. Yes, you're very clever. Come here and sit." I did so, taking a chair near his bedside. "Now explain yourself." "I told Kvothe I was compiling a collection of stories from the noble houses," I said. "A handy excuse, as it also explains why I've been spending time with you." The mayor's expression remained grim. I saw pain blur his eyes like a cloud passing in front of the sun. "Proof that you're a skilled liar hardly gained you my trust." A cold knot began to form in my stomach. I had assumed the mayor would accept the truth more easily than this. "Just so, Your Grace. I lied to him, and I am telling you the truth. Since he thought me nothing more than an idle lordling, he let me watch while he made your medicine. I held up the amber flask. The sunlight broke itself into rainbows on the glass. Elveron remained unmoved, his normally clear eyes fogged with confusion and pain. I ask for proof and you tell me a story. Codicus has been a faithful servant for 12 years. Nevertheless, I will consider what you've said. His tone implied it would be a short, unkind consideration. He held out his hand for the vial. I felt a small flame of anger strike up inside me. It helped to ease the cold fear settling in my gut. Your Grace wants proof? I want my medicine, he snapped, and I want to sleep. Please do. Your Grace, I can— How dare you interrupt me? Elveron struggled to sit upright in his bed, his voice furious. You go too far. Leave now, and I may still consider retaining your services. He was trembling with rage, his hand still reaching for the vial. There was a moment of silence. I held out the vial, but before he could grasp it, I said, You have vomited recently. It was milky and white. The tension in the room rose sharply, but the mayor went motionless when he heard what I said. Your tongue feels thick and heavy. Your mouth is dry and filled with an odd, sharp taste. You have had a craving for sweets, for sugar. You wake in the night and find you cannot move, cannot speak. You are struck with palsy, with colic and unreasoning panic. As I spoke, the mayor's hand slowly drew away from the vial. His expression was no longer livid and angry. His eyes seemed unsure, almost frightened, but they were clear again, as if the fear had awakened some sleeping caution. Codicus told you, the mayor said, but he sounded far from certain. Would Codicus discuss the details of your illness with a stranger? I asked pointedly. My concern is for your life, Your Grace. If I must bruise propriety to save it, I will do so. Give me 2 minutes to speak, and I will give you proof. Elveron gave a slow nod. I'm not going to claim to know exactly what this is. I gestured with the vial. But most of what is poisoning you is lead. This accounts for the palsy, the pain in your muscles and viscera, the vomiting and paralysis. I've had no paralysis. I looked him over with a critical eye. That's fortunate, but there is more than simply lead in this. I'm guessing this contains a goodly amount of ophalum, which isn't exactly poisonous. What is it, then? It's more of a medicine, or a drug. Which is it, then? He snapped. Poison or medicine? Has Your Grace ever taken laudanum? Once, when I was younger, to help me sleep through the pain of a broken leg. Ophalum is a similar drug, but it is usually avoided as it is highly addictive. I paused. It is also called denner resin. The mayor grew paler at this, and in that moment his eyes grew almost perfectly clear. Everyone knew about the sweet eaters. I suspect he added it because you had been irregular about taking your medicine, I said. The ophalum would make you crave it while easing your pain at the same time. It would also account for your sugar craving, your sweets, and any odd dreams you've been having. What else did he put in here? I mused to myself. Probably stitchroot or manum to keep you from vomiting too much. Clever. Horrible and clever. Not so clever. The mayor gave a rictus smile. He didn't manage to kill me. I hesitated, then decided to tell him the truth. Killing you would have been simple, Your Grace. He could easily dissolve enough lead in this vial to kill you. I held it up to the light. Getting enough to make you sick without killing or paralyzing you, that is difficult. Why? Why poison me if not to kill me? Your Grace would have better luck solving that riddle. You know more about the politics involved. Why poison me at all? The mayor sounded genuinely puzzled. I pay him lavishly. He is a member of the court in high regard. He has the freedom to pursue his own projects and travel when he wishes. He has lived here 12 years. Why now? He shook his head. I tell you, it doesn't make sense. Money? I suggested. They say every man has a price. Mayor continued to shake his head. Then he looked up suddenly. No. I've just remembered. I fell ill long before Kvothe began to treat me. He stopped to think. Yes, that's right. I approached him to see if he could treat my illness. The symptoms you mentioned didn't appear until months after he started treating me. It couldn't have been him. Lead works slowly in small doses, Your Grace. If he were going to poison you, he would hardly want you vomiting blood 10 minutes after you drank his medicine. I suddenly remembered who I was talking to. That was poorly said, Your Grace. I apologize. He nodded a stiff acceptance. Too much of what you say is too close to the mark for me to ignore. Yet still, I can't believe Kvothe would do such a thing. We can put it to the test, Your Grace. He looked up at me. How is that? Order a half-dozen birds brought to your rooms. Sipquicks would be ideal. Sipquicks? Tiny, bright things, yellow and red. I held up my fingers about 2 inches apart. They're thick in your gardens. They drink the nectar from your celis flowers. Oh, we call them flits. We will mix your medicine with their nectar and see what happens. His expression grew bleak. If lead works slowly, as you say, this will take months. I'll not go without my medicine for months on some poorly supported fancy of yours. I saw his temper burning close to the surface of his voice. They weigh much less than you, Your Grace, and their metabolisms are much faster. We should see results within a day or 2 at most. I hoped. He seemed to consider this. Very well, he said, lifting a bell from his bedside table. I spoke quickly before he could ring it. Might I ask Your Grace to invent some reason for needing these birds? A little caution would serve us well. I have known Stapes forever, the mayor said firmly, his eyes as clear and sharp as I had ever seen them. I trust him with my lands, my lockbox, and my life. I do not ever wish to hear you imply he is anything other than perfectly trustworthy. There was unshakable belief in his voice. I dropped my eyes. Yes, Your Grace. He rang the bell, and it was barely 2 seconds before the portly manservant opened the door. Yes, sir? Stapes, I miss being able to walk in the gardens. Could you find me a half-dozen flits? Flits, sir? Yes, the mayor said, as if he were ordering lunch. They're pretty things. I think the sound of them will help me sleep. I'll see what I can do, sir. Before he closed the door, Stapes scowled at me. After the door was shut, I looked at the mayor. Might I ask Your Grace why? To save him the trouble of lying. He hasn't the knack for it, and there is wisdom in what you said. Caution is always wisdom's tool. I saw a thin layer of perspiration covering his face. If I am correct, Your Grace, tonight will be difficult for you. All my nights are difficult of late, he said bitterly. What will make this one any worse than the last? The ophalum, Your Grace. Your body is craving it. In 2 days, you should be through the worst of it, but until then you will be in considerable discomfort. Speak plainly. There will be aching in your jaw and head, sweating, nausea, cramps, and spasms, especially in your legs and lower back. You may lose control of your bowels, and there will be alternating periods of intense thirst and vomiting. I looked down at my hands. I'm sorry, Your Grace. Alvaron's expression was rather pinched by the end of my description, but he nodded graciously. I would rather know. There are a few things that will make it slightly more tolerable, Your Grace. He brightened a bit. Such as? Laudanum, for one. Just a bit to ease your body's craving, and a few other things. Their names are unimportant. I can mix them into a tea for you. Another problem is that you still have a goodly deal of lead in your body that isn't going to go away on its own. This seemed to alarm him more than anything I'd said so far. "Won't I simply pass it?" I shook my head. "Metals are insidious poisons. They become trapped in your body. Only by a special effort can we leach the lead away." Mayor scowled. "Damn and bother. I hate leeches." "A figure of speech, Your Grace. Only imbeciles and toad-eaters use leeches in this day and age. The lead needs to be drawn out of you." I thought about telling him the truth, that he would most likely never be rid of all of it, but decided to keep that bit of information to myself. "Can you do it?" I thought for a long moment. "I am probably your best option, Your Grace. We are a long way from the university. I wager not 1 in 10 physicians here have any respectable training, and I don't know who among them might know Caudicus." I thought for a moment longer, then shook my head. "I can think of 50 people better suited to the job, but they are 1,000 miles away." "I appreciate your honesty." "Most of what I need I can find down in Severin Low. However—" I trailed off, hoping the mayor would understand my meaning and save me the embarrassment of asking for money. He stared at me blankly. "However?" "I will need money, Your Grace. The things you will need are not easy to come by." "Oh, of course." He produced a purse and passed it to me. I was a little surprised to find the mayor had at least one well-stocked purse within easy arm's reach of his bed. Unbidden, I remembered my tirade to a tailor in Tarbean years ago. What had I said to him? A gentleman is never far from his purse. I fought down an inappropriate fit of laughter. Stapes returned shortly after that. In a surprising display of resourcefulness, he produced a dozen sipquicks in a wheeled cage the size of a wardrobe. "My word, Stapes," the mayor exclaimed as his manservant rolled the fine mesh cage through the doorway. "You've outdone yourself." "Where would it suit you best, sir?" "Just leave it there for now. I'll have Kvothe move it for me." Stapes looked a trifle wounded. "It's no trouble." "I know you'd be glad to do it, Stapes, but I was hoping you would fetch me a fresh pitcher of apple draw instead. I think it might settle my stomach." "Certainly." He hurried out again, closing the door behind him. As soon as the door was closed, I moved to the cage. The little gem-like birds darted from perch to perch with a blurring speed. "Pretty things," I heard the mayor muse. "I was fascinated with them as a child. I remember thinking how wonderful it must be to eat nothing but sugar all day." There were 3 feeders wired to the outside of the cage, glass tubes filled with sugar water. 2 of them had spouts shaped like tiny celis blooms, while the third was a stylized iris. The perfect pet for nobility. Who else could afford to feed their pet sugar every day? I unscrewed the tops of the feeders and poured a third of the mayor's medicine into each. I held out the empty vial to Alvaron. "What do you normally do with these?" He set it on the table near his bed. I watched the cage until I saw one of the birds fly to a feeder and drink. "If you tell Stapes you want to feed them yourself, will it keep him from meddling with their food?" "Yes. He always does exactly as I tell him." "Good. Let them drain the feeders before you refill them. They'll get a better dose that way, and we'll see results faster. Where do you want me to put the cage?" He looked around the room, his eyes moving sluggishly. "Next to the chest of drawers in the sitting room," he said finally. "I should be able to see the cage from here." I carefully rolled the cage into the next room. When I returned, I found Stapes pouring the mayor a glass of apple draw. I made a bow to Alvaron. "With your permission, Your Grace." He made a gesture of dismissal. "Stapes, Kvothe will be returning later this afternoon. Let him in, even if I happen to be sleeping." Stapes nodded stiffly and gave me another disapproving look. "He may be bringing me a few things as well. Please don't mention it to anyone." "If there is anything you require—" Alvaron gave a tired smile. "I know you would, Stapes. I am simply putting the boy to use. I would rather have you close at hand." Alvaron patted his manservant's arm and Stapes looked mollified. I let myself out. My trip to Severin Low took hours longer than it needed to. Though I chafed at the delay, it was a necessary one. As I walked the streets, I caught glimpses of folk dogging along behind me. I wasn't surprised. From what I had seen of the rumor-driven nature of the mayor's court, I expected to have a servant or two watching my errands in Severin Low. As I've said, the mayor's court was rather curious about me at this point, and you have no idea what lengths bored nobility will go in order to nose about in other people's business. While the rumors themselves were of no concern to me, their effects could be catastrophic. If Codicus heard I had gone shopping through apothecaries after visiting the mayor, what steps would he take? Anyone willing to poison the mayor wouldn't hesitate to snuff me like a candle. So, to avoid suspicion, the first thing I did when I came to Severin was buy dinner. Good, hot stew and rough bread. I was sick to death of elegant food that was milk-warm by the time it made its way to my rooms. Afterward, I bought 2 tippling flasks, the sort normally used for brandy. Then, I spent a relaxing half-hour watching a small traveling troupe perform the end of The Ghost and the Goose Girl on a street corner. They weren't a Demaroo, but they did a good job of it. The mayor's purse was generous to them when they passed the hat. Eventually, I found my way to a well-stocked apothecary. I bought several things in a nervous, haphazard manner. After I had everything I needed and a few things I didn't, I awkwardly made inquiries with the owner about what a man might take if he was having certain troubles in the bedroom. The chemist nodded seriously and recommended several things with a perfectly straight face. I bought a little of each, then made a bumbling attempt to threaten and bribe him into silence. By the time I finally left, he was insulted and thoroughly irritated. If anyone asked, he would be quick to tell the story of a rude gentleman interested in impotence cures. It was hardly something I was eager to add to my reputation, but at least there wouldn't be any stories making their way back to Codicus about my purchasing laudanum, dead nettle, bitefew, and other equally suspicious drugs. Lastly, I bought my loot back from the pawner with an entire day to spare. It nearly emptied the mayor's purse, but it was my final errand. The sun was setting by the time I made my way back to the foot of the sheer. There were only a handful of options for making your way between Severin High and Severin Low. The most ordinary were the 2 narrow staircases that cut back and forth up the face of the sheer. They were old, crumbling, and narrow in places, but they were free, and therefore the usual choice for the common folk who lived in Severin Low. For those who didn't relish the thought of climbing 200 feet of narrow stairway, there were other options. The freight lifts were run by a pair of former university students. Not full arcanists, but clever men who knew enough sympathy and engineering to manage the rather mundane task of hauling wagons and horses up and down the sheer on a large wooden platform. For passengers, the freights cost a penny going up and a halfpenny going down, though you'd occasionally have to wait for some merchant to finish loading or unloading his goods before the lift could make its trip. Nobility didn't use the freights. The Vintic suspicion of all things remotely arcane took them to the horse lifts. These were drawn by a team of 20 horses hitched to a complex series of pulleys. This meant the horse lifts were a little faster and cost a full silver 8th bit to ride. Best of all, every month or so some drunk lordling would fall to his death from them, adding to their popularity by showing the breeding of the clientele. Since the money in my purse wasn't my own, I decided to use the horse lifts. I joined the 4 gentlemen and 1 lady who were already in line, waited for the lift to lower itself, then handed over my thin silver bit and stepped aboard. It was no more than an open-sided box with a brass rail running around the edge. Thick hempen ropes connected to the corners, giving it some stability, but any extreme motion set the thing swaying in a most disturbing fashion. A smartly dressed boy rode up and down with each load of passengers, opening the gate and signaling the horse drivers at the top when to begin their pull. It is the custom of the nobility to put their backs to Severin as they ride the lifts. Gawking was something common folk did. Not particularly caring what the nobles thought of me, I stood at the front rail. My stomach did peculiar things as we rose from the ground. I watched Severin spread out below. It was an old city, and proud. The high stone wall circling it spoke of troubled times long past. It said much of the mayor that even in these peaceful times the fortifications were kept in excellent repair. All 3 of the gates were guarded, and they were closed at sundown every night. As the lift continued, I could see the different sections of Severin as clearly as if I were looking down on a map. There was a rich neighborhood, spaced with gardens and parks, the buildings all of brick and old stone. There was the poor quarter, the streets narrow and twisting, where all the roofs were tar and wooden shingles. At the foot of the cliff, a black scar marked where a fire had cut through the city at some point in the past, leaving little more than the charred bones of buildings. Too soon, the ride was over. I let the other gentles disembark as I leaned against the railing, looking out over the city far below. "Sir," the boy who rode the lift prompted wearily, "all off." I turned, stepped off the lift, and saw Denna standing in the front of the line. Before I had time to do anything other than stare in wonder, she turned and met my eyes. Her face lit. She cried my name, ran at me, and was nestled in my arms before I knew what was happening. I settled my arms around her and rested my cheek against her ear. We came together easily, as if we were dancers, as if we'd practiced it 1,000 times. She was warm and soft. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Her heart was racing, and I felt it thrilling against my chest. I stood mutely as she stepped back from me. Only then did I notice an old bruise fading to yellow high on her cheek. Even so, she was the most beautiful thing I had seen in 2 months and 1,000 miles. "What are you doing here?" I asked. She laughed her silver laugh and reached out to touch my arm. Then her eyes flicked over my shoulder, and her face fell. "Hold on!" she cried to the boy who was closing the gate to the lift. "I have to catch this one, or I'll be late," she said, her face full of pained apology as she stepped past me onto the lift. "Come find me." The boy closed the gate behind her, and my heart fell as the lift began to drop from sight. "Where should I look?" I stepped closer to the edge of the sheer, watching her fall away. She was looking up, her face white against the darkness, her hair a shadow in the night. "The 2nd Street north of Main, Tinnery Street." Shadow took her, and suddenly I was alone. I stood, the smell of her still in the air around me, the warmth of her just fading from my hands. I could still feel the tremor of her heart, like a caged bird beating against my chest. Chapter 61. Dead Nettle. After my trip to Severin, I deposited my loot case in my room and made my way to Alvaron's private rooms as quickly as possible. Stapes was not pleased to see me, but he showed me in with the same bustling efficiency as always. Alvaron lay in a sweaty stupor, his bedclothes twisted around him. It was only then I noticed how thin he had grown. His arms and legs were stringy, and his complexion had faded from pale to gray. He glowered at me as I entered the room. Stapes arranged the mayor's covers in a more modest fashion, and helped him into a seated position, propping him up with pillows. The mayor endured these ministrations stoically, then said, "Thank you, Stapes," in a tone of dismissal. The manservant left slowly, giving me a decidedly uncivil stare. I approached the mayor's bed and brought several items from the pockets of my cloak. "I found everything I needed, Your Grace, though not everything I hoped for. How do you feel?" He gave me a look that spoke volumes. "It took you a damn long time getting back. Codicus came while you were away." I fought down a wave of anxiety. "What happened?" He asked me how I was feeling, and I told him the truth. He looked in my eyes and down my throat and asked me if I'd thrown up. I told him yes, and that I wanted more medicine, and to be left alone. He left and sent some over. I felt a panic rise in me. "Did you drink it?" If you'd been gone much longer, I would have, and to hell with your fairy stories." He brought another vial from beneath his pillow. "I can't see what harm it could do. I can feel myself dying already." He thrust it toward me angrily. "I should be able to improve matters, Your Grace. Remember, tonight will be the most difficult. Tomorrow will be bad. After that, all should be well." "If I live so long as that," he groused. It was just the petulant grumble of a sick man, but it mirrored my thoughts so precisely that ice ran down my back. Earlier, I hadn't considered that the mayor might die despite my intervention, but when I looked at him now, frail and gray and trembling, I realized the truth. He might not live through the night. "First, there's this, Your Grace." I took out the tippling flask. "Brandy?" he said with muted anticipation. I shook my head and opened it. He wrinkled his nose at the smell and sank back onto the pillows. "God's teeth! As if my dying wasn't bad enough. Cod liver oil?" I nodded seriously. "Take 2 good swallows, Your Grace. This is part of your cure." He made no move to take it. "I've never been able to stomach the stuff, and lately I even vomit up my tea. I won't put myself through the hell of drinking it only to sick it back up." I nodded and restoppered the flask. "I'll give you something to stop that." There was a pot of water on the bedside table, and I began to mix him a cup of tea. He craned weakly to see what I was doing. "What are you putting in that?" "Something to keep you from being sick, and something to help you pass the poison out of your system. A bit of laudanum to ease your craving, and tea. Does Your Grace take sugar?" "Normally, no, but I'm guessing it will taste like stump water without it." I added a spoonful, stirred, and handed him the cup. "You first," Alvaron said. Pale and grim, he watched me with his sharp gray eyes. He smiled a terrible smile. I hesitated, but only for a moment. "To Your Grace's health," I said, and took a good swallow. I grimaced and added another spoonful of sugar. "Your Grace predicted it quite well. Stump water it is." He took the cup with both hands and began to drink it in a number of quick, determined sips. "Dreadful," he said simply, "but better than nothing. Do you know what a hell it is to be thirsty but not be able to drink for fear of throwing up? I wouldn't wish it on a dog." "Wait a bit to finish it," I cautioned. "That should settle your stomach in a few minutes." I went into the other room and added the new vial of medicine to the Flitz feeders. I was relieved to see they were still sipping at the medicated nectar. I had worried they might avoid it due to a change in flavor or some natural instinct for self-preservation. I also worried that lead might not be poisonous to Sipquicks. I worried they might take a span to show any ill effects, not mere daze. I worried at the mayor's rising temper. I worried at his illness. I worried at the possibility I might be wrong about everything I'd guessed. I returned to the mayor's bedside and found him cradling the empty cup in his lap. I mixed a second cup similar to the first, and he drank it quickly. Then we sat in silence for the space of 15 minutes or so. "How do you feel, Your Grace?" "Better," he admitted grudgingly. I detected a slight dullness to his speech. "Much better." "That is probably the laudanum," I commented, "but your stomach should be settled by now." I picked up the flask of cod liver oil. 2 good swallows, Your Grace." "Is this really the only thing that will do?" he asked distastefully. "If I had access to the apothecaries near the university, I could find something more palatable, but at the moment, this is the only thing that can be done." "Get me another cup of tea to wash it down with." He picked up the flask, took 2 sips, and handed it back, his mouth turned down in a ghastly expression. I sighed internally. "If you're going to sip it, we'll be here all evening. 2 solid swallows, the kind sailors use to drink cheap whiskey." He scowled. "Don't speak to me as if I were a child." Then act the part of a man, I said harshly, stunning him to silence. 2 swallows every 4 hours. That whole flask should be finished by tomorrow. His gray eyes narrowed dangerously. I would remind you who you are speaking to. I am speaking to a sick man who will not take his medicine, I said levelly. Anger smoldered behind his laudanum-dulled eyes. A pint of fish oil is not medicine, he hissed. It is a malicious and unreasonable request. It can't be done. I fixed him with my best withering stare and took the flask out of his hand. Without looking away, I drank the whole thing down. Swallow after swallow of the oil passed my gullet as I held the mayor's eye. I watched his face shift from angry to disgusted, then finally settle into an expression of muted, sickened awe. I upended the flask, ran my finger around the inside of it, and licked it clean. I pulled out a second flask from a pocket of my cloak. This was going to be your dose for tomorrow, but you will need to use it tonight. If you find it easier, 1 swallow every 2 hours should suffice. I held it out to him, still holding his eyes with mine. He took it mutely, drank 2 good swallows, and stoppered the flask with a grim determination. Pride is always a better lever against the nobility than reason. I fished in one of the pockets of my rich burgundy cloak and brought out the mayor's ring. I forgot to return this to you before, Your Grace. I held it out to him. He began to reach out for it, then stopped. Keep it for now, he said. You've earned that much, I imagine. Thank you, Your Grace, I said, careful to keep my expression composed. He wasn't inviting me to wear the ring, but allowing me to keep it was a tangible step forward in our relationship. No matter how his courtship of the Lady Lackless went, I had made an impression on him today. I poured him more tea and decided to finish his instructions while I had his attention. You should drink the rest of this potful tonight, Your Grace, but remember, it's all you'll have until tomorrow. When you send for me, I'll brew you some more. You should try to drink as many fluids as you can tonight. Milk would be best. Put some honey in it and it will go down easier. He agreed and seemed to be easing towards sleep. Knowing how difficult his night would be, I let him nod off. I gathered my things before letting myself out. Stapes was waiting in the outer rooms. I mentioned to him that the mayor was sleeping and told him not to toss out the tea in the pot, as his grace would be wanting it when he woke up. As I left, the look Stapes gave me was not merely chilly as it had been before. It was hateful, practically venomous. Only after he closed the door behind me did I realize what this must look like to him. He assumed I was taking advantage of the mayor in his time of weakness. There are a great many such people in the world, traveling physicians with no qualms about preying on the fears of the desperately ill. The best example of this is Deadnettle, the potion seller in 3 pennies for wishing. Easily one of the most despised characters in all drama, there's no audience that doesn't cheer when Deadnettle gets pilloried in the 4th act. With that in mind, I began to dwell on how fragile and gray the mayor had looked. Living in Tarbean, I had seen healthy young men killed by ophalum withdrawal, and the mayor was neither young nor healthy. If he did die, who would be blamed? Certainly not Cauticus, trusted adviser. Certainly not Stapes, beloved manservant. Me. They would blame me. His condition had worsened soon after I arrived. I didn't doubt Stapes would quickly bring to light the fact that I'd been spending time alone with the mayor in his rooms, that I'd brewed him a pot of tea right before he had a very traumatic night. At best, I would look like a young Deadnettle. At worst, an assassin. Such was the turning of my thoughts as I made my way through the mayor's estate back to my rooms, pausing only to lean out one of the windows overlooking Severin Low and vomit up a pint of cod liver oil. Chapter 62. Crisis. The next morning I made my way to Severin Low before the sun was up. I ate a hot breakfast of eggs and potatoes while I waited for an apothecary to open. When I was finished, I bought 2 more pints of cod liver oil and a few other oddments I hadn't thought of the day before. Then I walked the entire length of Tinnery Street, hoping to stumble onto Denna despite the fact that it was far too early in the morning for her to be up and about. Wagons and farmers' carts vied for space on the cobbled streets. Ambitious beggars were laying claim to the busiest corners while shopkeepers hung out their shingles and threw wide their shutters. I counted 23 inns and boarding houses on Tinnery Street. After making note of the ones Denna would probably find appealing, I forced myself back to the mayor's estates. This time, I took the freight lifts, partly to confuse anyone following me, but also because the purse the mayor had given me was nearly empty. Since I needed to keep a normal face on things, I remained in my rooms, waiting for the mayor to send for me. I sent my card and ring to Braden, and soon he was sitting across from me, thrashing me at tack and telling stories.
So the mayor had him hung in a gibbet, right alongside the eastern gate, hung here for days, howling and cursing, saying he was innocent, saying it wasn't right and how he wanted a trial.
I couldn't quite bring myself to believe it.
A gibbet?
Braden nodded seriously.
An actual iron gibbet. Who knows where he managed to find one in this day and age? It was like something out of a play.
I searched for something relatively non-committal to say. While it did sound grotesque, I also knew better than to openly criticize the mayor.
Well,
I said, banditry is a terrible thing. Braden began to place a stone on the board, then reconsidered.
Quite a few folks thought the whole thing was in rather... He cleared his throat. Bad taste, but nobody said so very loudly, if you catch my meaning. It was a grisly thing, but it got the point across.
He finally chose the placement of his stone, and we played quietly for a time. It's a strange thing, I said. I ran into someone the other day who didn't know where Kvothe would rank in the overall scheme of things.
That's not terribly surprising.
Braden gestured to the board.
The giving and receiving of rings is a lot like tack. On the face of it, the rules are simple. In execution, they become quite complicated.
He clicked down a stone, his dark eyes crinkling with amusement.
In fact, the other day I was explaining the intricacies of the custom to a foreigner not familiar with such things.
That was kind of you, I said. Braden gave a gracious nod.
It seems simple at first glance, he said. A baron ranks above a baronet, but sometimes young money is worth more than old blood. Sometimes control of a river is more important than how many soldiers you can put to field. Sometimes a person is actually more than one person, technically speaking. The Earl of Svanes is, by strange inheritance, also the Viscount of Tevin. One man, but 2 different political entities. I smiled. My mother once told me she knew a man who owed fealty to himself, I said. Owed himself a share of his own taxes every year, and if he were ever threatened, there were treaties in place demanding he provide himself with prompt and loyal military support. Braden nodded. It happens more often than folk realize, he said. Especially with the older families. Stapes, for example, exists in several separate capacities.
Stapes? I asked. But he's just a manservant, isn't he?
Well, Braden said slowly, he is that, but he's hardly just a manservant. His family is quite old, but he has no title of his own. Technically, he ranks no higher than a cook, but he owns substantial lands. He has money, and he is the mayor's manservant. They've known each other since they were boys. Everyone knows he has Alvaron's ear.
Braden's dark eyes peered at me.
Who would dare insult such a man with an iron ring? Go to his room, and you will see the truth. There is nothing in his bowl but gold.
Braden excused himself shortly after our game, claiming a prior engagement. Luckily, I now had my lute to occupy my time. I set about retuning it, checking the frets and fussing over the tuning peg that was constantly coming loose. We had been away from each other for a long while, and it takes time to get reacquainted. Hours passed. I discovered myself absent-mindedly playing Dead Nettle's Lament, and forced myself to stop. Noon came and went. Lunch was delivered and cleared away. I retuned my lute and ran some scales. Before I knew it, I found myself playing Leave the Town Tinker. Only then did I realize what my hands were trying to tell me. If the mayor was still alive, he would have called for me by now. I let the lute fall silent and began to think very quickly. I needed to leave. Now. Stapes had seen me bringing medicine to the mayor. I could even be accused of tampering with the vial I had brought from Caudicus's rooms. Slow fear began to knot my gut as I realized the helplessness of my situation. I didn't know the mayor's estates well enough to attempt a clever escape. On my way to Severin Low this morning, I'd gotten turned around and had to stop to ask directions. The knock on the door was louder than usual, more forceful than that of the errand boy who normally came to deliver the mayor's invitation. Guards. I froze in my seat. Would it be best to answer the door and tell the truth? Or duck out the window into the garden and somehow try to make a run for it? The knock came again, louder. "Sir? Sir?" The voice was muffled by the door, but it was not a guard's voice. I opened the door and saw a young boy carrying a tray with the mayor's iron ring and card. I picked them up. The card had a single word written in a shaky hand. Immediately. Stapes looked uncharacteristically ragged around the edges and greeted me with an icy stare. Yesterday, he'd looked as if he wanted me dead and buried. Today, his look implied that simply buried would be good enough. The mayor's bedroom was generously decorated with sallas flowers. Their delicate smell was almost enough to cover the odors they'd been brought in to conceal. Combined with Stapes' appearance, I knew my predictions of the night's unpleasantness had been close to the truth. Alvaron was propped into a sitting position in his bed. He looked as well as could be expected, which is to say, exhausted, but no longer sweating and racked with pain. As a matter of fact, he looked almost angelic. A rectangle of sunlight washed over him, lending his skin a frail translucency and making his disarrayed hair shine like a silver crown around his head. As I stepped closer, he opened his eyes, breaking the beatific illusion. No angel ever had eyes as clever as Alvaron's. "I trust I find your grace well?" I asked politely. "Passing fair," he responded, but it was mere social noise, telling me nothing. "How do you feel?" I asked in a more serious tone. He gave me a long look that let me know he did not approve of my addressing him so casually, then said, "Old. I feel old and weak." He took a deep breath. "But for all that, I feel better than I have in several days. A little pain, and I'm mightily tired. But I feel clean. I think I've passed the crisis." I did not ask about last night. "Would you like me to mix you another pot of tea?" "Please." His tone was measured and polite. Unable to guess his mood, I hurried through the preparations and handed him his cup. He looked up at me after sampling it. "This tastes different." "There is less laudanum in it," I explained. "Too much would be harmful to your grace. Your body would begin to depend on it as surely as it craved the ophalum." He nodded. "You'll note my birds are doing well," he said in an overly casual tone. I looked through the doorway and saw the Sipquicks darting about in their gilded cage, lively as ever. I felt a chill at the implication of his comment. He still didn't believe Caudicus was poisoning him. I was too stunned to make a quick reply, but after a breath or two I managed to say, "Their health does not concern me nearly so much as your own. You do feel better, don't you, Your Grace?" "That is the nature of my illness. It comes and goes." The mayor set down his cup of tea, still 3/4 full. "Eventually it fades entirely, and Cauticus is free to go off gallivanting for months at a time, gathering ingredients for his charms and potives. Speaking of," he said, folding his hands in his lap, "would you do me the favor of fetching my medicine from Cauticus?" "Certainly, Your Grace." I stretched a smile over my face, trying to ignore the unease settling in my chest. I cleaned up the clutter I had created while fixing his tea, tucking packages and bundles of herbs back into the pockets of my burgundy cloak. The mayor nodded graciously, then closed his eyes and seemed to lapse back into his tranquil, sunlit nap.
"Our fledgling historian," Cauticus said as he gestured me inside and offered me a seat. "If you'll excuse me for a moment, I'll be right back." I sank into the padded chair and only then noticed the array of rings on the nearby table. Cauticus had gone so far as to have a rack built for them. Each was displayed with the name facing outward. There were a great many of them, silver, iron, and gold. Both my gold ring and Alvaron's iron one sat on a small tray on the table. I reclaimed them, taking note of this rather graceful way of wordlessly offering the return of a ring. I looked around the large tower room with muted curiosity. What possible motive could he have for poisoning the mayor? Barring access to the university itself, this place was every arcanist's dream. Curious, I got to my feet and wandered to his bookshelves. Cauticus had a respectable library with nearly 100 books crowding for space. I recognized many of the titles. Some were chemical references. Some were alchemical. Others dealt with the natural sciences, herbology, physiology, bestiology. The vast majority seemed to be historical in nature. A thought occurred to me. Perhaps I could get the native vintage superstition to work to my advantage. If Cauticus was a serious scholar and even half as superstitious as a native Vint, he might know something about the Chandrian. Best of all, since I was playing the dim-witted lordling, I didn't need to worry about damaging my reputation. Cauticus came around the corner and seemed somewhat taken aback when he saw me standing by the bookshelves, but he rallied quickly and gave me a polite smile. "See anything you're interested in?" I turned, shaking my head. "Not particularly," I said. "Do you know anything about the Chandrian?" Cauticus looked at me blankly for a moment, then burst out laughing. "I know they're not going to come into your room at night and steal you out of your bed," he said, wiggling his fingers at me the way you'd tease a child. "You don't study mythology, then?" I asked, fighting down a wave of disappointment at his reaction. I tried to console myself with the fact that this would firmly solidify me as a half-wit lordling in his mind. Cauticus sniffed. "That's hardly mythology," he said dismissively. "One could barely even stoop to calling it folklore. It's superstitious bunk, and I don't waste my time with it. No serious scholar would." He began to putter around the room, restoppering bottles and tucking them into cabinets, straightening up stacks of papers and returning books to their shelves. "Speaking of serious scholarship, if I remember correctly, you were curious about the Lackless family?" I simply stared at him for a moment. With everything that had happened since, I'd all but forgotten the pretense of the anecdotal genealogy I'd invented yesterday. "If it wouldn't be any trouble," I said quickly. "As I've said, I know practically nothing of them." Cauticus nodded seriously. "In that case, you might be well served in considering their name." He adjusted an alcohol lamp underneath a simmering glass alembic in the midst of an impressive array of copper tubing. Whatever he was distilling, I guessed it wasn't peach brandy. "You see, names can tell you a great deal about a thing." I grinned at that, then fought to smother the expression. "You don't say." He turned back to face me just as I got my mouth under control. "Oh, yes,"
he said. "You see, names are sometimes based on other, older names. The older the name, the closer it lies to the truth. Lackless is a relatively new name for the family, not much more than 600 years old." For once, I didn't have to feign amazement. 600 years is new? The Lackless family is old. He stopped his pacing and settled down into a threadbare armchair. Much older than the House of Alvaron. 1,000 years ago, the Lackless family enjoyed a power at least as great as Alvaron's. Pieces of what are now Vintas, Modeg, and a large portion of the small kingdoms were all Lackless lands at one point. "What was their name before that?" I asked. He pulled down a thick book and flipped its pages impatiently. "Here it is. The family was called Leoklos, or Loklos, or Leolos. They all translate the same. Lockless. Spelling was rather less important in those days." "What days are those?" I asked. He consulted the book again. "About 900 years ago, but I've seen other histories that mention the Leoklos 1,000 years before the fall of Atur." I boggled at the thought of a family older than empires. So the Lockless family became the Lackless family. What reason could a family have for changing its name? "There are historians who would cut off their own right hands to answer that," Codicus said. "It's generally accepted that there was some sort of falling out that splintered the family. Each piece took on a separate name. In Atur they became the Lack-Key family. They were numerous, but fell on hard times. That's where the word lackey comes from, you know. All those paupered nobility forced to scrape and bow to make ends meet. In the south, they became the Lacklifs, who slowly spiraled into obscurity. The same with the Cape Sayan in Modeg. The largest piece of the family was here in Vintas, except Vintas didn't exist back then." He closed the book and held it out to me. "You can borrow this if you like." "Thank you." I took the book. "You're too kind." There was the distant sound of a belling tower. "I'm too long-winded," he said. "I've talked away our time and haven't given you anything of use." "Just the history makes a great difference," I said gratefully. "Are you sure I can't interest you in a few stories from other families?" he asked, walking over to a work table. "I wintered with the Jackus family not long ago. The Baron is a widower, you know, quite wealthy and somewhat eccentric." He raised both eyebrows at me, his eyes wide with implied scandal. "I'm sure I could remember a few interesting things if I were assured of my anonymity." I was tempted to break character for that, but instead I shook my head. "Perhaps when I'm done working on the Lackless section," I said with all the self-importance of someone devoted to a truly useless project. "My research is quite delicate. I don't want to get tangled up in my head." Codicus frowned a bit, then shrugged it away as he rolled up his sleeves and began to make the mayor's medicine. I watched him go through his preparations again. It wasn't alchemy. I knew that from watching Simon work. This was barely even chemistry. Mixing a medicine like this was closer to following a recipe than anything. But what were the ingredients? I watched him move through it step by step. The dried leaf was probably bitefew. The liquid from the stoppered jar was no doubt muratum or aquafortis, some sort of acid at any rate. When it bubbled and steamed in the lead bowl, it dissolved a small amount of lead, maybe only a quarter scruple. The white powder was probably the ophalum. He added a pinch of the final ingredient. I couldn't even guess what that was. It looked like salt, but then again, most everything looks like salt. As he went through the motions, Codicus nattered on about court gossip. Defer's eldest son had broken his leg jumping out a brothel window. Lady Hesua's most recent lover was Yillish and didn't speak a word of Aturan. There was a rumor of highwaymen on the King's Road to the north, but there are always rumors of bandits, so that was nothing new. I don't care one whit for gossip, but I can fake interest when I must. All the while I watched Codicus for some telltale sign, some whisper of nervousness, a bead of sweat, a moment's hesitation, but there was nothing, not the slightest indication he was preparing a poison for the mayor. He was perfectly comfortable, utterly at ease. Was it possible he was poisoning the mayor by accident? Impossible. Any arcanist worth his guilder knew enough chemistry to... Then it dawned on me. Maybe Kvothe wasn't an arcanist at all. Maybe he was simply a man in a dark robe who didn't know the difference between an alligator and a crocodile. Maybe he was just a clever pretender who happened to be poisoning the mayor out of simple ignorance. Maybe that was peach brandy in his distillery. He tamped the cork into the vial of amber liquid and handed it to me. "There you are," he said. "Make sure you take it to him straight away. It will be best if he gets it while it's still warm." The temperature of a medicine doesn't make one whit of difference. Any physicker knows that. I took the vial and pointed to his chest as if I'd just noticed something. My word, is that an amulet? He seemed confused at first, and then drew out the leather cord from underneath his robes. "Of sorts," he said with a tolerant smile. At a casual glance, the piece of lead he wore around his neck looked very much like an arcanum gilder. "Does it protect you from spirits?" I asked in a hushed voice. "Oh, yes," he said flippantly. "All sorts." I swallowed nervously. "May I touch it?" He shrugged and leaned forward, holding it out to me. I took it timidly with my thumb and forefinger, then jumped back a step. "It bit me!" I said, pitching my voice somewhere between indignation and anxiety as I wrung my hand. I saw him fighting down a smile. "Ah, yes. I need to feed it, I suspect." He tucked it back inside his robes. "Go on now." He made a shooing motion toward the door. I made my way back to the mayor's rooms, trying to massage some feeling back into my numb fingers. It was a genuine arcanum gilder. He was a real arcanist. He knew exactly what he was doing. I returned to the mayor's rooms and engaged in 5 minutes of painfully formal small talk while I refilled the Flitz feeders with the still warm medicine. The birds were unnervingly energetic, humming and chirruping sweetly. The mayor sipped a cup of tea as we talked, his eyes following me quietly from the bed. When my work with the birds was finished, I made my goodbyes and left as quickly as propriety allowed. Though our conversation hadn't touched on anything more serious than the weather, I could read his underlying message as plainly as if he'd written it for me to read. He was in control. He was keeping his options open. He didn't trust me. Chapter 63. The Gilded Cage. After my brief taste of freedom, I was trapped in my rooms again. Though I hoped the mayor was through the worst of his recovery, I still needed to be at hand should his condition worsen and he call on me. I couldn't justify even a brief trip to Severin Low, no matter how desperately I wanted to head back to Tinnery Street with the hope of meeting up with Denna. So I called on Braden and spent a pleasant afternoon playing tack. We played game after game, and I lost each one in new and exciting ways. This time, when we parted ways, he left the game table with me, claiming his servants were tired of carrying it back and forth between our rooms. In addition to tack with Braden and my music, I had a new distraction, albeit an irritating one. Kvothe was every bit the gossip he seemed to be, and word had spread about my story genealogy. So now, in addition to courtiers trying to pry information out of me, I was deluged with a steady flow of people eager to air everyone else's dirty laundry. I dissuaded those I could, and encouraged the especially rabid to write their stories down and send them to me. A surprising number of them took time to do this, and a stack of slanderous stories began to accumulate on a desk in one of my unused rooms. The next day, when the mayor summoned me, I arrived to find Alvaron sitting in a chair near his bed, reading a copy of Fiorin's Claim of Kings in the original Eld Vintic. His color was remarkably good, and I saw no trembling in his hands as he turned a page. He didn't look up as I entered the room. Without speaking, I prepared a new pot of tea with the hot water waiting at the mayor's bedside table. I poured a cup and set it at the table by his elbow. I checked the gilded cage in his sitting room. The flits darted back and forth to the feeders, playing dizzying aerial games which made them difficult to count. Still, I was reasonably certain there were 12 of them. They seemed none the worse despite 3 days of poisonous diet. I resisted an urge to knock the cage about a bit. Finally, I replaced the mayor's flask of cod liver oil and found it was still 3/4 full. Yet another sign of my fading credibility. Wordlessly, I gathered up my things and prepared to leave, but before I made it to the door, the mayor turned his eyes up from his book. "Kvothe?" "Yes, Your Grace?" "It seems I'm not as thirsty as I thought. Would you mind finishing this for me?" He gestured to the untasted cup of tea that sat on the table. "To Your Grace's health," I said, and drank a sip. I made a face and added a spoon of sugar, stirred, and drained the rest of it with the mayor watching me. His eyes were calm, clever, and too knowing to be wholly good. Kvothe let me in and ushered me into the same seat as before. "You'll excuse me for a moment," he said. "I have an experiment I must attend to, or I fear it will be ruined." He hurried up a set of steps that led to a different part of the tower. With nothing else to occupy my attention, I eyed his display of rings again, realizing that a person could make a fair guess at his position in the court by using the rings themselves as triangulation points. Kvothe returned just as I was idly considering stealing one of his gold rings. "I was not sure if you wanted your rings back," Kvothe said, gesturing. I looked back at the table and saw them resting on a tray. It seemed odd I hadn't noticed them before. I picked them up and slid them into an inner pocket of my cloak. "Thank you kindly," I said. "And will you be taking the mayor his medicine again today?" he asked. I nodded, puffing myself up proudly. When I nodded, the motion of my head made me dizzy. It was only then I realized the trouble. I'd drunk a full cup of the mayor's tea. There hadn't been much laudanum in it, or rather, not much laudanum if you were in pain and being slowly weaned away from a budding addiction to ophalum. However, it was quite a bit of laudanum for someone like myself. I could feel the effects of it slowly creeping over me. A warm lassitude running through my bones. Everything seemed to be moving a little more slowly than normal. "The mayor seemed eager for his medicine today," I said, taking extra care to speak clearly. "I'm afraid I don't have much time to chat." I was in no condition to play the half-wit gentry for any length of time. Kvothe nodded seriously and retreated to his work table. I followed him as I always did, wearing my best curious expression. I watched with half an eye as Kvothe mixed the medicine, but my wits were fuddled by the laudanum, and what remained were focused on other matters. The mayor was hardly speaking to me. Stapes hadn't trusted me from the beginning, and the flits were healthy as ever. Worst of all, I was trapped in my rooms while Denna waited down on Tinnery Street, no doubt wondering why I hadn't come to visit. I looked up, aware that Kvothe had asked me a question. "Beg your pardon?" "Could you pass me the acid?" Kvothe repeated, as he finished measuring out a portion of leaf into his mortar and pestle. I picked up the glass decanter and began to hand it to him before I remembered I was just an ignorant lordling. I couldn't tell salt from sulfur. I didn't even know what an acid was. I did not flush or stumble. I didn't sweat or stutter. I am a Dima-Ru born, and even drugged and fuddled, I am a performer down to the marrow of my bones. I met his eyes and asked, "This one, right? The clear bottle comes next." Kvothe gave me a long, speculative look. I flashed him a brilliant grin. "I've got a good eye for detail," I said smugly. "I've watched you go through this twice now. I bet I could mix the mayor's medicine myself if I wanted to." I pitched my voice with all the ignorant self-confidence I could muster. This is the true mark of nobility, the unshakable belief that they can do anything, tan leather, shoe a horse, spin pottery, plow a field, if they really wanted to. Kvothe looked at me a moment longer, then began to measure out the acid. "I dare say you could, young sir." 3 minutes later I was walking down the hall with the warm vial of medicine in my sweaty palm. It almost didn't matter whether I'd fooled him or not. What mattered was that for some reason, Kvothe was suspicious of me. Stapes stared daggers into my back as he let me into the mayor's rooms, and Alvaron ignored me as I poured the new dose of poison into the Flitz feeders. The pretty things hummed about their cage with infuriating energy. I took the long way back to my rooms, trying to get a better feel for the layout of the mayor's estate. I already had my escape route half planned, but Kvothe suspicion encouraged me to put the finishing touches on it. If the Flitz didn't start dying tomorrow, it would probably be in my best interest to disappear from Severin as quickly and quietly as possible. Late that night, when I was reasonably sure the mayor wouldn't call on me, I slipped out the window of my room and made a thorough exploration of the gardens. There were no guards this late at night, but I did have to avoid a half-dozen couples taking moonlight strolls. There were 2 others sitting in close, romantic conversation, one in a bower, the other in a gazebo. The last couple I nearly trod on while cutting through a hedgerow. They were neither strolling nor conversing in any conventional sense, but their activities were romantic. They didn't notice me. Eventually, I found my way onto the roof. From there, I could see the grounds surrounding the estate. The western edge was out of the question, of course, as it was pressed up against the edge of the sheer, but I knew there had to be other opportunities for escape. While exploring the southern end of the estate, I saw lights burning brightly in one of the towers. What's more, they had the distinctive red tint of sympathy lamps. Kvothe was still awake. I made my way over and risked a look inside, peering down into the tower. Kvothe was not simply working late. He was talking to someone. I craned my neck, but I couldn't see who he was speaking to. What's more, the window was leaded shut, and I couldn't hear anything. I was about to move to a different window when Kvothe stood and began to walk to the door. The other person came into view, and even from this steep angle I could recognize the portly, unassuming figure of Stapes. Stapes was clearly worked up about something. He made an emphatic gesture with one hand, his face deathly serious. Kvothe nodded several times in agreement before opening the door to let the manservant out. I noted Stapes wasn't carrying anything when he left. He hadn't stopped by for medicine. He hadn't stopped by to borrow a book. Stapes had stopped by in the middle of the night to have a private conversation with the man who was trying to kill the mayor. Chapter 64. Flight. Though no family can boast a truly peaceful past, the Lacklesses have been especially ripe with misfortune. Some from without, assassination, invasion, peasant revolt, and theft. More telling is misfortune that comes from within. How can a family thrive when the eldest heir forsakes all family duty? Small wonder they are often called the luckless by their detractors. It seems a testament to the strength of their blood that they have survived so much for so long. Indeed, if not for the burning of Caleptina, we might possess records tracing the Lackless family back far enough for them to rival the royal line of Modeg in its antiquity. I tossed the book onto the table in a way that would have made Master Lauren spit blood. If the mayor thought this sort of information was enough to woo a woman, he was in worse need of my help than he thought. But as things currently stood, I doubted the mayor would be asking me for any help with anything, least of all something as sensitive as his courting. Yesterday, he hadn't summoned me to his rooms at all. I was clearly out of favor, and I sensed Stapes had a hand in it. Given what I had seen 2 nights ago in Kvothe tower, it was fairly obvious Stapes was part of the conspiracy to poison the mayor. Though it meant spending all day trapped in my rooms, I stayed where I was. I knew better than to jeopardize Alvaron's already low opinion of me by approaching him without being summoned first. An hour before lunch, Viscount Gurman stopped by my rooms with a few pages of handwritten gossip. He also brought a deck of cards, apparently thinking to take a page from Braden's book. He offered to teach me how to play thrush, and, as I was just learning the game, agreed to play for the pittance of a single silver bit per hand. He made the mistake of letting me deal, and left in a bit of a huff after I won 18 hands in a row. I suppose I could have been more subtle. I could have played him like a fish on a line and bilked him for half his estate, but I was in no mood for it. My thoughts were not pleasant, and I preferred to be alone with them. An hour after lunch, I decided I was no longer interested in currying favor with the mayor. If Alvaron wished to trust his treacherous manservant, that was his business. I'd be damned if I would spend one more minute sitting idle in my room, waiting by the door like a whipped dog. I threw on my cloak, grabbed my loot case, and decided to take a walk down Tinnery Street. If the mayor needed me while I was away, he could damn well leave a note. I was halfway into the hall when I saw the guard standing at attention outside my door. He was one of Alvaron's own, clad in sapphire and ivory. We stood for a moment, motionless. There was no sense in asking if he was there on my account. Mine was the only door for 20 feet in any direction. I met his eye. "And you are—" "Yes, sir." At least, I still rated a sir. That was worth something. "And you're here because—" "I'm to accompany you if you leave your room, sir." "Right." I stepped back into my room and closed the door behind me. Were his orders from Alvaron or Stapes? It didn't really matter. I went out my window into the garden, over the little streamlet, behind a hedgerow, and up a section of decorative stone wall. My burgundy cloak was not the best color for sneaking around in the garden, but it worked quite nicely against the red of the roofing tiles. After that, I made my way onto the roof of the stables, through a hayloft, and out the back door of a disused barn. From there, it was just a matter of jumping a fence, and I was off the mayor's estate. Simple. I stopped at 12 inns on Tinnery Street before I found the one where Denna was staying. She wasn't there, so I continued along the street, keeping my eyes open and trusting to my luck. I spotted her an hour later. She was standing at the edge of a crowd, watching a street corner production of, believe it or not, 3 pennies for wishing. Her skin was darker than when I'd seen her last at the university, tanned from travel, and she wore a high-necked dress after the local fashion. Her dark hair fell in a straight sheaf across her back, all except a single slender braid that hung close to her face. I caught her eye just as Dead Nettle shouted out his first line in the play. "I've cures for what ails you. My wares never fails you. I've potions for pennies, results guaranteed. So if you've got a dicky heart, or can't get her legs apart, come straight away to my cart. You'll find what you need." Denna smiled when she saw me. We might have stayed for the play, but I already knew the ending. Hours later, Denna and I were eating sweet vintage grapes in the shadow of the sheer. Some industrious stonemason had carved a shallow niche into the white stone of the cliff, making smooth seats of stone. It was a cozy place we had discovered while walking aimlessly through the city. We were alone, and I felt myself to be the luckiest man in the world. My only regret was that I didn't have her ring with me. It would have been the perfect unexpected gift to go with our unexpected meeting. Worse yet, I couldn't even tell Denna about it. If I did, I'd be forced to admit I'd used it as collateral for my loan with Davy. "You seem to be doing fairly well for yourself," Denna said, rubbing the edge of my burgundy cloak between her fingers. "Have you given up the bookish life?" "Taking a vacation," I hedged. "Right now I'm assisting the Mayor Alvaron with a thing or two." Her eyes widened appreciatively. "Do tell." I looked away uncomfortably. "I'm afraid I can't. Delicate matters and all that." I cleared my throat and tried to change the subject. "What of you? You seem to be doing fairly well yourself." I brushed 2 fingers across the embroidery that decorated the high neck of her dress. "Well, I'm not rubbing elbows with the mayor," she said, making an exaggerated deferential gesture in my direction. "But, as I mentioned in my letters, Letters?" I asked. "You sent more than one?" She nodded. "3 since I left," she said. "I was about to start a 4th, but you've saved me the trouble." "I only got the 1, I said. Denna shrugged. "I'd rather tell you in person anyway." She paused dramatically. "I finally have my formal patronage." "You have?" I said, delighted. "Denna, that's wonderful news!" Denna grinned proudly. Her teeth were white against the light nut color of her travel-tanned face. Her lips, as always, were red without the aid of any paint. "Is he part of the court here in Severin?" I asked. "What's his name?" Denna's grin faded into a serious look, a confused smile playing around her mouth. "You know I can't tell you that," she chided. "You know how closely he guards his privacy." My excitement fell away, leaving me cold. "Oh, no. Denna, it's not the same fellow as before, is it? The one who sent you to play for that wedding in Trebon?" Denna looked puzzled. "Of course it is. I can't tell you his real name. What was it you called him before? Master Elm?" "Master Ash," I said, and it felt like a mouthful of ashes when I said it. "Do you at least know his real name? Did he tell you that much before you signed up?" "I expect I know his real name," she shrugged, running a hand through her hair. When her fingers touched the braid, she seemed surprised to find it there and quickly began to unravel it, her deft fingers smoothing it away. "Even if I don't, what does it matter? Everyone has secrets, Kvothe. I don't particularly care what his are so long as he continues to deal square with me. He's been very generous." "He's not just secretive, Denna," I protested. "From the way you've described him, I'd say he's either paranoid or tangled up in dangerous business." "I don't know why you're carrying such a grudge against him." I couldn't believe she could say that. "Denna, he beat you senseless." She went very still. "No." Her hand went to the fading bruise on her cheek. "No, he didn't. I told you. I fell while I was out riding. The stupid horse couldn't tell a stick from a snake." I shook my head. "I'm talking about last fall in Trebon." Denna's hand fell back to her lap where it made an absent-minded fidgeting gesture, trying to toy with a ring that wasn't there. She looked at me, her expression blank. "How did you know about that?" "You told me yourself. That night on the hill, waiting for the Dracus to come." She looked down, blinking. I don't remember saying that." "You were a little addled at the time," I said gently. "But you did. You told me all about it. Denna, you shouldn't have to stay with someone like that. Anyone who could do that to you, he did it for my own good," she said, her dark eyes beginning to flicker with anger. "Did I tell you that? There I was without a scratch on me, and everyone else at the wedding dead as leather. You know what small towns are like. Even after they found me unconscious, they thought I might have had something to do with it. You remember?" I put my head down and shook it like an ox worrying its yoke. "I don't believe it. There had to be another way around the situation. I would have found another way." "Well, I guess we can't all be as clever as you," she said. "Clever doesn't have anything to do with it." I came close to shouting. "He could have taken you away with him. He could have come forward and vouched for you." "He couldn't let anyone know he was there," Denna said. "He said he beat you." And as I spoke the words, I felt a terrible anger come together inside me. It wasn't hot and furious, as some of my flashes of temper tend to be. This was different, slow and cold. And as soon as I felt it, I realized it had been there inside me for a long while, crystallizing, like a pond slowly freezing solid over a long winter night. "He beat you," I said again, and I could feel it inside, a solid block of icy anger. "Nothing you can say will change that. And if I ever see him, I'll likely stick a knife in him rather than shake his hand." Denna looked up at me then, the irritation fading from her face. She gave me a look that was all sweet fondness and mingled pity. It was the sort of look you give a puppy when it growls, thinking itself terribly fierce. She put her hand gently on the side of my face, and I felt myself flush hot and hard, suddenly embarrassed by my own melodrama.
"Can we not argue about it?" she asked. "Please? Not today. It's been so long since I've seen you."
I decided to let it go rather than risk driving her away. I knew what happened when men pressed her too hard. "Fair enough," I said. "For today. Can you at least tell me what sort of thing your patron brought you out here for?" Denna leaned back in her seat, smiling a wide smile. "Sorry. Delicate matters and all that," she mimicked. "Don't be that way," I protested. "I'd tell you if I could, but the mayor values his privacy very highly." Denna leaned forward again to lay her hand over mine. "Poor Kvothe. It's not out of spite. My patron is at least as private as the mayor. He made it very clear that things would go badly if I ever made our relationship public. He was quite emphatic about it." Her expression had gone serious. "He's a powerful man." She seemed as if she would say more, then stopped herself. Though I didn't want to, I understood. My recent brush with the mayor's anger had taught me caution. "What can you tell me about him?" Denna tapped a finger against her lips thoughtfully. "He's a surprisingly good dancer. I think I can say that without betraying anything. He's quite graceful," she said, then laughed at my expression. "I'm doing some research for him, looking into old genealogies and histories. He's helping me write a couple songs so I can make a name for myself." She hesitated, then shook her head. "I think that's all I can say." "Will I get to hear the songs after you're done?" She gave a shy smile. "I think that can be arranged." She leapt to her feet and grabbed my arm to pull me to my feet. "Enough talking. Come and walk with me." I smiled, her enthusiasm as infectious as a child's. But when she pulled at my hand, she let out a tiny yelp, flinching and pressing one of her hands to her side. I was standing next to her in a second. "What's the matter?" Denna shrugged and gave me a brittle smile, holding her arm close to her ribs. "My fall," she said. "That stupid horse. I get a twinge when I forget and move too quickly." "Has anyone looked at it?" "It's just a bruise," she said, "and the sort of doctor I can afford I wouldn't trust to touch me." "What of your patron?" I asked. "Certainly he could arrange something." She slowly straightened. "It's really not a problem." She lifted her arms above her head and made a quick, clever dance step, then laughed at my serious expression. "No more talk of secret things for now. Come, walk with me. Tell me dark and lurid gossip from the mayor's court." "Very well," I said as we began to walk. "I've heard the mayor is marvelously recovered from a long-standing illness." "You're a poor rumor-monger," she said. "Everyone knows that. The Baronet Bramston played a disastrous deck of faro last night." Denna rolled her eyes. "Boring." "The Comtesse de Fer lost her virginity while attending a performance of Daonica." "Oh!" Denna raised her hand to her mouth, stifling a laugh. "Did she really?" "She certainly didn't have it with her after the intermission," I said in a hushed voice. But it turns out she had just left it behind in her rooms, so it was merely misplaced, not really lost. The servants found it 2 days later when they were cleaning up. Turns out it had rolled underneath a chest of drawers. Denna's expression turned indignant. "I can't believe I believed you." She swatted at me, then grimaced again, sucking a sharp breath through her teeth. "You know," I said softly, "I've been trained at the university. I'm not a physicker, but the medicine I know is good. I could take a look at it for you." She gave me a long look, as if she wasn't quite sure what to make of my offer. "I think," she said at last, "that might be the most circumspect route anyone has ever tried for getting me out of my clothes." I felt myself blush furiously. "I didn't mean—" Denna laughed at my discomfiture. "If I let anyone play doctor with me, it would be you, my Kvothe," she said. "But I'll tend to it for now." She linked arms with me, and we continued our walk down the street. I know enough to take care of myself. I returned to the mayor's estate hours later, taking the direct route rather than come in over the rooftops. When I arrived in the hallway leading to my room, I found 2 guards standing there instead of the single one that had been waiting before. I guessed they had discovered my escape. Even this couldn't dampen my spirits overmuch, as the time I'd spent with Denna had left me feeling 12 feet tall. Better yet, I was meeting with her tomorrow to go riding. Having a specific time and place to meet was an unexpected treat where Denna was concerned. "Good evening, gentlemen," I said as I came down the hall. "Anything interesting happen while I was out?" "You're to be confined to your rooms," Jay said grimly. I noticed he left off the "sir" this time. I paused with my hand on the doorknob. "Beg pardon?" "You're to remain in your rooms until we get further orders," he said, "and one of us is to stay with you at all times." I felt my temper flare up. "And does Alvaron know about this?" I asked sharply. They looked at each other uncertainly. It was Stapes giving the orders, then. That uncertainty would be enough to keep them from laying hands on me. "Let's get this sorted out straight away," I said, and started down the hall at a brisk walk, leaving the guards to catch up with me, their armor clattering. My temper fanned itself hotter as I made my way through the halls. If my credibility with the mayor was truly ruined, I preferred to have it done with now. If I couldn't have the mayor's goodwill, I would at least have my freedom and the ability to see Denna when I wished. I turned the corner just in time to see the mayor emerging from his rooms. He looked as healthy as I had ever seen him, carrying a sheaf of papers under one arm. As I approached, irritation flashed across his face, and I thought he might simply have the guards carry me away. Nevertheless, I approached him as boldly as if I had a written invitation. "Your Grace," I said with cheery cordiality. "Might we talk for a moment?" "Certainly," he replied in a similar tone as he swung open the door he had been about to close behind himself. "Do come in." I watched his eyes and saw an anger as hot as mine. A small, sensible part of me quailed, but my temper had the bit in its teeth and was galloping madly ahead. We left the bemused guards in the antechamber, and Alvaron led me through the second set of doors into his personal rooms. Silence hung dangerous in the air, like the calm before a sudden summer storm. "I cannot believe your impudence," the mayor hissed once the doors were closed. "Your wild accusations, your ridiculous claims. I mislike public unpleasantness, so we will deal with this later." He made an imperious gesture. "Return to your rooms, and do not leave until I decide how best to deal with you." "Your Grace," I could tell by the set of his shoulders that he was ready to call the guards. "I do not hear you," he said flatly. He met my gaze then. His eyes were hard as flint, and I saw how angry he truly was. This wasn't the anger of a patron or employer. It wasn't someone irritated by my failure to respect the social order. This was a man who had ruled everything around him from the age of 16. This man thought nothing of hanging someone from an iron gibbet to make a point. This was a man who, but for a twist of history, would now be king of all Vintas. My temper sputtered and went out like a snuffed candle, leaving me chilled. I realized then that I had misjudged my situation badly. When I was a child, homeless on the streets of Tarbean, I'd learned to deal with dangerous people, drunken dock workers, guardsmen, even a homeless child with a bottle-glass knife can kill you. The key to staying safe was knowing the rules of the situation. A guard wouldn't beat you in the middle of the street. A dock worker wouldn't chase you if you ran. Now, with sudden clarity, I realized my mistake. The mayor was not bound by any rules. He could order me killed, then hang my body over the city gates. He could throw me in jail and forget about me. He could leave me there while I grew starved and sickly. I had no position, no friends to intercede on my behalf. I was helpless as a child with a willow-switch sword. I realized this in a flash and felt a gnawing fear settle in my belly. I should have stayed in Severin Low while I had the chance. I never should have come here in the first place and meddled in the affairs of powerful folk such as this. It was just then that Stapes bustled in from the mayor's dressing room. Seeing us, his normally placid expression flickered briefly into panic and surprise. He recovered quickly.
"I beg your pardon, sirs,"
he said, and hurried back the way he came. "Stapes," the mayor called out before he could leave. "Come here." Stapes slunk back into the room. He wrung his hands nervously. His face had the stricken look of a guilty man, a man caught in the midst of something dishonest. Alvaron's voice was stern. "Stapes, what do you have there?" Looking closer, I saw the manservant wasn't wringing his hands. He was clutching something. "It's nothing." "Stapes!" the mayor barked. "How dare you lie to me? Show me at once." Numbly, the portly manservant opened his hands. A tiny gem-bright bird lay lifeless on his palm. His face had lost all hint of color. Never in the history of the world has the death of a lovely thing brought such relief and joy. I had been certain of Stapes's betrayal for days now, and here was the unquestionable proof of it. Nevertheless, I kept quiet. The mayor had to see this with his own eyes. "What is the meaning of this?" the mayor asked slowly. "It's not good to think of such things, sir," the manservant said quickly, "and worse to dwell on them. I'll just fetch another one. It'll sing just as sweet." There was a long pause. I could see Alvaron struggling to contain the rage he'd been ready to unleash on me. The silence continued to stretch. "Stapes," I said slowly, "how many birds have you replaced these last few days?" Stapes turned to me, his expression indignant. Before he could speak, the mayor broke in. "Answer him, Stapes." His voice sounded almost choked. "Has there been more than this one?" Stapes gave the mayor a stricken look. "Oh, Rand, I didn't want to trouble you. You were so bad for a time. Then you asked for the birds and had that terrible night. Then the next day one of them died." Looking down at the tiny bird in his hand, his words came faster and faster, almost tumbling over each other, too clumsy to be anything but sincere. "I didn't want to fill your head with talk of dying things, so I snuck it out and bought in a new one. Then you kept getting better and they started falling 4 or 5 a day. Every time I looked there would be another one lying in the bottom of the cage like a little cut flower, but you were doing so well, I didn't want to mention it." Stapes covered the dead Sipquick with a cupped hand. "It's like they were giving up their little souls to make you well again." Something inside the man suddenly gave way, and he began to cry. The deep, hopeless sobs of an honest man who had been frightened and helpless for a long time, watching the slow death of a well-loved friend. Alvaron stood motionless for a stunned moment, all the anger spilling out of him. Then he moved to put his arms gently around his manservant. "Oh, Stapes," he said softly. "They were, in a way. You haven't done anything you can be blamed for." I quietly left the room and busied myself removing the feeders from the gilded cage. An hour later, the 3 of us were eating a quiet supper together in the mayor's rooms. Alvaron and I told Stapes what had been happening over the last several days. Stapes was almost giddy, both at his master's health and at the knowledge it would continue to improve. As for myself, after suffering a few days under Alvaron's displeasure, being so suddenly in his good graces again was a relief. Nevertheless, I was shaken by how close to disaster I had been. I was honest with the mayor about my misguided suspicion of Stapes, and I offered the manservant my sincere apology. Stapes in turn admitted his doubts about me. In the end, we shook hands and thought much better of each other. As we were chatting over the last bits of supper, Stapes perked up, excused himself, and hurried out. "My outer door," the mayor explained. "He has ears like a dog. It's uncanny." Stapes opened the door to admit the tall man with the shaven head who had been looking over maps with Alvaron when I'd first arrived, Commander Dagon. As Dagon stepped into the room, his eyes flicked to each of the corners, to the window, to the door, briefly over me, then back to the mayor. When his eyes touched me, all the deep feral instincts that had kept me alive on the streets of Tarbean told me to run, hide, do anything so long as it took me far away from this man. "Ah, Dagon," the mayor said cheerily. "Are you well this fine day?" "Yes, your grace." He stood attentively, not quite meeting the mayor's eye. "Would you be good enough to arrest Caudicus for treason?" There was a half-heartbeat pause. "Yes, your grace." 8 men should be sufficient, providing they are not likely to panic in a complicated situation. "Yes, your grace." I began to sense subtle differences in Dagon's responses. "Alive," Alvaron responded, as if answering a question. "But you needn't be gentle." "Yes, your grace." With that, Dagon turned to leave. I spoke up quickly. "Your grace, if he's truly an arcanist, you ought to take certain precautions." I regretted the word ought as soon as I had said it. Ought was presumptuous. I should have said, "You may wish to consider taking certain precautions." Alvaron seemed to take no notice of my misstep. "Yes, of course. Set a thief to catch a thief. Dagon, before you settle him downstairs, bind him hand and foot with good iron chain. Pure iron, mind you. Gag and blindfold him." He thought for a brief moment, tapping his lips with a finger. "And cut off his thumbs." "Yes, your grace." Alvaron looked at me. "Do you think that should be sufficient?" I fought down a wave of nausea and forced myself not to wring my hands in my lap. I didn't know which I found more unsettling, the cheerful tone with which Alvaron delivered the commands, or the flat, emotionless one with which Dagon accepted them. A full arcanist was nothing to trifle with, but I found the thought of crippling the man's hands more horrifying than killing him outright. Dagon left, and after the door closed, Stapes shuddered. "Good Lord, Rand! He's like cold water down the back of my neck. I wish you'd get rid of him." The mayor laughed. "So someone else could have him? No, Stapes. I want him right here, my mad dog on a short leash." Stapes frowned, but before he could make anything more of it, his eyes were drawn through the doorway into the sitting room. "Oh, there's another one." He walked to the cage and returned with another dead flit, holding its tiny body tenderly as he carried it out of the chambers. "I know you needed to test the medicine on something," he said from the other room, "but it's a little rough on the poor little Calanthus." "Beg pardon?" I asked. "Our Stapes is old-fashioned," Alvaron explained with a smile, "and more educated than he cares to admit. Calanthus is the Eldvintic name for them." I could swear I've heard that word somewhere else. "It's also the surname of the royal line of Vintas," Alvaron said chidingly. "For someone who knows so much, you're curiously blind in places." Stapes craned his neck to look toward the cage again. "I know you had to do it," he said, "but why not use mice, or Comtesse de Fer's nasty little dog?" Before I could answer, there was a thump from the outer rooms, and a guard burst through the inner door before Stapes could come to his feet. "Your Grace," the man said breathlessly as he jumped to the room's only window and slammed the shutters. Next, he ran to the sitting room and did the same with the window in there. There followed other similar noises from rooms farther back I had never seen. There was a faint sound of furniture being moved. Stapes looked puzzled and half rose to his feet, but the mayor shook his head and motioned for him to sit down. "Lieutenant!" he called out, a tinge of irritation in his voice. "Beg pardon, Your Grace," the guard said as he re-entered the room, breathing heavily. "Dagon's orders. I was to secure your room straight away." "I take it all is not well," Alvaron said dryly. "There was no answer from the tower when we knocked. Dagon had us force the door. There was... I know not what it was, Your Grace. Some malignant spirit. Anders is dead, Your Grace. Codicus is nowhere in his rooms, but Dagon is after him." Alvaron's expression darkened. "Damn!" he thundered, striking the arm of his chair with a fist. His brow furrowed, and he let out an explosive sigh. "Very well." He waved the guard away. The guard stood stiffly. "Sir, Dagon said I'm not to leave you unguarded." Alvaron gave him a dangerous look. "Very well, but stand over there." He pointed to the corner of the room. The guard appeared perfectly happy to fade into the background. Alvaron leaned forward, pressing the tips of his fingers to his forehead. How in the name of God did he suspect? The question seemed rhetorical, but it set the wheels of my mind spinning. "Did Your Grace pick up his medicine yesterday?" Yes. I did everything the same as I had done in days past." "Except you didn't send me to get your medicine," I thought to myself. "Do you still have the vial?" I asked. He did. Stapes brought it to me. I uncorked it and ran a finger along the inside of the glass. "How does Your Grace's medicine taste?" "I've told you, brackish, bitter." I watched the mayor's eyes go wide as I brought my finger to my mouth and touched it lightly to the tip of my tongue. "Are you mad?" Alvaron said incredulously. "Sweet," I said simply. Then I rinsed my mouth with water and spat it as delicately as possible into an empty glass. I took a small folded packet of paper from a pocket in my vest, shook a small amount into my hand, and ate it, grimacing. "What's that?" Stapes asked. "Liguellin," I lied, knowing the real answer, charcoal, would only provoke more questions. I took a mouthful of water and spat it out as well. This time it was black, and Alvaron and Stapes stared at it, startled. I bulled ahead. "Something must have made him suspect you were not taking your medicine, Your Grace. If it suddenly tasted different, you would have asked him." The mayor nodded. "I saw him yesterday evening. He asked after my health." He beat his fist softly under the arm of his chair. "All the cursed luck. If he has any wit, he's been gone half a day. We'll never catch him." I thought about reminding him that if he had believed me from the first, none of this would have happened, then thought better of it. "I'd advise your men to stay out of his tower, Your Grace. He's had time to prepare a great deal of mischief in there, traps and the like." The mayor nodded and passed his hand in front of his eyes. "Yes, of course. See to it, Stapes. I believe I'll take a bit of rest. This business may take a while to sort out." I gathered myself to leave, but the mayor gestured me back into my seat. "Kvothe, stay a moment and make me a pot of tea before you go." Stapes rang for servants. While clearing the remains of our lunch away, they glanced at me curiously. Not only sitting in the mayor's presence, I was sharing a meal with him in his private chambers. This news would be rumored through the estate in under 10 minutes. After the servants left, I made the mayor another pot of tea. I was preparing to leave when he spoke over the top of his cup, too softly for the guard to overhear. "Kvothe, you have proved perfectly trustworthy, and I regret any doubts I briefly entertained about you." He sipped and swallowed before continuing. "Unfortunately, I cannot allow news of a poisoning to spread, especially with the poisoner escaped." He gave me a significant look. "It would interfere with the matter we discussed before." I nodded. Widespread knowledge that his own arcanist had nearly killed him would hardly help Alvaron win the hand of the woman he hoped to marry. He continued, "Unfortunately, this need for silence also precludes my giving you a reward you all too richly deserve. Were the situation different, I would consider the gift of lands mere token thanks. I would grant you title, too. This power my family still retains, free from the controlment of the king. My head reeled at the implication of what the mayor was saying as he continued. However, if I were to do such a thing, there would be need of explanation, and an explanation is the one thing I cannot afford. Alvaron extended his hand, and it took me a moment to realize he intended me to shake it. One does not typically shake hands with the Mayor Alvaron. I immediately regretted that the only person present to see it was the guard. I hoped he was a gossip. I took his hand solemnly, and Alvaron continued. I owe you a great debt. If you ever find yourself in need, you shall have at your command all the help a grateful lord can lend. I nodded graciously, trying to keep a calm demeanor despite my excitement. This was exactly what I had been hoping for. With the mayor's resources, I could make a concerted search for the emir. He could get me access to monastery archives, private libraries, places where important documents hadn't been pruned and edited as they had in the university. But I knew this wasn't the proper time to ask. Alvaron had promised his help. I could simply bide my time and choose what type of help I wanted most. As I stepped outside the mayor's rooms, Stapes surprised me with a sudden, wordless embrace. The expression on his face couldn't have been more grateful if I'd pulled his family from a burning building. Young sir, I doubt you understand how much I'm in your debt. If there's anything you ever need, just make me wise of it. He gripped my hand, pumping it up and down enthusiastically. At the same time, I felt him press something into my palm. Then I was standing in the hallway. I opened my hand and saw a fine silver ring with Stapes's name etched across the face. Alongside it was a second ring that wasn't metal at all. It was smooth and white, and also had the manservant's name carved in rough letters across the surface of it. I had no idea what such a thing might signify. I made my way back to my rooms, almost dizzy with my sudden fortune. Chapter 65. A Beautiful Game. The next day my meager belongings were moved to rooms the mayor deemed more suitable for someone firmly in his favor. There were 5 of them in all, 3 with windows overlooking the garden. It was a nice gesture, but I couldn't help but think that these rooms were even farther from the kitchens. My food would be cold as a stone by the time it made its way to me. I'd barely been there an hour before a runner arrived bearing Braden's silver ring and a card that read, Your glorious new rooms. When? I turned the card over, wrote, As soon as you like, and sent the boy on his way. I placed his silver ring on a tray in my sitting room. The bowl next to it now had 2 silver rings glittering among the iron. I opened the door to see Braden's dark eyes peering owlishly out at me from the halo of his white beard and hair. He smiled and bowed, his walking stick tucked under one arm. I offered him a seat, then excused myself politely and left him alone in the sitting room for a moment, as was the gracious thing to do. I was barely through the doorway before I heard his rich laugh coming from the other room. "Ho, ho!" he said. "Now there's a thing." When I returned, Braden was sitting by the tack board holding the 2 rings I had recently received from Stapes. "This is certainly a turn for the books," he said. "Apparently I misjudged things yesterday when my runner was turned away from your door by an altogether surly guard." I grinned at him. "It's been an exciting couple of days," I said. Braden tucked his chin and chuckled, looking even more owlish than usual. "I dare say," he said, holding up the silver ring, "this tells quite a story. But this," he gestured to the white ring with his walking stick, "this is something else entirely." I pulled up a seat across from him. "I'll be frank with you," I said. "I can only guess what it's made of, let alone what it signifies." Braden raised an eyebrow. "That's remarkably forthright of you." I shrugged. "I feel somewhat more secure in my position here," I admitted. "Enough that I can be a little less guarded with the people who have been kind to me." He chuckled again as he laid the silver ring on the board. "Secure," he said.
I dare say you are at that.
He picked up the white ring.
Still, it's not odd that you wouldn't know about this.
I thought there were just 3 types of rings, I said.
That's true for the most part, Braden said. But the giving of rings goes back quite a ways. The common folk were doing it long before it became a game for the gentry. And while Stapes may breathe the rarefied air with the rest of us, his family is undeniably common.
Braden set the white ring back onto the board and folded his hands over it.
Those rings were made of things ordinary folk might find easily at hand. A young lover might give a ring of new green grass to someone he was courting. A ring of leather promises service, and so on.
And a ring of horn?
A ring of horn shows enmity, Braden said. Powerful and lasting enmity.
Ah, I said, somewhat taken aback. I see. Braden smiled and held the pale ring up to the light.
But this, he said, is not horn. The grain is wrong, and Stapes would never give a horn ring alongside a silver one.
He shook his head.
No, unless I miss my guess, this is a ring of bone.
He handed it to me. Wonderful, I said glumly, turning it over in my hands. And that means what? That he'll stab me in the liver and push me down a dry well?
Braden gave me his wide, warm smile. A ring of bone indicates a profound and lasting debt.
I see. I rubbed it between my fingers. I have to say I prefer being owed a favor.
Not just a favor, Braden said. Traditionally, a ring such as this is carved from the bone of a deceased family member.
He raised an eyebrow.
And while I doubt that is currently the case, it does get the point across.
I looked up, still slightly dazed by it all. And that is?
That these things are not given lightly. It's not a part of games the gentry play, and not the sort of ring you should display.
He gave me a look.
If I were you, I'd tuck it safe away.
I put it carefully into my pocket. You've been such help, I said. I wish I could repay— He held up a hand, cutting me off mid-sentence. Then, moving with solemn care, he pointed one finger downward, made a fist, and rapped a knuckle on the surface of the tack board. I smiled and brought out the stones. I think I'm finally getting my teeth into the game, I said an hour later after losing by the narrowest of margins. Braden pushed his chair away from the table with an expression of distaste.
No, he said. Quite the opposite. You have the basics, but you're missing the whole point.
I began to sort out the stones. The point is that I'm finally close to beating you after all this time.
No, Braden said. That's not it at all. Tack is a subtle game. That's the reason I have such trouble finding people who can play it. Right now, you are stomping about like a thug. If anything, you're worse than you were 2 days ago.
Admit it, I said. I nearly had you that last time. He merely scowled and pointed imperiously to the table. I set to it with a will, smiling and humming, sure that today I would finally beat him. But nothing could be further from the truth. Braden set his stones ruthlessly, not a breath of hesitation between his moves. He tore me apart as easily as you rip a sheet of paper in half. The game was over so quickly, it left me breathless.
Again,
Braden said, a note of command in his voice I'd never heard before. I tried to rally, but the next game was worse. I felt like a puppy fighting a wolf. No, I was a mouse at the mercy of an owl. There was not even the pretense of a fight. All I could do was run. But I couldn't run fast enough. This game was over sooner than the last.
Again,
he demanded. And we played again. This time, I was not even a living thing. Braden was calm and dispassionate as a butcher with a boning knife. The game lasted about the length of time it takes to gut and bone a chicken. At the end of it, Braden frowned and shook his hands briskly to both sides of the board, as if he had just washed them and was trying to flick them dry. "Fine," I said, leaning back in my chair. "I take your point. You've been going easy on me." "No," Braden said with a grim look. "That is far gone from the point I am trying to make." "What then?" "I'm trying to make you understand the game," he said. "The entire game, not just the fiddling about with stones. The point is not to play as tight as you can. The point is to be bold, to be dangerous, be elegant." He tapped the board with 2 fingers. "Any man that's half awake can spot a trap that's laid for him. But to stride in boldly with a plan to turn it on its ear, that is a marvelous thing." He smiled without any of the grimness leaving his face. "To set a trap and know someone will come in wary, ready with a trick of their own, then beat them, that is twice marvelous." Braden's expression softened, and his voice became almost like an entreaty. "Tack reflects the subtle turning of the world. It is a mirror we hold to life. No one wins a dance, boy. The point of dancing is the motion that a body makes. A well-played game of tack reveals the moving of a mind. There is a beauty to these things for those with eyes to see it." He gestured at the brief and brutal lay of stones between us. "Look at that. Why would I ever want to win a game such as this?" I looked down at the board. "The point isn't to win?" I asked. "The point," Braden said grandly, "is to play a beautiful game." He lifted his hands and shrugged, his face breaking into a beatific smile. "Why would I want to win anything other than a beautiful game?" Chapter 66. Within Easy Reach. Later that evening, I sat alone in what I guessed might be my drawing room. Or perhaps my sitting room. Honestly, I wasn't entirely sure what the difference was. I was surprised to find I liked my new rooms quite a lot. Not for the extra space, not because they had a better view of the garden, not because the inlay in the marble floor was more pleasing to the eye, not even because the room had its own exceptionally well-stocked wine cabinet, though that was quite pleasant. No, my new rooms were preferable because they had several cushioned armless chairs that were perfect for playing my lute. It's uncomfortable to play for any length of time in a chair with armrests. In my previous room, I'd usually ended up sitting on the floor. I decided to dub the room with the good chairs my lutery, or perhaps my performatory. I would need a while to come up with something suitably pretentious. Needless to say, I was pleased by the recent turn of events. By way of celebration, I opened a bottle of fine, dark Felurian wine, relaxed, and brought out my lute. I started quick and tripping, playing my way through Tintetatornin to limber up my fingers. Then I played sweet and easy for a time, slowly growing reacquainted with my lute. By the time I'd played for about half a bottle, I had my feet up and my music was mellow and content as a cat in a sunbeam. That's when I heard the noise behind me. I stopped in a jangle of notes and sprang to my feet, expecting Caudicus or the guards or some other deadly trouble. What I found was the mayor smiling an embarrassed smile, like a child that's just played a joke. "I trust your new rooms are to your satisfaction." I collected myself and made a small bow. "It's rather much for the likes of me, Your Grace." "It's rather little, considering my debt to you," Alvaron said. He sat on a nearby couch and made a gracious gesture indicating I should feel free to take a seat myself. "What was that you were playing just now?" I returned to my chair. "It wasn't really a proper song, Your Grace. I was just playing." The mayor raised an eyebrow. "It was of your own devising?" I nodded, and he motioned to me. "I'm sorry to have interrupted you. Please, continue." "What would you like to hear, Your Grace?" "I have it on good report that Mellow and Lackless is fond of music and sweet words," he said. Something along those lines. There are many types of sweet, Your Grace, I said. I played the opening to Violet Bide. The notes rang out light and sweet and sad. Then I changed to The Lay of Savian, my fingers moving quickly through the complex chording, making it sound every bit as hard as it was. Alvaron nodded to himself, his expression growing more satisfied as he listened. And you can compose as well? I nodded easily. I can, Your Grace, though it takes time to do such things properly. How much time? I shrugged. A day or 2, or 3, depending on the sort of song you desire. Letters are easier. The mayor leaned forward. It pleases me that Threp's praise was not exaggerated, he said. I will admit I moved you to these rooms with more than gratitude in mind. A passage connects them to my own rooms. We will need to meet frequently in order to discuss my courting. It should prove most convenient, Your Grace, I said, then chose my next words carefully. I've learned her family's history, but that will only go so far toward courting a woman. Alvaron chuckled. You must take me for a fool, he said gently. I know you'll need to meet her. She will be here in 2 days, visiting with a host of other nobility. I have declared a month of festivities to celebrate the passing of my long illness. Clever, I complimented him. He shrugged. I'll arrange something to bring the two of you together early on. Is there anything you require for the practice of your art? A goodly amount of paper should suffice, Your Grace. Ink and pens. Nothing more than that. I've heard tell of poets who need certain extravagancies to aid them in their composition. He made an inarticulate gesture. A specific type of drink or scenery. I've heard of a poet quite famous in Raniere who has a trunk of rotting apples he keeps close at hand. Whenever his inspiration fails him, he opens it and breathes the fumes they emit. I laughed. I am a musician, Your Grace. Leave the poets to their superstitious bone-rattling. All I need is my instrument, 2 good hands, and a knowledge of my subject. The idea seemed to trouble Alvaron. Nothing to aid your inspiration? I would have your leave to freely wander the estates and Severin Low according to my will, Your Grace. Of course. I gave an easy shrug. In that case, I have everything I need for inspiration within easy reach. I had barely set foot on Tinnery Street when I saw her. With all the fruitless searching I had done over the last several months, it seemed odd that I should find her so easily now. Denna moved through the crowd with slow grace, not the stiffness that passes for grace in courtly settings, but a natural leisure of movement. A cat does not think of stretching. It stretches. But a tree does not even do this. A tree simply sways without the effort of moving itself. That is how she moved. I caught up to her as quickly as I could without attracting her attention. "Excuse me, miss." She turned. Her face brightened at the sight of me. "Yes?" "I would never normally approach a woman in this way, but I couldn't help but notice that you have the eyes of a lady I was once desperately in love with." "What a shame to love only once," she said, showing her white teeth in a wicked smile. "I've heard some men can manage twice, or even more." I ignored her jibe. "I'm only a fool once. Never will I love again." Her expression turned soft, and she laid her hand lightly on my arm. "You poor man. She must have hurt you terribly." "'Struth, she wounded me more ways than one." "But such things are to be expected," she said matter-of-factly. "How could a woman help but love a man so striking as yourself?" "I know not," I said modestly. "But I think she must not, for she caught me with an easy smile, then stole away without a word, like dew in dawn's pale light." "Like a dream upon waking," Denna added with a smile. "Like a fairy maiden slipping through the trees." Denna was silent for a moment. "She must have been wondrous indeed to catch you so entire," she said, looking at me with serious eyes. She was beyond compare. Oh, come now. Her manner changed to jovial. We all know that when the lights are out, all women are the same height. She gave a rough chuckle and ribbed me knowingly with an elbow. Not true, I said with firm conviction. Well, she said slowly, I guess I'll have to take your word for it. She looked back up at me. Perhaps in time you can convince me. I looked into the deep brown of her eyes. That has ever been my hope. Denna smiled, and my heart stepped sideways in my chest. Maintain it. She slid her arm inside the curve of mine and fell into step beside me. For without hope, what do any of us have? Chapter 67. Telling Faces. I spent a fair portion of the next 2 days under Stape's tutelage, ensuring I knew the proper etiquette for a formal dinner. I was already familiar with a great deal of it from my early childhood, but I was glad for the review. Customs differ from place to place and year to year, and even small missteps can lead to great embarrassment. So Stapes conducted a dinner for just the two of us, then informed me of a dozen small but important mistakes I had made. Setting down a dirty utensil was considered crude, for example. That meant it was perfectly acceptable to lick one's knife clean. In fact, if you didn't want to dirty your napkin, it was the only seemly thing to do. It was improper to eat the entirety of a piece of bread. Some portion should always be left on the plate, preferably more than crust. The same was true of milk. The final swallow should always remain in the glass. The next day, Stapes staged another dinner, and I made more mistakes. Commenting on the food wasn't rude, but it was rustic. The same was true of smelling the wine, and apparently the small soft cheese I'd been served possessed a rind. A rind any civilized person would have recognized as inedible and meant to be pared away. Barbarian that I am, I had eaten all of it. It had tasted quite nice, too. Still, I took note of this fact and resigned myself to throw away half of a perfectly good cheese if it was set in front of me. Such is the price of civilization. I arrived for the banquet wearing a suit of clothes tailored just for the occasion. The colors were good for me, leaf green and black. There was too much brocade for my taste, but tonight I made a grudging bow to fashion as I would be seated to the left of Meluan Lackless. Stapes had staged 6 formal dinners for me in the last 3 days, and I felt prepared for anything. When I arrived outside the banquet hall, I expected the hardest part of the evening would be feigning interest in the food. But while I might have been prepared for the meal, I was not prepared for the sight of Meluan Lackless herself. Luckily, my stage training took hold, and I moved smoothly through the ritual motion of smiling and offering my arm. She nodded courteously, and we made our procession to the table together. There were tall candelabra with dozens of candles, engraved silver pitchers held hot water for hand bowls and cold water for drinking glasses. Old vases with elaborate floral arrangements sweetened the air. Cornucopia overflowed with polished fruit. Personally, I found it gaudy, but it was traditional, a showcase for the wealth of the host. I walked the Lady Lackless to the table and held out her chair. I had avoided looking in her direction as we walked the length of the room, but as I helped her into her seat, her profile struck me with such a strong resemblance that I couldn't help but stare. I knew her. I was certain of it, but I couldn't for the life of me remember where we might have met. As I took my seat, I tried to guess where I might have seen her before. If the Lackless lands weren't 1,000 miles away, I would have thought I knew her from the university, but that was ridiculous. The Lackless heir wouldn't study so far from home. My eyes wandered over maddeningly familiar features. Might I have met her at the Aeolian? That didn't seem likely. I would have remembered. She was strikingly lovely, with a strong jaw and dark brown eyes. I'm sure if I'd seen her there. "Do you see aught that interests you?" she asked without turning to look at me. Her tone was pleasant, but accusation lay not far beneath the surface. I had been staring. Hardly a minute at the table, and I was already putting my elbow in the butter. "I beg your pardon, but I am a keen observer of faces, and yours struck me." Meloen turned to look at me, her irritation fading a bit. "Are you a tourageur?" Tourageurs claim to be able to tell your personality or future from your face, eyes, and the shape of your head. Pure-blooded Vintic superstition. "I dabble a bit, milady." "Really? What does my face tell you, then?" She looked up and away from me. I made a show of looking over Meloen's features, taking note of her pale skin and artfully curled chestnut hair. Her mouth was full and red without the benefit of any paint. The line of her neck was proud and graceful. I nodded. "I can see a piece of your future in it, milady." One of her eyebrows went up a bit. "Do tell." "You will be receiving an apology shortly. Forgive my eyes, they flit like the calanthes, place to place. I could not keep them from your fair flower face." Meloen smiled, but did not blush. Not immune to flattery, but no stranger to it either. I tucked that bit of information away. "That was a fairly easy fortune to tell," she said. "See you anything else?" I took another moment to search her face. "Two other things, milady. It tells me you are Meloen Lackless, and that I am at your service." She smiled and gave me her hand to kiss. I took hold of it and bowed my head over it. I didn't actually kiss it, as would have been proper back in the Commonwealth. Instead, I pressed my lips briefly onto my own thumb that held her hand. Actually kissing her hand would have been terribly forward in this part of the world. Our banter was stalled by the arrival of the soups, 40 servants placing them before 40 guests all at once. I tasted mine. Why in God's name would anyone make a sweet soup? I ate another spoonful and pretended to enjoy it. From the corner of my eye, I watched my neighbor, a tiny older man I knew to be the viceroy of Banis. His face and hands were wrinkled and spotted, his hair a disarrayed tousle of gray. I watched him put a finger into his soup without a hint of self-consciousness, taste it, then push the bowl aside. He rummaged in his pockets and opened his hand to show me what he'd found. "I always bring a pocketful of candied almonds to these things," he said in a conspiratorial whisper, his eyes as cunning as a child's. "You never know what they'll try to feed you." He held his hand out. "You can have one if you like." I took one, thanked him, and faded from his awareness for the rest of the evening. When I glanced back several minutes later, he was eating unabashedly from his pocket and bickering with his wife about whether or not the peasantry could make bread from acorns. From the sound of it, I guessed it was a small piece of a larger argument that they had been having their entire lives. To Meloen's right, there was a Yiddish couple, chatting away in their own lilting language. Combined with strategically placed decorations that made it difficult to see the guests on the other side of the table, Meloen and I were more alone than if we had been walking together in the gardens. The mayor had arranged his seating well. The soup was taken away and replaced with a piece of meat I assumed was pheasant covered in a thick cream sauce. I was surprised to find it quite to my taste.
"So, how do you think we came to be paired?" Meloen asked conversationally. "Mr.
Kvothe." I made a small seated bow. "It could be because the mayor wished you to be entertained, and I am at times entertaining."
"Quite."
"Or it could be I paid the steward an incredible sum of money." Her smile flickered again as she took a drink of water. Enjoys boldness, I thought to myself. I wiped my fingers and almost set the napkin on the table, which would have been a terrible mistake. That was a signal to remove whatever course was currently being served. Done too soon, it implied a silent but scathing criticism of the host's hospitality. I felt a bead of sweat begin to trickle down my back between my shoulder blades as I deliberately folded the napkin and laid it on my lap.
"So, how do you occupy yourself, Mr. Kvothe?"
She hadn't asked as to my employment, which meant she assumed I was a member of the nobility. Luckily, I'd already laid the groundwork for this. I write a bit. Genealogies, a play or two. Do you enjoy the theater?
Occasionally. Depending.
Depending on the play?
Depending on the performers,
she said, an odd tension touching her voice. I wouldn't have noticed it if I hadn't been watching her so closely. I decided to change the subject to safer ground. How did you find the roads on your way to Severin? I asked. Everyone loves to complain about the roads. It's as safe a topic as the weather. I heard there has been some difficulty with bandits to the north. I hoped to excite the conversation a little. The more she talked, the better I could get to know her.
The roads are always thick with rue bandits this time of year, Maelwyn said coldly.
Not just bandits, rue bandits. She said the word with such a weight of cold loathing in her voice that I was chilled to hear it. She hated the rue. Not the simple distaste most people feel for us, but a true, sharp hate with teeth in it. I was saved from making a response by the arrival of chilled fruit pastries. To my left, the viceroy argued acorns to his wife. To my right, Maelwyn slowly tore a strawberry pastry in half, her face pale as an ivory mask. Watching her flawless, polished nails tear the pastry into pieces, I knew her thoughts were dwelling on the rue. Aside from her brief mention of the Adima rue, the evening went quite well. I slowly set Maelwyn at her ease, talking casually of small things. The elaborate dinner lasted 2 hours, giving us ample time for discussion. I found her to be everything Alvaron had suggested, intelligent, attractive, and well-spoken. Even the knowledge that she loathed the rue could not entirely keep me from enjoying her company. I returned to my room immediately after dinner and began to write. By the time the mayor came to call, I had 3 drafts of a letter, an outline of a song, and 5 sheets filled with notes and phrases I hoped to use later. "Come in, Your Grace." I glanced up as he entered. He hardly seemed the same sickly, doddering man I'd nursed back to health. He'd put on some weight and looked 5 years younger. "What did you think of her?" Alvaron said. "Did she mention any suitors when you spoke?" "No, Your Grace," I said, handing him a folded piece of paper. "Here is the first letter you will want to send to her. I trust you can find a way of delivering it to her secretly." He unfolded it and began to read, his lips moving silently. I labored out another line of song, scratching out the chording alongside the words. Eventually, the mayor looked up. "Don't you think this is a little much?" he said uncomfortably. "No." I paused in my writing long enough to gesture with my pen toward a different piece of paper. "That one is too much. The one in your hand is just enough. She's got a streak of romance in her. She wants to be swept from her feet, though she'd probably deny it." The mayor's expression was still doubtful, so I pushed myself away from the table and set down my quill. "Your Grace, you were right. She is a woman well worthy of pursuit. In a handful of days there will be 12 men in the estates who would gladly take her to wife. Am I right?" "There are already 12 here," he said grimly. "Soon there will be 36. Add another 12 she will meet at dinner or walking in the garden. Then another 12 who will court her merely for the chase. Of those dozens, how many will write her letters and poems? They will send her flowers, trinkets, tokens of affection. Soon she will be receiving a deluge of attention. You have one best hope." I pointed to the letter. "Act quickly. That letter will catch her imagination, her curiosity. In a day or two, when the other notes are cluttering her desk, she will already be awaiting the second one of ours." He seemed to hesitate a moment. Then his shoulders bowed. "Are you sure?" I shook my head. "There are no certainties in this, Your Grace. Only hopes. That is the best one I can give you." Alvaron hesitated. "I know nothing of this," he said with a hint of petulance. "I wish there were some book of rules a man could follow." For a moment, he looked very much like an ordinary man and very little like the Mayor Alvaron at all. Truthfully, I was more than slightly concerned myself. What I personally knew about courting women could comfortably fit into a thimble without taking it off your finger first. On the other hand, I had a vast wealth of secondary knowledge. 10,000 romantic songs, plays, and stories taken all together had to be worth something. And on the negative side, I'd seen Simon pursue nearly every woman within 3 miles of the university with the doomed enthusiasm of a child trying to fly. What's more, I had watched 100 men dash themselves to pieces against Denna like ships attempting to ignore the tide. Elveron looked at me, his face still showing honest concern. "Will a month be enough time, do you think?" When I spoke, I was surprised by the confidence in my own voice. "Your Grace, if I cannot help you catch her in the space of a month, then it cannot be done." Chapter 68. The Cost of a Loaf. The days that followed were pleasant ones. My sunlight hours were spent with Denna in Severin Low, exploring the city and surrounding countryside. We spent time riding, swimming, singing, or simply talking the afternoons away. I flattered her outrageously and without hope, because only a fool would hope to catch her. Then I would return to my rooms and pen the letter that had been building inside me all day. Or I would pour out a torrent of song to her, and in that letter or song I said all the things I hadn't dared to tell Denna during the day, things I knew would only frighten her away. After I finished the letter or the song, I would write it again. I would dull its edges a little, remove an honesty or two. I slowly smoothed and stitched until it fit Maelowin Lackless as snugly as a calfskin glove. It was idyllic. I had better luck finding Denna in Severin than I ever had in Imre. We met for hours at a stretch, sometimes more than once a day, sometimes 3 or 4 days in a row. Though, in the interest of honesty, things were not perfect. There were a few burrs in the blanket, as my father used to say. The first was a young gentleman named Jared, who accompanied Denna on one of our early meetings down in Severin Low. He didn't know her as Denna, of course. He called her Elora, and so did I for the rest of the day. Jared's face held the doomed expression I had come to know very well. He had known Denna long enough to fall for her, and he was just beginning to realize his time was drawing to an end. I watched as he made the same mistakes I'd seen others make before him. He put his arm around her possessively. He gave her the gift of a ring. As we strolled the city, if her eye focused on anything for more than 3 seconds, he offered to buy it for her. He tried to pin her down with a promise of some future meeting, a dance at the de Fairs manse, dinner at the Golden Board. The 10-penny king was being performed tomorrow by Count Abelard's men. Individually, any of these things would have been fine, perhaps even charming, but taken together, they showed themselves as pure, white-knuckled desperation. He clutched at Denna as if he were a drowning man and she a plank of wood. He glared at me when she wasn't watching, and when Denna bid the 2 of us goodbye that evening, his face was drawn and white as if he were already 2 days dead. The second burr was worse. After I'd been helping the mayor court his lady for almost 2 span, Denna disappeared. No trace or word of warning, no note of farewell or apology. I waited for 3 hours at the livery where we'd agreed to meet. After that, I went to her inn, only to find that she had left with all her things the night before. I went to the park where we had taken lunch the previous day, then to a dozen other places where we'd made a habit of each other's company. It was near midnight by the time I took the lifts back to the top of the sheer. Even then, some foolish part of me hoped she would greet me at the top, rushing into my arms again with her wild enthusiasm. But she wasn't there. That night I wrote no letter or song for Maelowin. The second day I ghosted through Severin Low for hours, worried and wounded. Later that night in my rooms, I sweat and cursed and crumpled my way through 20 sheets of paper before I arrived at 3 brief, half-tolerable paragraphs which I gave to the mayor to do with as he wished. The third day my heart sat like a stone in my chest. I tried to finish the song I'd been writing for the mayor, but nothing worthwhile came of my efforts. For the first hour, the notes I played were leaden and lifeless. The second hour, they grew discordant and faltering. I pressed on until every sound my lute made grated like a knife against teeth. I finally let my poor, tortured lute fall silent, remembering something my father had said long ago. Songs choose their hour and their own season. When your tune's tin, there is a reason. The tone of a tune is your heart's metal, and there's no clear water from a muddy well. All you can do is let the silt settle, or you'll sound sour as a broken bell. I lowered my lute into its case, knowing the truth of it. I needed a few days before I could productively return to courting Maelwyn on the mayor's behalf. The work was too delicate to force or fake. On the other hand, I knew the mayor would not be pleased with a delay. I needed a diversion, and since the mayor was too clever by half, it needed to be at least halfway legitimate. I heard the telltale sigh of air that signaled the mayor's secret passage opening in my dressing room. I made sure I was pacing anxiously by the time he came through the doorway. Alvaron had continued to put on weight in the last two span, and his face was no longer hollow and drawn. He cut quite a figure in his finery, a creamy ivory shirt and stiff jacket of deep sapphire blue. "I got your message," he said brusquely. "Have you finished the song, then?" I turned to face him. "No, Your Grace. Something more important than the song has come to my attention." "As far as you are concerned, there is nothing more important than the song," the mayor said firmly, tugging the cuff of his shirt to straighten it. "I've heard from several people that Maelwyn was greatly pleased with the first two. You should focus the whole of your efforts in that direction." "Your Grace, I'm well aware that—" "Out with it," Alvaron said impatiently, glancing at the face of the tall gear clock that stood in the corner of the room. "I have appointments to keep." "Your life is in further danger from Cauticus." I'll give this to the mayor. He could have made his living on the stage. The only break in his composure was a brief hesitation as he tugged his other cuff into place. "And how is that?" he asked, apparently unconcerned. "There are ways for him to harm you other than poison, things that can be done from a distance." "A spell, you mean?" Alvaron said. "He means to conjure up a sending, and set it to bedevil me?" Telu, anyway, spells and sendings. It was easy to forget this intelligent, subtle, and otherwise educated man was little better than a child when it came to arcane matters. He probably believed in fairies and the walking dead. Poor fool. However, attempting to re-educate him would be tiresome and counterproductive. "There is a chance of that, Your Grace, as well as other more direct threats." He dropped some of his unconcerned poise and looked me in the eye. What could be more direct than a sending? The mayor was not the sort of man to be moved through words alone, so I picked up an apple from a bowl of fruit and polished it on my sleeve before handing it to him. "Would you hold this for a moment, Your Grace?" He took it suspiciously. "What's this about, then?" I walked over to where my lovely burgundy cloak hung on the wall and retrieved a needle from one of its many pockets. "I'm showing you the sort of thing Cauticus is capable of, Your Grace." I held out my hand for the apple. He gave it back, and I looked it over. Holding it at an angle to the light, I saw what I'd hoped for, smudged onto the glossy skin of the apple. I muttered a binding, focused my alar, and pushed the needle into the center of the blurry imprint his forefinger had made on the apple's skin. Alvaron twitched and made an inarticulate noise of surprise, staring at his hand as if it had been unexpectedly, say, pricked with a pin. I'd half expected him to rebuke me, but he did nothing of the sort. His eyes went wide, his face pale, and his expression grew thoughtful as he watched the bead of blood swell on the pad of his finger. He licked his lips and slowly put his finger into his mouth. "I see," he said quietly. "Such things can be guarded against?" It wasn't really a question. I nodded, keeping my expression grave. Somewhat, Your Grace. I believe I can create a charm to protect you. I only regret I didn't think of this sooner, but with one thing and another— Yes, yes. The mayor waved me into silence. And what will you require for such a charm? It was a layered question. On the surface, he was asking what materials I would need. But the mayor was a practical man. He was asking me my price as well. The workshop in Kvothe tower should have the equipment I need, Your Grace. What materials he doesn't have on hand, I should be able to find in Severin, given time. Then I paused, considering the second portion of his question, thinking of the 100 things the mayor could grant me. Money enough to swim in, a newly crafted loot of the sort only kings could afford. I felt a shock run through me at the thought. An antresor loot. I'd never even seen one, but my father had. He'd played one once in Annalyn, and sometimes, when he'd had a cup of wine, he would talk about it, his hands making gentle shapes in the air. The mayor could arrange this sort of thing in the blink of an eye. All that and more, of course. Alvaron could arrange access to 100 private libraries. A formal patronage would be no small thing either, coming from him. The mayor's name would open doors as quickly as the king's. There are a few things, I said slowly, that I have been hoping to discuss with Your Grace. I have a project I need assistance to pursue properly, and I have a friend, a talented musician, who could use a well-placed patron. I trailed off meaningfully. Alvaron nodded, his gray eyes showing he understood. The mayor was no fool. He knew the cost of a loaf. I'll have Stapes get you the keys to Kvothe tower, he said. How long will this charm take to produce? I paused as if considering. At least 4 days, Your Grace. That would give me time for the muddy waters of my creative well to clear, or time for Denna to return from whatever errand had pulled her suddenly away. If I was sure of his equipment, it could be sooner, but I will have to move carefully. I don't know what Kvothe might have done to foul things before he fled. Alvaron frowned at this. Will you be able to continue your current projects as well? No, Your Grace. It will be rather exhausting and time-consuming, especially since I'm assuming you'd prefer I be circumspect while gathering my materials in Severin Low. Yes, of course. He exhaled hard through his nose. Damn and bother! Things were going so well. Who can I bring in to write letters while you're occupied? He said the last musingly, mostly to himself. I needed to nip that thought in the bud. I did not want to share credit for Maelowin's courtship with anyone. I don't think that will be necessary, Your Grace. 7 or 8 days ago, perhaps, but now, as you say, we have her interest. She's excited, eager for the next contact. If a few days pass with nothing from us, she will be disappointed, but more importantly, she will be anxious for the return of your attention. The mayor smoothed his beard with one hand, his expression pensive. I considered making a comparison to playing a fish on a line, but I doubted the mayor had ever engaged in anything so rustic as fishing. Not to presume, Your Grace, but in your younger days, did you ever attempt to win the affection of a young lady? Alvaron smiled at my careful phrasing. You may presume. Which did you find more interesting? The ones who leapt to your arms straight away, or those who were more difficult, reluctant, even indifferent to your pursuit? The mayor's eyes were far away with remembering. The same is true of women. Some cannot bear it when a man clings to them, and they all appreciate space to make their own choices. It's hard to long for something that is always there. Alvaron nodded. There is some truth in that. Absence feeds affection. He nodded more firmly. Very well. 3 days. He glanced at the gear clock again. And now I must be— One final thing, Your Grace, I said quickly. The charm I will make must be tuned specifically to you. It will require some of your cooperation. I cleared my throat. More precisely, some of your—" I cleared my throat. "Substance. Speak plainly. A small amount of blood, saliva, skin, hair, and urine." I sighed internally, knowing that to someone of the superstitious Vintic mindset, this would sound like a recipe for ascending or some other equally ridiculous thing. As I'd expected, the mayor's eyes narrowed at the list. "While I am no expert," he said slowly, "those seem to be the very things I should avoid parting with. How can I trust you?" I could have protested my loyalty, pointed out my past service, or brought to his attention that I'd already saved his life, but over the last month I'd come to know how the mayor's mind worked. I gave him my best knowing smile. "You are an intelligent man, Your Grace. I'm sure you know the answer without my telling you." He returned my smile. "Humor me, then." I shrugged. "You're of no use to me if you're dead, Your Grace." His gray eyes searched mine for a moment, then nodded, satisfied. "Very true. Send a message when you need those things." He turned to leave. 3 days. Chapter 69. Such Madness. I made several trips to Severin Low to gather materials for Alvaron's gram. Raw gold, nickel and iron, coal and etching acids. I acquired the money for these purchases by selling off various pieces of equipment from Caudicus's workshop. I could have asked the mayor for money, but I'd rather he thought of me as independently resourceful rather than an ongoing financial drain. Quite by coincidence, in the course of this buying and selling, I visited many of the places Denna and I had spent time together. I'd grown so accustomed to finding her that now I caught glimpses of her when she wasn't there. Every day my hopeful heart rose at the sight of her turning a corner, stepping into a cobbler's, raising her hand to wave from across a courtyard. But it was never truly her, and I returned to the mayor's estate each evening more desolate than the day before. Making things worse was the fact that Braden had left Severin several days ago to visit some nearby relatives. I didn't realize how much I'd come to depend on him until he was gone. As I've already said, a gram is not particularly difficult to make if you have the proper equipment, a schema, and an alar like a blade of Ramston steel. The metalworking tools in Caudicus's tower were serviceable, though nowhere near as nice as those in the fishery. The schema was no difficulty either, as I have a good memory for such things. While I was working on the mayor's gram, I started a second one to replace the one I'd lost. Unfortunately, given the relatively crude nature of the equipment I was working with, I didn't have time to finish it properly. I finished the mayor's gram 3 days after talking to the mayor, 6 days after Denna's sudden disappearance. The following day, I abandoned my pointless searching and planted myself in one of the open-air cafes where I drank coffee and tried to find inspiration for the song I owed the mayor. 10 hours I spent there, and the only act of creation I accomplished was to magically transform nearly a gallon of coffee into marvelous aromatic piss. That night, I drank an unwise amount of scutton and fell asleep at my writing desk. Maelowin's song was still unfinished. The mayor was less than pleased. Denna reappeared on the 7th day as I wandered our haunts in Severin Low. Despite all my searching, she saw me first and ran laughing to my side, excited to tell me about a song she'd heard the day before. We spent the day together as easily as if she'd never left. I didn't ask her about her unexplained disappearance. I'd known Denna for more than a year now, and I understood a few of the hidden turnings of her heart. I knew she valued her privacy. I knew she had secrets. That night, we were in a small garden that ran along the very edge of the sheer. We sat on a wooden bench looking out over the dark city below, a messy splay of lamplight, streetlight, gaslight, with a few rare sharp points of sympathy light scattered throughout. "I am sorry, you know," she said softly. We'd been sitting, quietly watching the lights of the city for nearly a quarter hour. If she was continuing some previous conversation, I couldn't remember what it was. "Beg pardon?" When Denna didn't say anything immediately, I turned to look at her. There was no moon, and the night was dark. Her face was dimly illuminated by the 1,000 lights below.
"Sometimes I leave," she said at last, "quick and quiet in the night."
Denna didn't look at me as she spoke, keeping her dark eyes fixed on the city below.
"It's what I do," she continued, her voice quiet. "I leave. No word or warning first. No explanation after. Sometimes it's the only thing that I can do."
She turned to meet my eyes then, her face serious in the dim light.
"I hope you know without my telling you," she said. "I hope I don't need to say it."
Denna turned back to look at the glimmering lights below.
"But for what it's worth, I am sorry."
We sat for a while then, enjoying a comfortable silence. I wanted to say something. I wanted to say it didn't bother me, but that would be a lie. I wanted to tell her all that really mattered to me was that she came back, but I was worried that might be too much truth. So rather than risk saying the wrong thing, I said nothing. I knew what happened to the men who clung to her too tightly. That was the difference between me and the others. I did not clutch at her, try to own her. I did not slip my arm around her, murmur in her ear, or kiss her unsuspecting cheek. Certainly I thought of it. I still remembered the warmth of her when she had thrown her arms around me near the horse lift. There were times I would have given my right hand to hold her again. But then I thought of the faces of the other men when they realized Denna was leaving them. I thought of all the others who had tried to tie her to the ground and failed. So I resisted showing her the songs and poems I had written, knowing that too much truth can ruin a thing. And if that meant she wasn't entirely mine, what of it? I would be the one she could always return to without fear of recrimination or question. So I did not try to win her, and contented myself with playing a beautiful game. But there was always a part of me that hoped for more, and so there was a part of me that was always a fool. Days passed, and Denna and I explored the streets of Severin. We lounged in cafes, attended plays, went riding. We climbed the face of the sheer using the low road just to say we'd done it. We visited the dock markets, a traveling menagerie, and several curiosity cabinets. Some days we did nothing but sit and talk, and on those days, nothing filled our conversations as much as music. We spent countless hours discussing the craft of it, how songs fit together, how chorus and verse play against each other, about tone and mode and meter. These were things I'd learned at an early age and thought about often. And though Denna was new to this study, in some ways that worked to her advantage. I'd learned about music since before I could talk. I knew 10,000 rules of melody and verse better than I knew the backs of my own hands. Denna didn't. In some ways this hampered her, but in other ways it made her music strange and marvelous. I'm doing a poor job of explaining this. Think of music as being a great snarl of a city like Tarbean. In the years I spent living there, I came to know its streets. Not just the main streets, not just the alleys. I knew shortcuts and rooftops and parts of the sewers. Because of this, I could move through the city like a rabbit in a bramble. I was quick and cunning and clever. Denna, on the other hand, had never been trained. She knew nothing of shortcuts. You'd think she'd be forced to wander the city, lost and helpless, trapped in a twisting maze of mortared stone. But instead, she simply walked through the walls. She didn't know any better. Nobody had ever told her she couldn't. Because of this, she moved through the city like some fairy creature. She walked roads no one else could see, and it made her music wild and strange and free. In the end, it took 23 letters, 6 songs, and though it shames me to say it, 1 poem. There was more to it than that, of course. Letters alone cannot win a woman's heart. Alvaron did a fair piece of his own courting, and after he revealed himself as Maelduin's anonymous suitor, he did the lion's share of the work, slowly wooing Maelduin to his side with the gentle reverence he felt for her. But my letters caught her attention. My songs brought her close enough for Alvaron to work his slow, garrulous charm. Even so, I can take only a small piece of credit for the letters and songs. And as for the poem, there is only one thing in the world that could move me to such madness. Chapter 70. Clinging. I met Denna outside her inn on Chalker's Lane, a little place called the Four Tapers. As I turned the corner and saw her standing in the light cast by a lantern hanging above the front door, I felt an upwelling of joy at the simple pleasure of being able to find her when I went looking. "I got your note," I said. "Imagine my delight." Denna smiled and made a one-handed curtsy. She was wearing a skirt, not a complicated dress of the sort a noblewoman would wear, but a simple sweep of fabric you could wear while bucking hay or going to a barn dance. "I wasn't sure you would be able to make it," she said, "it being past the hour most civilized folk have taken to their beds." "I'll admit I was surprised," I said. "If I was the sort of man to pry, I would wonder what kept you occupied until this most unseemly hour." "Business," she said with a dramatic sigh. "A meeting with my patron." "He's in town again?" I asked. She nodded. "And he wanted to meet you at midnight?" I asked. "That's odd." Denna stepped out from under the inn sign and we began to walk down the street together. "The hand that holds the purse," she said, giving a helpless shrug. "Odd times and inconvenient places are the rule with Master Ash. Some part of me suspects he might simply be some lonely noble bored with ordinary patronage. I wonder if it adds some spice for him, pretending he's meshed in some dark intrigue instead of just commissioning some songs from me." "So, what do you have planned for tonight?" I asked. "Only to pass time in your lovely company," Denna said, reaching out and linking her arm with mine. "In that case," I said, "I have something to show you. It's a surprise. You'll have to trust me." "I've heard each of those a dozen times." Denna's dark eyes glittered wickedly. "But never all together, and never from you." She smiled. "I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and save my world-weary jibes for later. Take me where you will." So we made our way to Severin High by way of the horse lifts, where we both gawked at the lights of the nighttime city below like the low-born cretins we were. I took her on a long stroll through cobblestone streets, past shops and small gardens. Then we left the buildings behind, climbed over a low wooden fence, and moved toward the dark shape of an empty barn. At this, Denna was no longer able to keep quiet. "Well, you've done it," she said. "You've surprised me." I grinned at her and continued to lead the way into the dark of the barn. It was full of the smell of hay and absent animals. I led her to a ladder that disappeared into the dark above our heads. "A hayloft?" she demanded, her voice incredulous. She stopped walking and gave me an odd, curious look. "You obviously have me mistaken for a 14-year-old farm girl named—" Her mouth worked soundlessly for a moment. "Something rustic." "Greta?" I suggested. "Yes," she said. "You obviously have me mistaken for a low-bodiced farm girl named Greta." "Rest assured," I said, "if I were going to try to seduce you, this isn't the way I would go about it." "Is that so?" she said, running her hand through her hair. Her fingers began to idly twine her hair into a braid. Then she stopped and brushed it out. "In that case, what are we doing here?" "You mentioned how much you enjoyed gardens," I said, "and Alvaron's gardens are particularly fine. I thought you might enjoy a turn about the place." "In the middle of the night?" Denna said. "A charming moonlit stroll," I corrected. "There's no moon tonight," she pointed out. "Or if there is, it's barely a slender sliver." "Be that as it may," I said, refusing to be daunted, "how much moonlight does one actually need to enjoy the smell of gently blooming jasmine?" "In the hayloft," Denna said, her voice thick with disbelief. "The hayloft is the easiest way onto the roof," I said. "Thence into the mayor's estates. thence to the garden.
If you're in the mayor's employ, she said, why not simply ask him to let you in?
Ah, I said dramatically, holding up a finger. Therein lies the adventure. There are 100 men who could simply take you strolling in the mayor's gardens, but there is only one who can sneak you in. I smiled at her. What I'm offering you, Denna, is a singular opportunity. She grinned at me. You know my secret heart so well. I extended my hand as if I were about to assist her into a carriage. M'lady. Denna took my hand, then stopped as soon as she put her foot onto the first rung of the ladder. Hold on. You aren't being genteel. You're trying to get a look at my dress. I gave her my best offended look, pressing my hand to my chest. Lady, as a gentleman, I assure you, she swatted at me. You've already told me you're not a gentleman, she said. You're a thief, and you're trying to steal a look. She stepped back and made a parody of my courtly gesture of a moment before. My lord. We made our way through the hayloft, onto the roof, and into the garden. The sharp sliver of moon above us was thin as a whisper, so pale that it did nothing to dim the light of the stars. The gardens were surprisingly quiet for such a warm and lovely night. Ordinarily, even at this late hour, couples would be strolling the paths or murmuring to each other on the bower benches. I wondered if some ball or courtly function had pulled them all away. The mayor's gardens were vast, with curving paths and cunningly placed hedges making them seem larger still. Denna and I walked side by side, listening to the sigh of the wind through the leaves. It was like we were the only people in the world. I don't know if you remember, I said softly, not wanting to intrude upon the silence. A conversation we had some time ago. We talked of flowers. I remember, she said just as softly. You said you thought all men had got their lessons in courting from the same worn book. Denna laughed quietly, more emotion than a sound. She put her hand to her mouth. Oh, I'd forgotten. I did say that, didn't I? I nodded. You said they all brought you roses. They still do, she said. I wish they would find a new book. You made me pick a flower that would suit you better, I said. She smiled up at me shyly. I remember. I was testing you. Then she frowned. But you got the better of me by picking one I'd never heard of, let alone seen. We turned a corner, and the path led down the dark green tunnel of an arching bower. I don't know if you've seen them yet, I said, but here is your Celis flower. There were only stars lighting our way, the moon so slender it was almost no moon at all. Under the trellis it was dark as Denna's hair. Our eyes were wide and stretching to the dark, and where the starlight slanted through the leaves, they showed hundreds of Celis blossoms yawning open in the night. If the scent of Celis were not so delicate, it would have been overpowering. Oh, Denna sighed, looking around with wide eyes. Under the bower, her skin was brighter than the moon. She reached out her hands to both sides. They're so soft. We walked in silence. All around us, Celis vines wove themselves around the trellis, clinging to the wood and wire, hiding their faces from the nighttime sky. When eventually we came out the other side, it seemed as bright as daylight. The silence stretched until I started to grow uncomfortable. So now you know your flower, I said. It seemed a shame you'd never seen one. They're rather difficult to cultivate, from what I've heard. Perhaps they do suit me then, Denna said softly, looking down. I don't take root easily. We continued walking until the path turned and hid the bower behind us. You treat me better than I deserve, Denna said at last. I laughed at the ridiculousness of that. Only respect for the silence of the garden kept it from rolling out of me in a great booming laugh. Instead, I stifled it as much as possible, though the effort threw me off my stride and made me stumble. Denna watched me from a step away, a smile spreading across her mouth. Eventually, I caught my breath. You who sang with me the night I won my pipes. You who have given me the finest gift I ever did receive. A thought occurred to me. Did you know, I said, that your loot case saved my life? The smile spread and grew wide as a flower. Did it now? It did, I said. I cannot ever hope to treat you as well as you deserve. Given what I owe you, this is but the smallest payment. Well, I think it is a lovely start. She looked up at the sky and drew a long, deep breath. I've always liked moonless nights best. It's easier to say things in the dark. It's easier to be yourself. She began walking again, and I fell into step beside her. We passed a fountain, a pool, a wall of pale jasmine open to the night. We crossed a small stone bridge that led us back among the shelter of the hedges. You could put your arm around me, you know, she said matter-of-factly. We are walking in the gardens alone. In the moonlight such as it is. Denna looked sideways at me, the side of her mouth quirking upward. Such things are permitted, you realize. Her sudden change in manner caught me off my guard. Since we had met in Severin, I had courted her with wild, hopeless pageantry, and she had matched me without missing a beat. Each flattery, each witticism, each piece of playful banter she returned to me, not in an echo, but a harmony. Our back and forth had been like a duet. But this was different. Her tone was less playful and more plain. It was so sudden a change that I was at a loss for words. 4 days ago, I turned my foot on that loose flagstone, she said softly. Remember? We were walking on Mincet Lane. My foot slipped, and you caught me almost before I knew that I was stumbling. It made me wonder how closely you must be watching me to see something like that. We turned a corner in the path, and Denna continued to speak without looking up at me. Her voice was soft and musing, almost as if she were talking to herself. You had your hands on me then, sure as anything, steadying me. You almost had your arm around me. It would have been so easy for you then, a matter of inches. But when I got my feet beneath me, you took your hands away. No hesitation, no lingering, nothing I might take amiss. She started to turn her face to me, then stopped and looked down again. It's quite a thing, she said. There are so many men, all endlessly attempting to sweep me off my feet. And there is one of you trying just the opposite, making sure my feet are firm beneath me, lest I fall. Almost shyly, she reached out. When I move to take your arm, you accept it easily. You even lay your hand on mine as if to keep it there. She explained my movement exactly as I was making it, and I fought to keep the gesture from becoming suddenly awkward. But that's all. You never presume. You never push. Do you know how strange that is to me? We looked at each other for a moment, there, in the silent moonlight garden. I could feel the heat of her standing close to me, her hand clinging to my arm. Inexperienced as I was with women, even I could read this cue. I tried to think of what to say, but I could only wonder at her lips. How could they be so red as this? Even the cellars was dark in the faint moonlight. How were her lips so red? Then Denna froze. Not that we were moving much, but in a moment she went from motionless to still, cocking her head like a deer straining to catch a half-heard sound. Someone's coming, she said. Come on! Clinging to my arm, she pulled me off the path, over a stone bench, and through a low, narrow gap in the hedges. We finally came to rest in the center of some thick bushes. There was a convenient hollow where we both had room to crouch. Thanks to the work of the gardeners, there was no undergrowth to speak of, no dry leaves or twigs to crackle or snap under our hands and knees. In fact, the grass in this sheltered place was thick and soft as any lawn. There are 1,000 girls who would walk with you along the moonlit garden paths, Denna said breathlessly, but there's only one who will hide in the shrubbery with you. She grinned at me, her voice bubbling with amusement. Denna peered out of the hedge toward the path, and I looked at her. Her hair fell like a curtain down the side of her head, and the tip of her ear was peeking out through it. It was, at that moment, the most lovely thing that I had ever seen. Then, I heard the faint grit of footsteps on the path. The soft sound of voices came sifting through the hedge, a man and a woman. After a moment, they came walking around the corner arm in arm. I recognized them immediately. I turned and leaned close, breathing softly into Denna's ear. "That's the mayor," I said, "and his young lady love." Denna shivered, and I shrugged out of my burgundy cloak, draping it over her shoulders. I peered back out at the two of them. As I watched, Maelowin laughed at something he said and rested her hand atop his on her arm. I doubted he'd have much more need of my services if they were already on such familiar terms as that. "Not for you, my dear," I heard the mayor say clearly as they passed near us. "You shall have nothing but roses." Denna turned to look at me, her eyes wide. She pressed both her hands against her mouth to stifle her laughter. In another moment, they were past us, strolling slowly along, walking in step. Denna removed her hands and took several deep shuddering breaths. "He has a copy of the same worn book," she said, her eyes dancing. I couldn't help but smile. "Apparently." "So that's the mayor," she said quietly, her dark eyes peering between the leaves. "He's shorter than I imagined." "Would you like to meet him?" I asked. "I could introduce you." "Oh, that would be lovely," she said with a gentle edge of mockery. She chuckled, but when I didn't join her laughter, she looked up at me and stopped. "You're serious?" She cocked her head to one side, her expression trapped between amusement and confusion. "We probably shouldn't burst out of the hedge at him," I admitted, "but we could come out on the other side and loop around to meet him." I gestured with my hand at the route we could take. "I'm not saying he'll invite us to dinner or anything, but we can make a polite nod as we pass him on the path." Denna continued to stare at me, her eyebrows furrowing in the faint beginning of a frown. "You're serious," she repeated. "What do you—" I stopped as I realized what her expression meant. "You thought I was lying about working for the mayor," I said. "You thought I was lying about being able to invite you in here." "Men tell stories," she said dismissively. "They like to brag a bit. I didn't think any less of you for telling me a bit of a tall tale." "I wouldn't lie to you," I said, then reconsidered. "No, that's not the truth. I would. You're worth lying for. But I wasn't. You're worth telling the truth for, too." Denna gave me a fond smile. "That's harder to come by anyway." "So would you like to?" I asked. "Meet him, I mean." She looked out of the hedge toward the path. "No." When she shook her head, her hair moved like drifting shadows. "I believe you. There's no need." She looked down. "Besides, I've got grass stains on my dress. What would he think?" "I've got leaves in my hair," I admitted. "I know exactly what he would think." We stepped out from the hedge. I picked the leaves out of my hair, and Denna brushed her hands down the front of her skirt, wincing a bit as she moved over the grass stains. We made our way back onto the path and started walking again. I thought of putting my arm around her, but didn't. I was no good judge of these things, but it seemed the moment had passed. Denna looked up as we passed a statue of a woman picking a flower. She sighed. "It was more exciting when I didn't know I had permission," she admitted with a little regret in her voice. "It always is," I agreed. Chapter 71, Interlude, The Thrice-Locked Chest. Kvothe raised his hand, motioning Chronicler to stop. The scribe wiped the nib of his pen on a nearby cloth and rolled his shoulders stiffly. Wordlessly, Kvothe brought out a worn deck of cards and began to deal them around the table. Bast picked up his cards and looked them over curiously. Chronicler frowned. "What?" Footsteps sounded on the wooden landing outside, and the door to the Waystone Inn opened, revealing a bald, thick-bodied man wearing an embroidered jacket. "Mayor Land," the innkeeper said, putting down his cards and getting to his feet. "What can I do for you? A drink? A bite to eat?" "A glass of wine would be quite welcome," the mayor said as he moved into the room. "Do you have any red Grimsby in?" The innkeeper shook his head. "I'm afraid not," he said. "The roads, you know, it's hard to keep things in stock." The mayor nodded. "I'll take anything red, then," he said. "But I won't pay more than a penny for it, mind you." "Of course not, sir," the innkeeper said solicitously, wringing his hands a bit. "Anything to eat?" "No," the bald man said. "I'm actually here to make use of the scribe. I thought I'd wait until things quieted down a bit so we could have some privacy." He looked around the empty room. "I don't imagine you'd mind my borrowing the place for half an hour, would you?" "Not at all." The innkeeper smiled ingratiatingly. He made a shooing motion to Bast. "But I had a full board!" Bast protested, waving his cards. The innkeeper frowned at his assistant, then headed back into the kitchen. The mayor removed his jacket and laid it across the back of a chair while Bast gathered up the rest of the cards, grumbling. The innkeeper brought out a glass of red wine, then locked the front door with a large brass key. "I'll take the boy upstairs with me," he said to the mayor, "to give you some privacy." "That's exceedingly kind of you," the mayor said as he sat across from Chronicler. "I'll give a shout when I'm finished." The innkeeper nodded and herded Bast out of the common room and up the stairs. Kvothe opened the door to his room and gestured Bast inside. "I wonder what old Lant wants to keep secret," Kvothe said as soon as the door was closed behind them. "I hope he's not too long about it." "He's got 2 children by the widow Creel," Bast said matter-of-factly. Kvothe raised an eyebrow at that. "Really?" Bast shrugged. "Everyone in town knows." Kvothe humphed at this as he settled down into a large upholstered chair. "What are we going to do with ourselves for half an hour?" he asked. "It's been ages since we've had lessons." Bast pulled a wooden chair away from the small desk and sat on the edge of it. "You could teach me something." "Lessons," Kvothe mused. "You could read Selim Tincture." "Reshi," Bast said imploringly. "It's so boring. I don't mind lessons, but do they need to be book lessons?" Bast's tone wrung a smile from Kvothe. "A puzzle lesson, then?" Bast's face broke into a grin. "Very well. Let me think for a second." He tapped his fingers against his lips and let his eyes wander the room. It wasn't long before they were drawn to the foot of the bed where the dark chest lay. He made a casual gesture. "How would you open my chest if you had a mind to?" Bast's expression grew slightly apprehensive. "Your thrice-locked chest, Reshi?" Kvothe looked at his student, then laughter bubbled up out of him. "My what?" he asked incredulously. Bast blushed and looked down. "That's just how I think of it," he mumbled. "As names go," Kvothe hesitated, a smile playing around his mouth. "Well, it's a little storybook, don't you think?" "You're the one who made the thing, Reshi," Bast said sullenly. 3 locks and fancy wood and all that. It's not my fault it sounds storybook." Kvothe leaned forward and rested an apologetic hand on Bast's knee. "It's a fine name, Bast. Just caught me off my guard is all." He leaned back again. "So, how would you attempt to plunder the thrice-locked chest of Kvothe the Bloodless?" Bast smiled. "You sound like a pirate when you say it that way, Reshi." He gave the chest a speculative look from across the room. "I suppose asking you for the keys is out of the question?" he asked at last. "Correct," Kvothe said. "For our purposes, assume I have lost the keys. Better yet, assume I am dead and you are now free to pry into all my secret things." "That's a little grim, Reshi." Bast reproached gently. Life is a little grim, Bast, Kvothe said without any hint of laughter in his voice. You'd best start getting used to it. He waved a hand toward the chest. Go on. I'm curious to see how you go about cracking this little chestnut. Bast gave him a flat look. Puns are worse than book lessons, Reshi, he said, walking over to the chest. He nudged it idly with his foot, then bent and looked at the two separate lock plates, one dark iron, the other bright copper. Bast prodded the rounded lid with a finger, wrinkling his nose. I can't say as I care for this wood, Reshi, and the iron lock is positively unfair. What a useful lesson this has already been, Kvothe said dryly. You've deduced a universal truth. Things are usually unfair. There aren't any hinges either, Bast exclaimed, looking at the back of the chest. How can you have a lid without any hinges? That did take me a while to work out, Kvothe admitted with a touch of pride. Bast got down on his hands and knees and looked into the copper keyhole. He lifted one hand and pressed it flat against the copper plate. Then he closed his eyes and went very still, as if he were listening. After a moment of this, he leaned forward and breathed against the lock. When nothing happened, his mouth began to move. While his words were spoken too softly to hear, they carried an undeniable tone of entreaty. After a long moment of this, Bast sat back on his haunches, frowning. Then he grinned playfully, reaching out with a hand, and knocked on the lid of the chest. It made barely any noise at all, as if he were rapping his knuckle against a stone. Out of curiosity, Kvothe asked, what would you do if something knocked back? Bast came to his feet, left the room, and returned a moment later with an assortment of tools. He got to one knee and, using a piece of bent wire, fiddled with the copper lock for several long minutes. Eventually, he began to curse under his breath. When he shifted position to get a different angle, his hand brushed the dull iron faceplate of the lock and he jerked back, hissing and spitting. Getting back to his feet, Bast threw down the wire and brought out a long pry bar of bright metal. He tried to work the thin end of it under the lid, but couldn't gain any purchase in the hair-thin seam. After a few minutes, he abandoned this as well. Next, Bast tried to tip the chest on its side to examine the bottom, but his best efforts only managed to slide it an inch or so across the floor. How much does this weigh, Reshi? Bast exclaimed, looking rather exasperated. 300 pounds? Over 400 when it's empty, Kvothe said. Remember the trouble we had getting it up the stairs? Sighing, Bast examined the chest for another long moment, his expression fierce. Then he extracted a hatchet from his bundle of tools. It wasn't the rough, wedge-headed hatchet they used to cut kindling behind the inn. It was slender and menacing, all forged of a single piece of metal. The shape of its blade was vaguely reminiscent of a leaf. He tossed the weapon lightly in his palm, as if testing its weight. This is where I would go next, Reshi, if I were genuinely interested in getting inside. He gave his teacher a curious look. But if you'd rather I not... Kvothe made a helpless gesture. Don't look to me, Bast. I'm dead. Do as you will. Bast grinned and brought the hatchet down on the rounded peak of the chest. There was a strange, soft ringing noise, like a padded bell being struck in a distant room. Bast paused, then rained a fury of angry blows down on top of the chest, first swinging wildly with one hand, then using both hands in great overhand chopping motions, as if he were splitting wood. The bright, leaf-shaped blade refused to bite into the wood, each blow turning aside as if Bast were attempting to chop apart a great, seamless block of stone. Eventually, Bast stopped, breathing hard, and bent to look at the top of the chest, running his hand over the surface before turning his attention to the hatchet's blade. He sighed. You do good work, Reshi. Kvothe smiled and tipped an imaginary hat. Bast gave the chest a long look. I'd try to set fire to it, but I know Roa doesn't burn. I'd have better luck getting it hot enough so the copper lock would melt, but to do that, I'd need to get the whole thing to sit face down in a forge fire. He looked at the chest, large as a gentleman's traveling trunk. but it would have to be a bigger forge than the one we have here in town, and I don't even know how hot copper needs to be in order to melt." "Information such as that," Kvothe said, "would doubtless be the subject of a book lesson." "And I expect you've taken precautions against that sort of thing." "I have," Kvothe admitted, "but it was a good idea. It shows lateral thinking." "And acid?" Bast said. "I know we have some potent stuff downstairs." "Formic is useless against Roa," Kvothe said, "as is the muriatic. You might have some luck with Aqua Regis, but the wood is quite thick, and we don't have much on hand." "I wasn't thinking of the wood, Reshi. I was thinking of the locks again. With enough acid, I could eat clean through them." "You're assuming they are copper and iron all the way through," Kvothe said. "Even if they were, it would take a great deal of acid, and you would have to worry about the acid itself spilling into the chest, ruining whatever's inside. The same is true with the fire, of course." Bast looked at the chest for another long moment, stroking his lips thoughtfully. "That's all I have, Reshi. I need to think on it some more." Kvothe nodded. Looking somewhat disheartened, Bast gathered up his tools and carried them away. When he returned, he pushed the chest from the other side, sliding it back a fraction of an inch until it was square with the foot of the bed again. "It was a good attempt, Bast," Kvothe reassured him. "Very methodical. You went about it just as I would have." "Hello?" The mayor's voice came hollowly up from the room below. "I'm finished!" Bast hopped up and hurried to the door, pushing his chair back under the desk. The sudden motion disturbed one of the crumpled sheets of paper resting there, causing it to tumble to the floor where it bounced and rolled beneath the chair. Bast paused, then bent to pick it up. "No," Kvothe said grimly. "Leave it." Bast stopped with his hand outstretched, then stood and left the room. Kvothe followed, closing the door behind them.
Don't forget to subscribe.